Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to another glorious day here at the CCT. It is the close qualifier for Series A, and you know it's the perfect way to start off your Saturday morning. What better way to start off your weekend than with some CCT action? I'm going to be Zurfer. I'm going to be taking you through the opening two matches. Then I'm going to be handing it over to one of my colleagues who's going to be taking you through the final two. So in total, that is going to be 4 CCT games in this close qualifier that we are going to be looking at today, and we should have this schedule for you that we're going to be rolling on through, because there's a couple of interesting matches. We've got ENCE Academy taking on FORZE Reload to kick things off. That is in a winners game. Then we've got the Mousquetaires taking on ARCRED, which is probably, in my opinion, the game of the day, an elimination game between those two. We'll see if the old French guard can get the better of ARCRED, who I'm actually surprised they're kind of down in that elimination game. Then we've got another elimination game. We've got QMISTRY taking on Square Sausages. Square Sausages had to forfeit their opening game to FORZE Reload. QMISTRY lost to ENCE Academy, so that is in that group. And then finally, last but not least, we do have ALGO taking on the pretty simple team names for the last one, so you definitely won't get too confused on that one. You won't miss that much, but we're looking forward to the first game, I would say, because I would say the first game, for ENCE Academy and FORZE Reload, the two teams that I haven't watched in quite some time in terms of ENCE Academy. FORZE Reload, I got to look at them the other week, last week I think it was, when they took on 500, and unfortunately they didn't really kind of live up to the hype. 500 were just much better than them on the day, but FORZE Reload didn't play badly. As for ENCE Academy, that's kind of a team that I haven't watched in a very, very long time. If we want to look at their last game in the CCT, we're going to have to go all the way back to June, when they played in the close qualifier for EU3, and they crashed out 0-2, so already it's off to a better start for them. And we should be able to have a look at the rosters of both of these teams. I believe we should be starting with ENCE Academy, and for this lineup, it is definitely, one of those lineups that has changed over the last while, over the last kind of couple of months, with Click being brought in and then also Blick. So, the two that rhyme are going to be brought in together to replace kind of Too High and Miltsy, who were there for a very long time. And this ENCE Academy team, they were always kind of stagnant, I will say. They were kind of like, it almost seemed like they were stuck, and it wasn't like they were stuck in a decent place. It was, they were always kind of stuck on the outskirts that were struggling to get invitations to CCT. They were pretty high out of the VRS rankings, that they, just couldn't really get invitations. When they did get invitations, like I mentioned before, they'd qualify for a close qualifier at CCT, and then they crash out 0-2, and then they drop even further than the VRS rankings. So these guys have been playing a little bit in terms of some of the lesser online competitions, some of the tier 3 stuff, but then domestically they went to the Elisa Open Finland, and they placed second, losing out to Havu in the finals. So that was probably most recently. I think that was only a couple of weeks ago, and it was actually only last week that they did that. They lost 2-1 to Havu in the kind of like earlier stage, met Havu in the final, and lost 0-2 there in out of the 4 teams that attended, placing top 2, not too bad. And to lose out to a team like Havu, very capable players on that roster, but led by Schwartz, the IGL. I believe he's a Georgian international, if I'm not mistaken. And, they've got still that kind of Finnish core because of picking up Click. They've got Blick there from Iceland as well, that, his opening kills were one of the main reasons that they were able to take down QMISTRY as well. So I'll be looking forward to looking and seeing what he can do. Miller on that AWP, but this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a big uphill battle for these guys, because FORZE Reload are absolutely no slouches. As I was saying, I got a chance to look at the FORZE Reload team, and they were playing in the CCT 7 when I was looking at them, and although they did lose, and I was kind of a little bit disappointed with the performance against 500, even be competitive in that game versus a team like 500 is something that I don't think that this ENCE Academy team would have been able to do, which is, you know, kind of no slouch on them. It's just the position that Forza Reload have actually had themselves in, and we should be able to bring up that roster in just a moment. Cosme, the IGL, he is leading this team for quite some time, and you know, this Forza Reload team have been actually, you know, playing a lot of online competition. They've, you know, as I mentioned, played the CCT Series 7, unfortunately crashed out 1 and 3. They were 3rd and 4th at XR Series 16. And then when they played in the win light, unfortunately, they crashed out 9 and 12, losing to Sashi twice. But they did manage to beat Copenhagen Wolves, and there's been a couple of good results kind of in there for them, you know, over the last couple of weeks and months. You know, a lot of them kind of, I would say, disappointing losses, but, you know, against teams that you probably would say, you know, probably a tough matchup for them. And, you know, I think this Forza Reload team definitely has a lot of prominence to it. Sweatsy is somebody that definitely catches my eye. I think he could really step up and deliver. And obviously, Spirit is the heaviest hitter of this roster, so make sure to watch out for him. And I expect them to do very, very well today. But it depends when we do end up for the veto. And for this veto, it's an intriguing one because Inferno will just not be played. ENCE Academy decide to get rid of Train. They leave Inferno in for Forza Reload to ban. I'm surprised actually that we didn't actually, you know, leave that in a little bit later, but it's going to see a Mirage, an Overpass, and a Nuke Decider, which, you know, don't know if I'd be overly confident that ENCE Academy have actually left that Nuke Decider to last. You know, I think picking into Mirage is very, very risky up against Forza Reload, even though they have played it so many times. But I think Forza Reload should just have enough in the bag today, unless ENCE Academy they pull off a shock upset. You know, I'd be down for that definitely, but it definitely would shock me. I think Forza Reload are looking at this as a big opportunity to grab it with both hands, and I do believe we are almost ready to jump into the action straight away. So there's no messing around today. I think we are going to be going live with map number 1. It is going to be Mirage, and we are ready to go. An exciting day as always. Winners games and losers games, we're going to see who is going to be bowing out, but in this game specifically, we're going to see who is going to be making their way into the playoffs for a chance to play at the CCT Series A. And ENCE Academy are going to try and cause this shock upset. B pop on the pistol to kick things off, and Click managing to find an opening kill. This is a little bit awkward for Cosme because he had an opportunity to take down a couple, but he's not going to be able to do it. And ENCE Academy simply overwhelm Forza Reload by occupying so much space on that bomb site, and a couple of whiffed shots really from the B anchor from Cosme allows an opportunity for ENCE Academy to scale onto the site, to just outnumber the rotations and really kind of get in their face before they can kind of get set up and in position to help their teammates on the site. A little bit of an awkward pistol from Forza Reload, definitely, but a well-worked one from ENCE Academy, and that's the perfect start for them. As an underdog, to win the pistol and the conversions is just so important when, you know, you're kind of looking at a game and you know that you're outclassed and maybe even outgunned in a lot of situations. You want to make sure that you pick up these pistols, pick up these conversions. These are going to be the easy rounds that you want. A couple of nice shots in there, but the Glocks simply just get the better of the USPs this time around. And I mean, Blick gets a little bit fortunate there, but a good shot all in all. And Forza Reload, no resting for them. They are going to go straight back into a force buy. And it's already paid some nice dividends, to be fair. Cosme pushing in towards that B apartments, able to find an opening pick. with that 5-7. Now, Schwartz is a little bit of a danger in this round because he's been boosted up in towards the window and nobody seems to notice about it. The problem is, in this position, he can only really find QMISTRY. He's going to look for a second and he's going to play that kind of trigger discipline, but it's a lot of time going to be searching for a player, and actually he just confirms that kill, which might have actually been his best option. He could have kind of stuck around there and maybe seen, was there going to be a couple of more players to rear their heads. Schwartz now still trying to get aggressive, trying to get this into ENCE Academy's favor even further. But eventually they will get that bomb down. Smokes are going to cause a little bit of chaos though, and allow the CTs to get out onto the site and just occupy this distance. Just try and get in your face. Miller locking down this bomb site with that kill for the moment. But here come the FAMASes and they just sprint into the site, collecting frags left and right. Temmie and Blick are both so low, and Blick cowering now in the apartments is the only player left as this bomb is going to be tapped. Kid is in play on Rickon. Blick now trying to get it done, trying to swing right to get him off the bomb, but great cover from Rickon's teammate Sweatsy to get a 4-1 start for him and a 1-1 start for FORZE Reload. That needed to be the round to go for ENCE Academy, and it was a well-worked one, but it was just simply the weapons and especially that smoke over towards the window. The second smoke that the CTs threw to kind of scale out meant that ENCE Academy left a little bit of a gap in their post plant, and FORZE Reload are going to be able to exploit it. A bit of a short split coming in here. The B players are actually going to be able to get out of the apartment. Short player holding very well as Something finds a couple of kills. A little bit messy here on this bomb site as QMISTRY is being so elusive, just playing around that smoke. And he plays around it to perfection. 3 kills in the end for him on that SMG, and that is an excellent way to anchor that B bomb site, just to make sure that those T's don't get out. And even if they do, you are still alive, you are still a danger, you are still a threat on the site, and he's going to be able to clean up everybody else after it to make sure FORZE Reload get in the lead early, and ENCE Academy are reduced to just a Glock round. Blick has actually scaled out onto the site, and nobody's been able to stop him. Nobody was really kind of there. This is a little bit awkward here for Spirit. ENCE Academy are actually going to get a bomb down. Molly and HE going to soften up these pistols a little bit more. They're still finding a couple of kills here though, which is going to be good news. 2 kills on a bomb plant out of pretty much a full Glock round is not a bad result whatsoever for ENCE Academy. And I won't be too surprised if we see, you know, Whitey maybe call a tactical timeout in just a moment, because this could be a very important round if they're able to get it. But if this one doesn't go right, maybe the tax will follow suit, because what was the perfect start taking the pistol, you have kind of let it slip a little bit. The first gun round, we'll see what they're going to be up to here, because it's been pretty sight orientated so far. This one is going to be a little bit of fast mid pressure. The spam going down through the smoke from Something, but unable to really fend off Blick, who dropped Sweatsy. Schwartz was taking the brunt of that damage. Spirit is actually going to be dropped, I believe, over towards short, as he tried to go for a little bit more of an aggressive peak. Actually, it was over towards ramp that he decided to walk in, but it was just being held for by Temmie. Now QMISTRY is completely isolated. He has no quick rotates over towards B right now. He's gonna dump a flash. Molly's landing at his feet though, and that is just a well-worked execute. You can see everything is kind of thought about. Click hasn't thought about where he's going to stand while those mollies are still down, so takes a little bit of tickle damage, but that is a very clean round, all things considered, from ENCE Academy, as they get 3 kills across 3 different parts of the map. Well-worked kill over towards middle to kick things off, a kind of little bit of a delayed top mid take from them, patience from their A-Lurk, Temi, waiting to see if anybody walks into him, which he does. And then when they eventually decide to go hit that B bomb site, the mollies are enough to force a player wide, to force Cosmi out of position. That is very easy pickings for ENCE Academy. Still a pretty solid buy here for FORZE reload. Players in towards connector, and Recon's been spotted. That's another opening kill for ENCE Academy, but here comes the crunch in towards mid. Something with a double kill back is perfect, as the flash is setting him up for a lot of success. Everybody in mid was blind there, and nobody really in a position that they could help anybody out. Now, thinking about going for the smoke, decides to go for the molly. Must have known that Spirit was still there. But still, Spirit takes Blick with him. And ENCE Academy, after, you know, a successful round in the last, this one is turning sour very quickly. Millard is going to have to step up his chase in terms of the round. Tried to go for that quickscope, aggressive combat hopping, but it doesn't work out. And it leaves Temi solo in towards mid. They know exactly where he is. He threw the flashbang. FORZE reload just get into position. FORZE reload just look very comfortable with all the options that are available right now. Bomb dropped in towards ladder. Temi will not be able to get his hands back on it, and I think he's already calling this one a day. I think saving that AK and that flashbang will be like the best case scenario for the ENCE Academy side. And this is going to be a little bit frustrating if this is going to be the kind of theme of the game that we continue to see for ENCE Academy, that they do one thing right, but they do the next thing wrong, and they're not able to kind of build off the success that they had in the previous round, because, you know, that's all that we've seen so far. Win the pistol, lose the second round, and then FORZE reload are able to kind of turn the screw a little bit. ENCE Academy win a very well-worked round, have FORZE reload on the ropes in terms of their economy. If they win that round there, they break it. Instead, now ENCE Academy have to buy up once again. They lose this round down to 2,400. Their money's in a little bit of a strange situation, and all of a sudden FORZE reload are on for a great CT side half. And Whitey gonna get into effect early, he's hoping, as he begins to make the call on how they want to go about this one. Because I don't think they've been playing bad necessarily. They have been working the openings quite well. It's just, if it wasn't for something swinging off short to find that double kill and being set up with those flashes, that would have been a different round. It would have been ENCE's round. So I would say that they're probably going to kind of stick going for this mid take over and over again. Well, at least for this round. With a couple of players, maybe. Because they were having a lot of success initially. This is a little bit more of a default. You've got Sweaty with this AWP towards the apartments. There's the jiggle, but Sweaty was just too quick holding that angle. Temi tried to get clever, and he was trying to just see if the op actually was there, and he was demised. Unfortunately, he was. Rickon over that top of the smoke shorts, takes a risk trying to swing wide, and all of a sudden everything is falling apart right here for ENCE Academy. They were having a lot of success over towards mid, but not this time. There's the opening duel over towards Palace. It wasn't even much of a duel. It was very one-sided. One op shot, and that was it. Now Blick and Miller have to at least try and do some economic damage, and that's a good place to start. Sweaty down might grant you a little bit of space and timing up towards connector. Spirit, you've spotted him over towards default. That util's going in, and something, unfortunately. Blinded by it, but fortunately enough, he wasn't swung by the second player in towards connector as he eventually goes swinging. And it's FORZE taking this 5-2 lead as ENCE Academy, unfortunately, come up short once again in that round. So a couple of pistols would be about the height of it for ENCE Academy here, and FORZE have kind of steadied and stabilized this so far. In all honesty, pretty dominant CT side. Dominant on the scoreline if you've actually watched a lot of the rounds. Maybe you wouldn't have that opinion. And ENCE Academy going to go for a bit of an A setup here. Smokes a lot. Tech9 is going to occupy the space as M4 is going to be acquired, and there's still a couple of kills to be found. ENCE Academy are pretty dangerous on these rounds. That's something that's 100% going to worry FORZE Reload, but what they do have in their back pocket is plenty of util, which is going to buy them a lot of time. Sweaty needed to hit that shot, though. Still, bomb is not planted. Now these smokes have faded. Now this gets a little bit awkward. QMISTRY is very worried about this AWP making an appearance, as that this bomb is going to be tapped at least for the moment. Smoking towards Palace. This time he can't go through, and a lot of the fights right now being isolated for FORZE Reload. Something going swinging, the flashbang cock click right in the face, and well, this M4 looking to take care of Blick over towards Firebox. You know about the Palace player now. He's moved over towards the ramp. Something trying to get anything going in that round, but ENCE Academy are going to be able to get it done. And FORZE Reload, it felt a little bit all over the place in terms of their setup there. It felt very awkward indeed. Top ticket, shadow spotted, giving the advantage away. Sweaty didn't quite realise it, caught a glimpse and kind of got baited in on the jiggle that was went for there. Got baited into that fight. And that's a big promising round for ENCE Academy, because, you know, the investment that they had in the last, if they lose that, I didn't really see a way back from them. Now I can see them even taking the lead in this first half, especially if this opening fight goes their way. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't, and Miller goes down through the top mid smoke. Those openings that I was talking about a couple of rounds ago have completely dried up for ENCE. You've got a 3v4 now to try and work your way into something. And as I said, you know, damage is great in these kind of rounds for ENCE Academy. If they can turn around a 3v5, even better. But you know, the chances of that are pretty unlikely. Just take as many down witches as possible. Make this expensive for FORZE Reload. Do not allow themselves to get into a position where they can, you know, get comfortable for the rest of the half. Clicking them all in towards the ladder. Something is going to be able to get out of harm's way. But Schwartz is now going to occupy that position. And now they should realize that this is a timing, and something is just so clever there to turn and look at his flank to make sure that that's not exactly what ENCE Academy were up to. Click trying to be the split up towards connector. Temi, is he going to give this a go? He's going back looking at the flank. He's only got 14 seconds to try and get in here. Try and do as much damage as possible if he can. He's collected 2 kills, but the third eludes him. If he gets the third, that is a semi-successful round, but instead, you're staring down the barrel of a 6-3 deficit. Your money is broke once again. And I would say this is still quite a comfortable game for FORZE Reload. A bit of a slower round from ENCE Academy. Just let FORZE Reload kind of burn through a lot of their util. Click goes and makes the steps towards the B apartments. Next, cost me burn through a molly and a HE. And now the explosion is going to try and happen. Because me spots out a couple more players. It's going to call something over to help him out, to make sure that the pistols can't get out of the apartments, and they can't. Rotation's very fast there to help out that B bomb site. Not like it was necessarily needed. It was a nice safety net to have, not a terrifying round. But what is a terrifying prospect for ENCE Academy is they could be 9-3 down heading over onto their CT side, and I don't really know if they have what it takes to kind of come back into this game. I would love to be proved wrong, but I feel like at least one more round on the T side could be necessary, and Miller's going to try and take a risk here on that AWP. Staring over towards shore as FORZE Reload try and take this mid control. Try and walk up to try and put pressure right now on the T's, and this is where it goes against them, as simply ENCE Academy just outnumber FORZE Reload there, trying to creep around smokes, find timings, but it was 3 players towards top middle, plus the opper, another player towards underpass, a second player towards underpass as well, and all of a sudden this round really just gets away from FORZE Reload. Sweaty does hit a nice shot with that AWP to get it down into the 1 versus 2. A little bit of miscommunication maybe, as this AK is going to be collected. Oh, that's a lovely jump spot right now. Schwartz is in the 1v1 over towards this bomb. His teammate is nowhere near, and Schwartz even taking a massive risk going for that jump spot. Bessie has seen the bomb, but he's just terrified of where Click is. Just Click being an unknown in this situation is just a horrible prospect for him. He does have a kit at least, but he's still trying to piece it together where he could have gotten off to. Now, Sweatsy now going to be spotted. Shadow gives him away as Click goes for that jiggle, and he will not be allowed to get past that crossfire whatsoever. So that is at least 4 rounds for ENCE Academy. That is at least something good to go off. They're going to finish up with a little bit of a B-pop. It seems so. Say pop, this is a full-on rush. This is a very, very fast round here from ENCE Academy, and this is a really good tempo change if FORZE Reload aren't ready, but the rotations have always been so good for this CT side that Sweatsy's there with his AWP very quickly, and look how fast every CT player is now on this bomb site. Miller and Sammy, there's just no way in. There's just no way in at all. You haven't got over onto the site. You've lost every single opening kill in FORZE Reload. Their protocols were tested there. ENCE Academy tried to throw a spanner into the works by calling an extremely fast-paced round. But that short kill from Sweatsy, the rotation from something, and you could just see how quick everybody else was on hand to help out FORZE Reload. It just came down to ENCE Academy not even getting an entry there. But they've at least got 4 T rounds. Like 4 T rounds is something that you can build off, but I think FORZE Reload have just been the better team so far. Although ENCE Academy have shown, you know, glimpses of them being a pretty solid Mirage team on the T side. I don't think the calling was, you know, there was too much of a discrepancy between the teams. I thought, honestly, ENCE Academy did call a pretty solid T side. Just kind of came down to in a couple of vital moments. They didn't find the right kills. let's see if it is going to be Forza Reload's day on Mirage. Something is 14-4, I've just realised. I knew he was having a good game, but there's some crazy numbers. B stack for ENCE Academy. And a head stack in towards window. So this is actually the perfect pistol for Forza Reload to hit into this site. Smokes. Gotta go over with a couple of decoys. They are still being quite slow about this approach, but ENCE Academy were not buying it. Now eventually they do. Forza Reload want to go and try and take control of CT. No flash, so they're just going to have to swing this drive. But there's 4 players there, and Forza Reload love this. I love the way they just give up all this space and go and try and take jungle. They see a lot of players, they try and get set up, and something is just ripping heads off right now. Schwartz trapped in towards the jungle position, trying to bail out his team, but the brunt of it, the majority of it, they have dropped over towards the CT side. Smoke on the bomb. Temi with a kit. And Rickon just about gets him off it. That was very, very close. And a desperation play towards the end there from Temi. As Forza Reload, they try and sprint onto that bomb site. Or, excuse me, ENCE Academy try and sprint onto that bomb site and overwhelm everybody. But it's a something double kill. And ending up being a triple kill over towards jungle. Rickon eventually finding Temi through the smoke there. It's always that kind of variable, the smoke and a kit in any round, especially in a pistol. You know, you just drop that smoke onto a bomb, especially even in like a 5v5 situation. You drop a smoke on the bomb, start defusing, chaos ensues. Unfortunately, for ENCE Academy, there was nobody really on the bomb site. There was nobody really there to kind of cover Temi as he went for that defuse, because everybody went down as they even tried to make their way into the site. This round, pretty simple one. Forza Reload walk out towards that A bomb site. Nobody home. Short stack from ENCE Academy discovers nothing but click falling early. The pistols are going to try and sprint out to claim a couple of kills. Kill bonus is going to be great for them, and I mean, 2 extra kills. An extra couple of hundred in the back pocket, which is definitely nothing to turn your nose up at. So a couple of kills, but we're talking only a handful of chances if you get them wrong here for the CT side to make a recovery, and that's why I was so worried about this game and so worried about the scoreline in the first half that we ended up seeing. Because really, we're talking the guts of 2 buy rounds for Forza Reload is all that stands in their way, and something is just playing absolutely incredible right now. B-rush being fake. There's the swing out in towards mid. That's a really nice discovery for a click in terms of information. The problem is ENCE Academy don't really know how to react off it. Miller is going to push in towards ramp, but Spirit's just going to get a freebie here, surely. And yes, spray at his feet. He will take them toes, no problem. So a well-worked couple of openings. And this is kind of shades of, I want to say, like the first gun round that we seen from ENCE Academy, where they had that kind of delayed mid-take, where they found those 2 kills and then went in to execute the site. The only difference is now Forza Reload are going to go into a bomb site where there's a couple of players still here. Now they will be called back surely by QMISTRY, or QMISTRY is going to drop a molly and try and get a little bit closer. I don't know if you have the time to go back with the bomb. You've got 30 seconds. Yeah, no, they don't. So you are going into the stack here. QMISTRY has now realized that he was a little bit too slow himself about where he kind of wanted to go. So this actually has a big risk to it, especially if there's a couple of kills found. The player towards underback needs to be cleared out of position, but Sweatsy goes down. Temi finds two, and all of a sudden, ENCE Academy, they might just win this round by having this bomb site stacked, and they will. They had 3 players left alive. It was a 5 versus 3. And ENCE Academy, they set up a trap that FORZE Reload had no other option but to walk right into. That is a cruel, cruel way to lose a round. And, you know, honestly, that's on the clock management. That's all that is down to for FORZE Reload. That is down to clock management. You simply mismanaged time there. And it was that kind of hesitation. You can see it in towards Palace, where they didn't realize that they had the time to run back. You know, they were kind of hemming and hawing. Will they go? Will they not? Like, when QMISTRY makes his way out towards that bomb site and sees that there's nobody there, he realizes, all right, there's 40 seconds left on the clock. I need to either call them back now or sprint over to this bomb site to try and get the round. Because I haven't heard anybody rotate. I've put down the Molotov. I'm still kind of waiting to see if ENCE Academy are going to react and go for this. He didn't know that they were saving. He was trying to pull them with that single piece of util over towards that B bomb site. Problem was, ENCE Academy weren't biting down. They were never going for the round. They were setting up a percentage play. If FORZE Reload are going to walk into you, then you'll have a go at the round. And, well, they didn't just have a go of it. They won it. ENCE Academy handed a lifeline on Mirage in the most unlikely of circumstances, and for now, couple of run boosts. Making this a little bit of a fun one. Not fun for ENCE Academy to track, unfortunately. That AK tried to creep its way up towards connector, get struck down by Temi. These pistols should just follow suit, which they will. So play is going to be extended even further into these next couple of rounds if ENCE Academy are going to be able to take this one. This is FORZE Reload now back onto a bye. But if they lose, there's a pretty heavy reset potential for them, and ENCE Academy could get even close to an even game, which would be a fantastic result considering their map pick was going so sour. And FORZE Reload are really going to be playing that, you know, last gun round in their minds, surely. They know that they were able to work a couple of openings, but this time it's not going to be the case. This time it's the complete opposite. ENCE Academy get 2 in their favor. The op and the M4. FORZE Reload try and hit 2 different parts of the map at the same time. Try and find gaps and timings, and it doesn't work out. So now, is it their turn to overcome a 3v5? Is it their turn to find a way in? In the most unlikely of rounds, can FORZE Reload now get this done in this one? ENCE Academy do not seem like the team that are going to let a situation like this slip. Swart's going to be spotted peeking in towards connector. QMISTRY has his gun out as well, and all of a sudden, this one looks a little bit more doable. It's down to a 3 versus 3. Blick trying to drop to stop them from getting up towards connector, but unfortunately the fire was there, so he couldn't do anything about it. And when he does, something is ready. Miller loud rotating in towards CT, so this is being heard. They don't know about Click though. Surely they know he's the A player. Surely they know there's a possibility he could be there, and he just gives it up. He was expecting that QMISTRY already knew exactly where he was. Makes a couple of steps, gets away with it, still finds the kill, but where's this bomb planted? Right in front of triple. Towards short and towards connector right now. Something should play first in this situation. The flash goes high over. Something looking to try and find this kill. And Rickon now picks off Click with ease. Miller doesn't even want to give this one a go. He doesn't have a kit, and FORZE Reload have done the unthinkable. That's another 3v5 that has been converted by the team with a 2-man deficit. That is a fantastic recovery into this one. And FORZE Reload, I mean, there was a lot of situations where that could have went horribly wrong for them. And I think even, to be honest, that could have been a lot cleaner. Like, a lot of situations where it could have went wrong, like that kill from Click, that shouldn't have been a kill, to be honest with you. Like, he gives his life up for free there. I have no idea why he's making steps. And now the problem is, if ENCE Academy lose this round, they are reset for the final. Flashes are really good, and oh, you're in no man's land, Temi. Unfortunately, you are just going to be blown out of the water. But Schwartz has a gap. He jumps right in towards Sandwich to collect a couple of kills, leaving Sweatsy all alone. And somehow they make this work, as there were no smokes up there. I'm not sure if that was the plan, if that was the idea, if FORZE Reload just didn't throw any and try to get kind of aggressive, or even if they just faded. But that's one that I'm gonna have to go back and have a look at a little bit later. It's something that I missed, because if they have no smokes there, that is absolutely crazy. I understand they wanted to maybe try and catch them by surprise with a little bit of a pop, but you're raining flashes over, or I assume maybe that smoke could have been blocked anyway. Whatever happened, regardless, ENCE Academy keeping FORZE Reload off 12 for now. What makes it so difficult is these kind of little smokes that they're dropping on the bomb site just to give themselves a little bit of cover to make it awkward for the pistols. But they find the opener. Blick with a double does a swing wide to try and get him off the plant as Schwartz begins to walk over towards stairs. He's looking for the players underneath him, but he can't see them, and he goes down. So that's jungle control now occupied by the T's. Bomb can be planted. M4 has been picked up, and Rickon has armor. Sweatsy trying to put that deagle to good use, but look at Cosme around the back door. He is going to be creeping. It might not matter whatsoever. Smoke on the bomb, but Cosme gets going and gets active. He collects that kill. Click needs to get on this defuse right now, and this is the jump to try and get up, so he's going to try and stick it maybe in desperation, but it's just a tap. Now peeking over, waiting for the timing to strike, and once he hears that reload, it is going to be sweet relief for him as he realizes he has done it. Collecting that frag, collecting that AVP, and getting out of there, keeping FORZE Reload off 12, which is honestly a fantastic result, because that's twice. That's twice FORZE Reload should have won the round. And they'll know, like, this game should have been over. Like, we should have been halfway through the break, I want to say, before we head on to overpass. Like that is the stage that we should be at in this game, but we're not, because ENCE Academy are just about doing enough to keep themselves in front. I say in front, in the game. And now FORZE Reload are only ahead by 3. You look at the situation that they have in terms of a buy, you know, something was like 14-3 at one stage as well. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. In terms of the buy, it's not perfect, but it will get you out onto a bomb site the way the ENCE Academy have been playing. Especially if they try something over towards B, you would feel. Something has kind of cooled off massively. You know, he was 14-4, 14-3 maybe. 18-9, you know, in these last couple of rounds. It's not perfect. I appreciate he hasn't always had the necessary weaponry, but it seems like a big let-off right now. On the other side of the smoke, that timing is cruel right there, and you would have loved to pick up the M4 if you're Cosme. Unfortunately, he gets his hands on a Mac 10. It might just allow the space for his teammates to get out onto the bomb site, and Rickon, he can get this plant down. Oh, he still somehow gets away. Temi will eventually put him in the dirt, so FORZE Reload do get that little bit of a boost to their economy, which is fantastic going into these pivotal rounds for both sides. FORZE Reload, like, there's a big chance that they lose this. There really is. Money is now in a situation for ENCE Academy where it's not really going to be a problem. You know, if they win one more round, it will be quite comfortable for them in terms of their economic situation. Because Click is still on a little bit of reset potential. He'll be down to like an SMG if they get this one wrong. And this is going to be a walk in towards Ram. Surely they don't push too deep, because Spirit has caught Semi out here once or twice. Smokes are going to go over. Miller is just going to stay posted on this angle for now. Flash blinding the Opper. And FORZE Reload now realizing that there was an aggressive setup. Temi burns a lot in that Molotov. I think that was the Molotov that went under, like it lands under Balk and top Balk as well, so you can't really get away from it there, and that's what he was trying to do. Burns up for 6 or down to 16 HP. Although it's not a kill, it's a very promising start for FORZE Reload. They have wasted a little bit of utility, so they try and go and boost some money in towards the window to be that kind of pinch. Instead, it goes against them, but you do have Kuzmi now in towards Connector, and he is hearing steps in towards mid. Schwartz should know about him. There was a player there that boosted, and Schwartz is getting it done right now. This IGL is leading by example. Something has reacquired the bomb, but it's not enough to take down Schwartz, who's on an absolute tear. Spirit, now usually the star of the show here for FORZE Reload, but we haven't said his name very much whatsoever, and we won't even continue to. 3 kills is where he will stop, and ENCE Academy will have an 11-10 scoreline. Not in their favor, but in terms of a recovery, you know, this was a 10-4 game for FORZE Reload. 10-4 game that went to 11-6, that is now 11-10. So 4 rounds on the bounce for ENCE Academy, and Whitey getting involved for what is going to be the last time until OT, if it is needed. And I mean, competitive games is what we want to see here at the close qualifier. You know, both of these teams are absolutely desperate to get a result, to get into the main event, because, you know, these VRS points for these teams are going to be absolutely massive, especially for ENCE Academy. If ENCE Academy beat FORZE Reload, they're going to get around 25 points, which is huge, because they'll jump up 13 spots in the rankings. They'll jump from 140th up to 127th, and then they've got a game for playoffs as well to try and qualify. As for FORZE Reload, you know, it would give them 10 points. It would see them stay in the exact same position that they're in, but, you know, as I was kind of talking about in the pre-game, this is a game that you would be expecting FORZE Reload to win, because nearly actually does get punished by Temi. Temi tries to walk in towards Palace. FORZE Reload are trying to work a little bit of an ace split, and already this A defense is looking a little bit shaky. This AWP needs to connect, and Millert grabs the first one at least. They're over towards top back. He's going to jump down, and it's Schwartz off to a flyer once more. Rotates are going to be quick over towards short, and Click will just finish off too. ENCE Academy simply can do no wrong on this CT side, and if I'm Whitey, I do have the biggest smile on my face seeing the recovery right now from my team. The problem is, though, this FORZE Reload will let you get back into this game and then snatch it away at the depths. And that is just the style that they do have. Many a game I've cast that this has happened, where you think that the comeback is on, and all of a sudden FORZE Reload say, alright, it's 11-11 now, let's go. And ENCE Academy are hoping that this is not the case. This is honestly probably one of the slower paced rounds that we've seen today. It has been quite a quick tempo. And a lot of util damage done to Temi once more. He was tied down to 16 HP a couple of rounds ago. Now he's down to 17. So it's tough to do your job when you're always in this position. Flash going in towards mid. Millert, unfortunately, just can't react to it, or rather doesn't. Temi is eventually going to go down. Spirit would have loved to confirm a kill onto somebody on a little bit higher HP, but that'll have to do. Traded right back by Click, who is flying under the radar a little bit with his impressive performance. Schwartz trapped in towards Connector, can only grab one because Rickon has occupied all that space over towards A, and Click now realizing the danger that he's in. So he gives FORZE Reload a little bit of room to breathe on the bomb site. As this bomb can go down, ENCE Academy are going to weigh up their options. 3 players from 3 different angles, 3 different responsibilities. And Millert eventually going to go and try and join up with Click over towards Short, but they've lost Blick in towards Connector, which is a big problem. FORZE Reload have struggled so long to get onto 12, but this one might be it. No smoke for the bomb, 2 kits, but you still need to find the kills on these players. Millert with this AWP now realizing that this clock is thin, and you still have no idea where the last player is off to. You find a double kill, you're going to stick this defuse, something is going to go swinging, and luckily he will get you off the bomb. Something goes down with the ship, but it's a necessary sacrifice to get FORZE Reload at least an overtime. Fast-paced over towards mid, try and get something to work. Millert, though, puts a stop to that. And Temi, unfortunately, he's looking the wrong way. Distraction caused by Sweatsy. Millert is doing really it all right now to keep ENCE Academy in this game. FORZE Reload, though, they have this bomb site. They can get this bomb plant down. And do ENCE Academy want to risk swinging out onto the site? Do they want to risk just going all guns blazing into this retake? And the answer is no, not right now. FORZE Reload, they want to hold on to jungle, and I don't blame them. Millert now on this AWP. Blick is just going to be sent in with this SMG to cause chaos and carnage. QMISTRY going to try and go for this wide swing to get out, to try and get him off the bomb. Needs to spray him on down, but he won't be able to do it. That's the power of a kit and a smoke in that situation. You've got a couple of players to cover you. Blick just sticks that defuse, and the plant position honestly was atrocious for FORZE Reload. Like, they go and take jungle control. Like, you are never going to be able to get them off the bomb there unless you spam. But even at that, like, it's not planted close to the triple box whatsoever. So I don't know what the reasoning was for that exact plant position. Maybe not comfortable and confident with, you know, the stairs control that they had when they tried to get the bomb down. Like, maybe not happy with the jungle control, but I don't see, I think it's a little bit of an oversight. If you plant in that position where Blick is, and the plan is to go and take jungle afterwards, I think if you're not comfortable planting like triple, or, you know, like frontside triple or just normal triple, I think you have to plant it either reverse default or, you know, just somewhere in front of the default box, because at least then you have a little bit of cover from Connector, and then you still have your stairs player holding over towards jungle. So I think that's a little bit of an oversight, and maybe just panic got the better of FORZE Reload in that position, because like that plant spot just makes absolutely no sense. Maybe not expecting everybody to, you know, dart and run in towards CT. And it was a good adjustment from the CTs. Maybe expecting them to be waiting behind the smokes in towards jungle and Connector. But yeah, just a little bit of an awkward situation for them. We do have a technical pause, a little bit of an issue, so hopefully that will be sorted as quickly as possible. I believe it's on the ENCE side. you never know. It's been a long game. Morning coffee. Somebody might just need to nip to the bathroom before they come back. Maybe somebody forgot to charge their mouse last night. You know, all the classics of just online events in general. But it looks like it was only a small issue. Only a small issue, and we are indeed back underway, and we've got an opening attempt from Sweatsy. That goes by the wayside. You do at least spot a player crossing over towards connector. Would have been a position that you could guess anyway, but in this situation, FORZE reload. Oh, they were thinking about going for a short split. Are they going to continue to go through it? Yeah, nade open the smoke. Flash is going to go through. Click is going to be able to dodge the first. They're not ready for Schwartz. He is set up for a lot of success here in towards ladder, but he is not expecting the AWP to be the next man in. Millard able to trade out that op, so that is the short presence at least dealt with, but it's still the two players on site that you need to be concerned about. This bomb has to be recovered, and Rickon is going to have to sprint over to try and get his hands on it. A little bit scrappy, but he will get it and get a molly down as well. But bomb still needs to be planted. Eventually it will be, but it's allowed Sammy and Miller to get a little bit closer. That needed to be instant from something, which it was, as he comes to life in this round with a double kill. I said he cooled off a little bit in terms of that kind of second half. A fantastic first half, don't get me wrong, but the second half T-side just did not live up to expectations. It was more so the players around him that weren't delivering, but something who's had, you know, pretty... I would say he has been probably one of the lowest ranked team, or lowest rated players in this team over the last couple of months. He's having a big game so far. That's a lovely opening from Millard. He's had a couple of big finds with that AWP. They've dropped the bomb. Flashes are going to go deep. Something. He's going to be ready, but that trade so instant from Schwartz, who's having an incredible game himself. Having a couple of massive multi-kills. But it's Miller this time with the multi-kills to kind of keep ENCE Academy neck and neck with their opponent. AG lands on Spirit's toes, but Miller goes down. Spirit actually wins that fight. As Rickon is going to try and get his hands back on this bomb, which he will be able to do. Spirit is out there as well. Now, they can't just dart over towards the B bomb site. We know they can, but they do not think that this is a possibility. They are actually going to double back over towards A. I rate this highly. ENCE Academy are going to be slowly figuring things out, though, because there's only so much of a timing that you can get. You know, you clear over towards TV. If you don't hear anything towards this B bomb site, you need to kind of go quickly over towards A. I'm surprised that Click hasn't rotated through under once more and Blick been sent to go clear out the bomb site. But this is fine as well. Realizing that B is clear, you know it is going to be the A hit, so you do not need to play right now if you're Schwartz. You just need to hide and wait. You've got 15 seconds if you're FORZE and reload, and you're never clearing out CT, unfortunately. And you're never realizing that Blick is behind you. So you're going to try and get this bomb down. Schwartz is going to peek out. It's enough of the distraction. Bomb is down, and that's the round. Well played from ENCE Academy there, in all honesty. And that is how you convert a situation like that. When you have a flank, do not be a hero. Just wait, wind down the clock, let your teammate play, and make sure if you're in that position that Schwartz is in, do not peek. There's a lot, and I know a lot of people, will be begging in their MM games and their FACEIT games that is how you're meant to play it, and that's how you're hoping your teammates play it. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but Schwartz does it. Blake's going to get active in towards the B apartments. He's pushed through. He's cleared everything, and I like this from ENCE Academy. They are pushing the extremities now. They are looking for the information. They're not waiting for FORZE Reload to kind of take the fight to them. The issue is there's a massive gap up towards short here if they're able to find it. If Rickon decides to go through, he might be able to find a kill. Oh, that's so messy. He's eventually able to get that frag. Schwarzstorm is still trying to lock down towards connector, but it's just the one. And Cosme decides that he wants to play no part in heading towards this A bomb site. And this is the correct read, the correct call. I think something, if he gets a move on out towards this B bomb site, he's going to realize that it's clear. And he should get out in the nick of time anyway to occupy all this space. But most importantly, make sure that the rotates cannot get close. Like, the rotates are still taking their time. Something is deep in towards market. That smoke is going to give it up a little bit. Oh, he gets into the corner. He's been spotted. Blick's just going to spam him down. And this is why... this is something I don't like. I really don't like that play from something. Trust me, he's going to try and go into the corner once more. The volley going through. And then this is FORZE Reload panicking in this situation. This is another freebie right now for ENCE Academy. They've been gifted a way back into this. Sweatsy trying to save the day, but he cannot pull this one out of the fire. And that is a FORZE Reload round that has been fumbled so much. What I really don't like about that is the fact that, right, the smoke goes down in towards market there. If you are a CT, you know, even if they don't need it open, even if they do not need it open, you know that there could be somebody in that corner, so you go and you try and clear it. If there is no smoke there, it's the element of surprise. So if you're going to smoke that off, you cannot play in that corner. You can't play in that corner anyway because they can see you. Like, that is just not an angle that is, you know, that works really anymore. Like, if you go there over towards, I think it's like what, like a fridge in market, like like you can be seen. You used to be able to hide in that corner like years ago, but not anymore. Like, I just don't get that play from something. I really don't. And like, that might be nitpicky. Like, it might be like a weird thing to a weird thing to look at, but for me, once that smoke goes down, I don't think something you can go walking into that corner, mate. I really don't. I think you have to wait and just play it a little bit safer. I understand you want the control. Even playing over towards market door, you know, waiting for the steps to come through the smoke, you know, you can wait and see, like, when they need open that smoke, you can maybe timing it to kind of swing off it a little bit later. There's a lot of plays that are just better than you going into that corner, because even if they don't see you cross, if they need it open, they're probably going to be looking there. So unless he's just posted up on the angle, yeah, I don't know. They caught him sleeping. He gets the timing wrong, and that just allows them back into the site, and that's an easy retake for FORZE Academy, or for FORZE Academy, for ENCE Academy. It's just it is really like what is a simple retake in a round that never really should have been that simple. Like, that B bomb site is a nightmare to get back into unless the T's give you all the chances in the world. And even with that, like, something goes down, you can see, I don't know who the second player to die in that 3 versus 3 was, but the player that underhanded a flash over towards the door, he goes down for free. I think it was Cosme, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was Cosme and then Sweatsy in the last. He just underhands a flash. He goes down for nothing. He doesn't even have his gun out. That is just a mismanaged situation from FORZE Reload. But all credit to ENCE Academy. You have to be in it to win it, which they were. They were clever about their rotates. They didn't go too quickly into it. They knew about the possibilities. They knew about the timings, and they were ready to deal with them. Of course, if you are just joining us, this is the first of many games we have here at the CCT Europe Series A close qualifier. We have the Mousquetaires taking on ARCRED up next in a losers game. And we've got QMISTRY taking on Square Sausages, I believe. And our last game of the day, if I'm not mistaken, we'll see the take on ALGO in a winners game in Group D. So games that you definitely don't want to miss. But back to this one, as we have all the action in the first map of the day, it would seem. You mean to go on, I suppose, and Sammy's going to try and start this T side off on the right foot. Let's not forget, this T side was a problem for ENCE Academy, and much like for FORZE and Reload, they struggled on the T side. Lovely hold there from Sweaty, waiting for the boosted player on up, and he's going to go searching for a little bit more here. He's very active, doesn't want to sit back and rest on his laurels. I can tell you that much for free. He wants to take a couple of engagements, and why not? Smoke goes in towards the B apartments. ENCE Academy have no other option but to walk through it here as the CTs are walking away. And the problem with this boosted position from QMISTRY is that he won't hear anything until they're already out, until it's already too late, but he might not be cleared. He might be overlooked completely, and Blick will not look at him. Oh, QMISTRY right now, he's in the perfect spot, but their spidey sense was tingling. They couldn't see anybody on the bomb site. They were like, where is he? Surely they haven't left it open in a 4 versus 3. That just doesn't make sense. So in the end, it works out perfectly. Miller with a double, and Rickon in a 1 versus 3. It's a desperation attempt now to try and rescue this round. He's got a kit. He makes his way over towards short. He has this AWP, and I mean, you may as well try and go for it, no? You're not losing anything. Like, you can buy in the next round regardless. And Rickon is not even attempting this one, which is honestly a mistake. Like, it's not going to matter. ENCE Academy now have 15. And honestly, FORZE and Reload, with the amount of chances that they've had to close out this game, if ENCE Academy do win it, they can have absolutely no complaints, because they were their worst enemy in this game. They were their worst enemy in a lot of these situations. They let ENCE Academy back in a 10-4 half. And it all started with the 3v5. 3v5 that they lost. Sweaty looking. Tammy, that's a wonderful opening. All of a sudden the T's are beginning to put pressure and pull strings and find kills. 3v5 for FORZE and Reload. They've won one of these before. Let's not forget that. It's gone both ways. There's been two sides of the coin in terms of the 3v5 department. This one just seems a little bit out of the question though, doesn't it? Something repositioning over towards the A-bomb site, worried about Sammy and towards Connector, and his job right now is just not be cleared out. Oh, this is perfect though. Something and Spirit go walking in, they go aggressive, something goes down, Spirit is there next to Schwartz, he doesn't see it coming. Oh, well, Blick was actually the first one to go down. Schwartz gets that refrag, and QMISTRY now in a 1 versus 2. Oh, Tammy gives up the angle, it's about the timing, comes back just in the nick of it to nick it away from FORZE Reload. That was ENCE Academy with a monster of recovery into that game. But FORZE Reload, man, like, I don't know, maybe I'm being too critical of them, but like they should have closed out that game. They had the double entry in the, I think it was like the 15th round of that game when they were 10-4 up. They had a double entry, double opening. They walk into a bomb site, you know, late on in the round into that A site. They walk into the A stack, and ENCE Academy are able to take them down, and that really kind of kick-started the comeback for them. And this is the kind of FORZE Reload that we've had as of late. Not the kind of FORZE Reload that were like turning heads, you know, in a lot of situations. It was this kind of sloppy, messy FORZE Reload that, you know, can't get games over the line. And ENCE Academy, like, absolutely credit to them. Like, they took Forza Reload for everything that they were worth on that map, kept themselves in the game, just doing enough to keep themselves treading water, keep their head just about above it, make sure that they don't drown in that first map and lose their opening pick, which they don't. And ENCE Academy were heavy underdogs going into this game. So, you know, all the credit to them. They picked Mirage. I questioned it in the pregame. I didn't think they were going to be able to pull it off, but they have done. Now they start on a CT side of Overpass, where, you know, Forza Reload picked into it, haven't been that great on it, but they have played it an awful lot. As for ENCE Academy, we've only seen them play it against Rhino, which they won 13-3, I think back in August. And then, you know, at the Elisa Open Finland, they played it against Havu and got 13-4. So, you know, it's a little bit up in the air which way this one is going to go. But if there was any, you know, like, side that I'd probably want to start on in a map too, it is probably a CT side on Overpass, because you could snowball this into a victory very, very quickly. We're going to send this into a short little bit of a break. We will be back in a couple of moments time with that Overpass. We'll see if Forza Reload can turn it around and extend their day, or will ENCE Academy be getting it done in two. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into map number 2 after map 1, Mirage for ENCE Academy, was a little bit of an upset because FORZE Reload probably should have won it. Now are starting out on the T side and they're getting ripped apart as they come through Monster. Semi with a beautiful double kill to kick things off and a lot of damage done to Rickon as well. Blick now just trying to fend off the T's from making their way and scaling up onto the bomb site, but these Glocks are just ringing bells left, right, and center. Click and Miller are the only two that remain over towards Short, and Click trying to force a fight onto the site. Miller was very passive because he was so low, and FORZE Reload, after losing 2 on the initial entry, are going to be able to take the T pistol and kick things off right, looking to right their wrong after, you know, what they are going to be looking back on and saying, like, that should have been a map that they won. They should have taken Mirage. ENCE Academy did enough to stay in the game for as long as they did, and you know, you have to be in it to win it. That's pretty much all that it came down to for them, and they played an excellent game, in all honesty with you. Deserved to beat FORZE Reload. Now FORZE Reload are going to try and get as many rounds here as possible off that pistol. Don't want to fall to the USPs, which should be no problem for man. Connector stack gets sprayed on down. Semi should have been heard burning up in that Molotov, so I don't think he's going to be long for this world, even though he has escaped towards the long toilets for the moment. But these MAC-10s are hungry to try and take him down, and I don't even think ENCE Academy are going to be able to get the benefit of a kill. Steps now being hurt. He was trapped in between 2. He was never getting out of that one alive. So very quickly we're going to get the guns out, which is going to be beautiful. I mean, I say very quickly, we're going to have the guns out. This is still a little bit of a bonus round, I would say, for FORZE Reload. So it is still quite a fast pace. Flash going in towards Connector. Schwartz is in a little bit of trouble. He's the only man over towards this bomb site. They were expecting a B hit, and why not? Because of the weak players, because of the MAC-10s. But there's a nice upgrade to be gathered up. So that Molly is going to go down, Smoke is going to go down, and I think ENCE Academy are already calling a save here. They make a little bit of a risk, should I say. Going for a gamble stack. Doesn't pay off, so you'll go again in the next round. Off to the perfect start, FORZE Reload. This is what we were maybe expecting from them. A little bit more on Mirage, I would say. You know, they obviously started pretty well last time. ENCE Academy got warmed up and got into the game. But this has been, so far, pretty dominant, as to be expected. Something is going to go and try and take down a couple of players. That elevated angle on top of the forklift is going to catch him by surprise. So ENCE Academy will keep those 4 rifles in play. And they will have an SMG to accompany them. So yeah, got the last round wrong, so I'm pretty much expecting this one to be a little bit more of a default. Now that FORZE Reload do have the rifles out on everybody, I think ENCE Academy will play a more kind of standard setup over towards this big bomb site. Miller might be caught out here towards long toilets. Actually gets out of harm's way when he just gets back towards Divider. As he is beginning to just apply the pressure, though. He is beginning to walk up very close. Schwartz is going to catch him by surprise, and Rickon behind him too. Didn't mean it, but takes Rickon down, and that's a lovely double kill from the in-game leader, who had a very impressive map 1. baseline though. Gets caught in a horrible timing for Spirit to walk on through to get that kill back. Still though, the damage being done. And if you're ENCE Academy, you're not comfortable whatsoever right now. Miller needs to look over towards long. Something, oh, he's made a step. Flashes are going to be perfect. And Temi is going to be on hand to try and defend the bomb site. He's getting set up for success by his teammates. And he's doing a really good job of just rotating up and anchoring the bomb site. After it's fallen into the wrong hands, HE lands on top of something. And he's tagged down extremely low. 49 HP. He's going to try and get this bomb down. Isolate maybe a couple of joules if he can. Can he react in time to Click, who got into the corner? No, he can not. As that is going to be ENCE Academy taking that round, winning the first gun. That's what they were saving for. And I believe we are just fixing a little bit of a HUD issue because Schwartz had to reconnect. He joined enemy lines there. And even though like FORZE Reload do lose that round, like the money is not like fantastic on the side of ENCE Academy. Like they survive at one player. Yes, they had I don't even think they had that much saved up behind what they actually had. And Schwartz has an M4 in his hands, so util will be still quite solid. But FORZE Reload will have that little bit of money to fall back on here and now, and they will invest everything they have, of course, to try and get back to winning ways, to try and strike ENCE Academy down where they stand, because they'll be wanting to win this just to get a spot in the playoffs early, to have a chance to play for the main event. They qualify, of course, for the CCT 7. And they crashed out 1 and 3, I believe, in the Swiss stage of the main event. But this is a different format. ESL groups this one. This is the winner's game. And, well, ENCE Academy off to a flyer in this round once more. Temi boosted up. He's going to be able to collect the kill. Cosmo tried to find the timing up short, which he did, but it's a late crunch over towards Connector and Shore as Blick and Schwartz come just down on top of any T players that were in their way, and Schwartz now needs to be able to react in time, and that is an incredible kill to kind of finish off what is a spectacular round for ENCE Academy's CT side. 3-2 scoreline. Now, a tactical pause early. That's very early for FORZE Reload. And that's a worrying sign. Being a map down and calling it a attack pause this early is definitely not something you want to be, delighted about, or you would be delighted about if you're a FORZE Reload fan, because I'm looking at ENCE Academy and the way that they've won their last couple of gun rounds, right? It was because of, good opening kills. Now, the only reason that last gun round was close was the fact that I believe either something or Spirit walked through the front toilet smoke. I think it was something. He walks through the front toilet smoke and he's able to collect the kill onto Schwartz. And that kind of throws a spanner into the works. But it was a play that, it's not going to work time and time again. The FORZE Reload are going to go back to the well here over towards the B bomb site. It was thinking about being a quick round. That's a perfect spray from Blick, though. They were getting set up to pop through that smoke, and he decides to just pull the trigger. Just sprays down 3. He didn't see a soul through that smoke, but he's already collected nearly the majority. Not nearly. The majority of this FORZE Reload team. And it's back to the drawing board in a 2 versus 3 for them. They need to do some damage here in this round. Oh, Spirit trying to kind of creep up. How has Cuzzy got a double out of that one? Why was nobody looking at Monster? And that's an oversight completely from ENCE Academy. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover this round. The swing comes through, and luckily Temi is going to be able to get it done. But man, oh man, you should not be losing 2 players there. That is just a weird situation. And honestly, it kind of comes down to you chopping and changing that gun if you're Click. Like, if you're clicking that situation, you don't need to go pick up that gun. I didn't quite see how much ammo he had, but he wanted to get his hands on the AK, and that is the reason why that setup nearly falls apart. It's because you go and you pick up the gun, you move out of the position that you're supposed to be in, because what I believe was there was a barrels player looking over towards Monster, and he was holding it. I think Click was meant to be holding short from wood, and I mean, it's just a little bit of a strange one. It allows a gap in the timing for QMISTRY to come through a smoke to find a double kill, but FORZE Reload are relying on these kind of crazy plays to get something done, which is, as I said, not something that you can replicate time and time again, because the majority of the time when you're not coming through smokes, ENCE Academy are just winning out the duels. 2 pistols over towards long, absolutely no fear as ENCE Academy goes swinging into it, and it's been a 4-round sweep, and it's been a 4-round swing now into ENCE Academy's favour. They are a round up, and they're looking pretty dominant on this CT side. FORZE Reload, it's if you're going to get back into this game, you're going to have to come with something good on this gun round. 3T rounds, obviously, you know, it's not a bad foundation, but it's not going to be enough to get you over the line. And so far the calling has been pretty, you know, kind of high pace, fast tempo. You've been going for some pretty kind of quick connector takes. You've been trying to go fast in towards mid, go fast in towards the B-bomb site, and it hasn't worked. And again, it's another opening for ENCE Academy. This time it's unanswered. Schwartz gets away with murder, quite literally. Spirit walking in towards connector. Schwartz is going to try and walk down, doesn't know about Tammy's position, and Tammy is going to be able to collect what is an easy frag, but you can't get out here. Rickon, he's holding his exit right now, and Rickon begins to walk on, and Tammy, this is a nasty surprise waiting for him, but the timing's perfect for, look at Blick here. Blick's going to walk behind him, and he's so quick. Yeah, he eats the flashbang, but he's going to be able to collect this double kill, drop the bomb in the meantime, and it is still an ENCE Academy round unless something can conjure up, excuse the pun, something special. I didn't even feel happy about that one, but honestly, it would take something miraculous to get this 1 versus 3 now back into his favor. But ENCE Academy have been known to kind of overlook things, so let's not count him out of it just yet. He has been spotted out. There goes the swing. 1 by 1 they go, and something claims 2. Miller, AWP in his hand. He goes looking for the 3rd, but Miller will get it done and over the line. ENCE Academy, stop playing with my heart, man. That is just unnecessarily scary for them. Like, round is 1 here now. 40 seconds left in the clock. Completely mismanaged double swing. And Miller, they're thanking their opera that he collects his first kill of the map, by the way. That's your first kill of the map, and it's a massive one, because it puts FORZE Reload now down onto Tech 9s, who are going to try and change up the approach here. Tammy, I'll try and nade open that connected door, and he gets off the boost just in time, but the jump spot surely sees everybody here. Now, they're going to set up double nades over towards barrels. Nobody's home, though. If it went towards wood, Click would have been a dead man. And they are worried about Schwartz's position, usually in towards connector. That double nade gets nothing done. But this is still going to be like a pretty heavy utiled execute towards the B-bomb site. Now that smoke is going to delay them, obviously, towards short. Something jiggling towards the short pipe. If you're the CTs, you cannot afford to rotate away, and Tammy's doing it. You might be caught in transition here. Molly's coming over. Blick wants to sit in towards water, and it's just important that you hold on to this control right now. Click holding the scale onto site. Blick now holding the scale up onto bridge, and oh no, Blick has his back turned, and Click didn't do his job. He didn't find the kills, and the Tech 9's now in your face. Flashes raining in once again, and this is going to be a difficult round to get back into the bomb site. ENCE Academy just can't hit the right shots. The right moves have been made here for FORZE Reload. They're even trying to boost the player in towards heaven right now. As the retake is about to happen, these rifles are going to get going, but it's the pistols that are finding the headshots and collecting the kills. And Schwartz and Tammy, they don't want to go for this. They don't want to move into this round anymore. Something goes peeking. Schwartz is panicking with his shots. The spray is absolutely all over the place, and Temi collects that kill, but it's too little too late. That is a complete let off for ENCE Academy there. FORZE Reload, that is a wonderful, well-worked strat that, you know, you pop in to that B-bomb site, but that should have never gotten into that situation. Click has completely fluffed his lines there. He has the line of sight on 2 players. He's holding the cross in towards water. He at least needs to kill 1. If he kills 1 and slows the second down, Blick maybe stays alive for another second, but Blick is just panicking that somebody is going to peek into him from bridge, so he can't turn to look around over towards water. But the communication needed to be there, and I don't know if it was. Click should have been screaming at him that 2 have crossed in towards water. You need to turn around to look at it, back up into that corner. If somebody swings you from bridge, unlucky, but you need to be at least ready for a gunfight. But unfortunately, looking the wrong way. And Click, it's a round that he wish he had back, because that really could have kind of separated ENCE Academy from FORZE Reload for, you know, the next couple of rounds. And that is honestly a massive let off. And for FORZE Reload, you can be really thankful that it's a round that you can say, all right, it wasn't, you know, it was a nice idea, right? It got us into a bomb site, but at this stage of the game, I don't think they're going to be too concerned that it wasn't maybe the cleanest. In terms of, there was a lot of opportunities for ENCE Academy to find the kills, and once again, there is another one. Miller with that AWP, he is solo above ground towards this A-bomb site. He has connector presence with Schwartz, but he doesn't really have any support right now, so he's going to need to try and find an exit route in towards mid. That flash in towards long toilets alerts him just to stay on guard for the moment. You can see Schwartz going for a big flank here. It's being held for, and oh, it's a good read from something, but it's great shots, even better from Schwartz. Miller, this AWP, he's worried about long. He needs to look at toilets. Worried about that smoke, but again, it's going to come down to timings, and Miller's going to drop the bomb here. Doesn't realize that QMISTRY is walking around on him now. He does, though. Unscopes and drops him. Miller, what a round that is from the finish upper. Didn't get to see the final kill, but, you know, it started off well with the pick. I thought he was going to be a dead man in towards the toilets, but the timing just worked out on him. And, I mean, this no-scope was crazy. Yeah, it looked amazing, and then even over towards long, and that's what you want. Your upper heating up before the half is out. Now it's back to a B play from FORZE Reload, who have been very kind of, you know, they've been very easy to read. I would say Temi's going to stay up here for quite some time. That's a lovely HE. Yeah, perfect. And Click gets the information. He's surely seen them walking out. Maybe not because of the smoke, I'm not sure. No, they are going to drop a molly, so he definitely should have seen them. But this double nade, Blick, he's out of harm's way. He should be okay. Just about. 6 HP. Wasn't enough to kill him. Now the explosion happens towards this B-bomb site once more. Blick spamming down towards that monster smoke, and even lands a little bit of damage onto Spirit. But right now, not a comfortable situation. And Schwartz, what is going on here? He just runs right through that heaven smoke, tries to catch a timing on the util. Bomb wasn't even tapped yet. They weren't even on the site. Oh, and these kind of post-plan situations, these retakes on the B-bomb site, Whitey is going to have his head in his hands wondering what is going on here. Because ENCE Academy have been doing so well to find these opening picks, but once FORZE Reload get out onto this B-bomb site, there's no getting them off it, unfortunately. Millard now trying to do it all. The AWP in his hand, there's the double swing. He made a desperation attempt to try and get his hands on that M4, but that round was never going to happen. And again, FORZE Reload go back to the well over towards that B-bomb site, and it works. If I am QMISTRY, I am calling a B round again. And in that 3 versus 3, that is misplayed completely from Schwartz. I don't know what the information he had was, but it was wrong. But again, it's another opening pick for ENCE Academy. This could still be a 7-5 if Miller keeps dropping bodies. He even lands a tag onto Rickon. So ENCE Academy are really doing the damage here on this CT side, but I honestly think 5 T rounds is going to be enough that FORZE Reload can feel comfortable. Schwartz, he needs to turn and have a look at his back. Doesn't realize they've walked in towards toilets. Oh, this timing is there to be gathered. They know about him here. Miller has already caught one crossing. Schwartz at least does his job towards connector. And Temi, he realizes there is a timing here, so he's being very cautious. Cosme not expecting Temi to be ready. And this is going to be 7 for ENCE Academy. And it's Miller with a fantastic showing on that AWP. After finding his first kill, he was 1 of 4, I think, and he found a big kill in a 1 versus 1 to win ENCE Academy around. He's had a couple of amazing highlights with that AWP towards the toilets position. That one an easy one. You know, you can see the shadow, but you still have to hit it. And ENCE Academy are now hoping to hit the ground running on this T side. A pistol, the conversions would set themselves up into a fantastic position to strike FORZE Reload down in what would be a massive upset. I already talked about the VRS implications, but if you weren't here, if ENCE Academy do win this, they get 25 points for VRS, which will move them up 13 spots, which, you know, you mightn't think is a lot. You know, they'll go from 140 to 127, but VRS points are just so important for a team like ENCE Academy, who have been on the outskirts for a very long time. Like the last time that they played a CCT closed qualifier, for example, was back in June. It was EU3, so we're talking 5 events to go. Now they're back in it. They want to make sure that they at least make a good account of themselves, and if they can cause an upset, maybe we could see them invited back. Because trust me, ENCE Academy will be one of those kind of fringe teams that if, you know, they crash out of this close qualifier after only beating QMISTRY without, you know, causing a real upset, we probably won't see them again for another couple of months. Maybe even for the rest of the year. They're trying to put their best foot forward. They have done so on this pistol. Temi has an opening. This Academy decide not to force the issue, though. They're going to step in towards mid. Sweatsy's down. He's 1-9 at the moment, which is very surprising to see him on a scoreline like that. But the offer could come to life for FORZE Reload. It really just depends when they're able to get it in his hands. See nothing over towards that A bomb site. This B site is going to be pretty heavily manned. You've got something in towards shore. Oh yeah, eventually gets the kill. That was looking so desperate. Great dodge and flashbang, but you need to be able to convert it. Still though, it's the Julies to find the double, and it's just enough for FORZE Reload to get that one done. They win both pistols on overpass, which is going to make this map so difficult for ENCE Academy now to get into on the T side. FORZE Reload got 3 rounds for free in that first half. When the rifles came out, it was all ENCE pretty much. But now FORZE Reload. They're going to be able to just collect a freebie. Surely one of the easier rounds that we are going to see all day long. Even though it might take a little bit of time because ENCE Academy are going to be jumping around and taking a little French time out. But that's okay. Speaking of Frenchmen, we have them up next. Mousquetaires are going to be taking on ARCRED. We've got Squared Sausages taking on QMISTRY. And then we do have, I think it's ALGO taking on the, which is an interesting game to finish off the day. Of interesting matches going on there as this round comes to its natural conclusion, and that's to be expected. ENCE Academy don't get anything at all.
7-7. And it's an aggressive stance over towards mid for the first gun round here. Steps being heard over towards playground. Something is ready to swing on a moment's notice. You've got Rickon up close, and he's actually going to be flashed in. It's dodged well. It's dodged nicely, but the Farmers can only claim 2. So 2 for 2 is actually going to be quite good. Sweaty's still getting aggressive with that SMG, and this is now where things begin to kind of unravel for ENCE Academy in this gun round. This is a situation that is not entirely winnable, but what they do have going for them, although they're down numbers, it's the fact that nobody on the CT side has a rifle. Schwartz, oh, that timing is cruel. Sweatsy rips his head off as he claims a double. And Temmie's just trying to get his hands back on the bomb. So it's a well-read situation from him, but Spirit. You will be able to get it done. Find that kill. And an 8-7 lead now for Forza Reload. A tactical timeout being brought into effect from ENCE Academy. Whitey giving this one another go. Another little talking to it for his lads. As this should be like a half buy at most. But you want to get onto a bomb site. You want to get a bomb plant there if you're ENCE Academy. And I think the only way that they can do that is with something out of Forza Reload's book over towards B. It is going to be in towards connector. It's not going to be quick. More a snail's pace. But it's something that Sweaty could be caught off guard by. And yeah, overwhelmed by Tech9's in connector. Honestly, Sweaty, that's on you. Never want to play close range against pistols. That really just gives you an opportunity to fall. That's a lovely spray down from Cosme and Rickon though. Lots of damage being done. The Tech9 eventually is going to answer back from Schwartz, but Cosme rotating up to honestly save the day. If not for him, this round would have been ENCE Academies for certain. This Tech9, you're going to need to take a couple of names here, land a couple of dinks, but it's going to be something over to sweep that one under the rug. And you find 3 kills. You do make it expensive for the CDs, but you don't get the bomb plant you really came to the party for. And after that early connector fight doesn't go their way, it's just because Cosme is so quick on the rotate that one is as comfortable as it was for Forza Reload. ENCE Academy making their way out long. Rickon should be hearing a couple of steps. Yeah, so a little bit of support. I think it's going to be Sweatsy holding with this AWP. Miller on the boost, and that's been heard. Surely the scope is going to be there. Rickon might think about walking under him. which wouldn't be a bad play, but you need to make it now before Miller has the chance to drop you. And it's another Miller no-scope. This opening will go your way, but you're not expecting Cosme to be behind the Molotov. He gets aggressive, 30 seconds, drops the bomb, and this is going to just cause chaos right now for ENCE Academy, who are looking for a way in, but simply no way past. Sweatsy at the moment has had such a slow game, but this Opera now is standing up and dropping some pretty big numbers and allowing enough for the rotations to get here. The last couple of rounds, Sweatsy has had a couple of impactful kills, I will say, and those two being probably the most important of the lot. ENCE Academy, there is simply no way in for them on this T side, and this was the worry. If they didn't just blow them out of the water on the CT side, I knew they were going to struggle here on the T, and Whitey, he is going to throw the kitchen sink at this one. He's going to go to the depths of the strat book here to see if they can find just something on overpass. Otherwise, we're heading to nuke. And that is... honestly, it's one that I have no idea which way it's going to go. I'm pretty even on both teams. Mostly because I watched Forza Reload play against 500 last week. And I was kind of less than impressed than with a lot of the situations that they're going to found themselves in. It wasn't the most perfect game of CS, but they have looked somewhat better in places. That last game, to put it nicely, left a lot to be desired. Not like Sweatsy's Open, which has been a turning point in his game. And his map too. And the turning point really for Forza Reload has been that swap over onto the CT side. Shadow going to be spotted. You know that Blick might be setting up for something. Sweatsy wants to go and try and get this kill now. Stay gets that Molotov down, and you know the Opera is close. You're going to try and explode through that smoke. You're going to let him the chance to get away. And, well, you will be able to get away. Rick on a little bit slow on the trigger there, but they're able to find the kill. Sweatsy going down is a problem, but still you're trying to scale on up, and Rickon's just trying to dump Util. He doesn't have his gun out whatsoever. And ENCE Academy, they tapped the bomb, but they're not able to get it down. 21-1. Everybody's so low on the side of ENCE Academy that it's still all down to Spirit. And spamming through the smoke, trying to tag him up, and they will get it done. 1-1, 2 players on a single hit point. How has that one gone ENCE Academy's way? Rickon has had an absolute howler towards that A-bomb site though. He's slow on the trigger, lets Sweatsy die, and then all of a sudden, he's just dumping Util. He's just throwing Util, not expecting the T's to run at him. I don't know, that's a complete misplay on his part. AWP misses a shot. Panic stations over towards short for Blick, who is actually going to be taken down. It's an aggressive stance taken from Forza Reload, something that we haven't seen really over towards the B-bomb site, over towards short, or at least I haven't noticed it. They take that control. Blick goes down for nothing. Miller has been tagged up as well. He's 41 HP. Sweatsy with this AWP ready towards long toilets to pick off one, and Forza Reload making sure that their mistakes don't compact and compile into what would be a disastrous spill once more. The only thing that's being spilled right now is ENCE Academy blood all over the toilet floor. Sweatsy getting aggressive, and that AWP dropping that bomb surely seal it. Will seal it, and Sweatsy will get it done. 3 kills on that AWP. Means that he is closer and closer to even an even scoreline, which is crazy considering he's like 1-9 at one stage. That's the power of the CT side of Overpass. It does favour you a lot of the time. No more tactical timeouts for ENCE Academy. They've burned through them all. So you want to be quick with your calling, and you want to be clean with it as well. Miss Molotov. Schwartz is going to be able to just really run them down the mid if he's needed. The off though. Yeah, that's a peak that Sweaty's going to win every day of the week. And happy with that kill. FORZE Reload relinquished a lot of the control that they had over towards the A-bomb site. ENCE Academy, one of the main driving factors behind them winning rounds was the fact that they were able to get themselves into 5 versus 4s so often. Instead, now this becomes a 3v5 that, yes, FORZE Reload let slip on Mirage, but this is not Mirage anymore, unfortunately. This is not a situation that I see FORZE Reload really kind of loosening their grip on. Two players walking towards long toilets as well. ENCE Academy are going to be caught with their pants down, surely. The offer's a dead man. Tammy's going to be spotted out and taken care of as well. Not a single kill even picked up, and Blick was the first man to die in the last round. He's the last one to go in this one. And it's not even a weapon that you can really say, all right, it's fine if he saves it, which I'm sure he would love to try and do. Unfortunately for him, he has to go looking for something a little bit more here. He does actually collect the kill, but Sweatsy makes sure that that doesn't turn into anything more, and that's back-to-back 3Ks for the FORZE Reload offer. I don't think he can catch Spirit. Like, I don't think he can top frag the game, but it has been a game of two sides. It's been Spirit in the first half, and it's been Sweatsy in the second. That's my point right now for FORZE Reload. Picked into this map, look pretty damn comfortable on this CT side. I've only fallen one round, and ENCE Academy rolled the dice up towards this bomb site once more. Rickon able to stop 2 with ease, and a third behind it as well. Rickon looking for them all, and why not go for the highlight? But this is why you don't go for it. This is why you don't try and be a hero, because Miller with a 3K on the AK gives a little bit of life to ENCE Academy, and he's looking for the 4, and he will get it. Miller, that is one of the most crazy rounds I've ever seen. I was already thinking that we are going to nuke. Miller, what was that? A triple spray down from Rickon, absolutely beautiful. But let's have a look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Miller. That is ridiculous. And that is the kind of round that just changes the momentum completely. That is the type of round that you win games off. This one isn't done just yet. Fast play out towards Monster. Util's going to be good. It's going to chip away at a lot of the HP. Something at least stopping the brunt of the hit for the moment. And they just run into the blender. Yeah, roll the dice once and it works. Roll the dice and next time. And unfortunately, it's Snake Eyes. You're bowing out of Overpass. ENCE Academy. I rate it. I really do. They try and go for it all. And instead, leave it all on Temmie, who hasn't had a bad game himself, but we've already had Miller walk on water. Now Temmie's walking into it. Time for him to maybe make a name for himself, step up to the plate in this one and deliver. Would be insane if you could keep your team in the game. And it's crazy that I'm even kind of romanticizing about a clutch, 1 versus 3 with the bomb down, with 3 players over towards Monster, and that's why it's so ridiculous, because that's how easy it is for FORZE Reload to get it over the line. Triple spray down from Spirit. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And look, I mean, it was definitely an interesting game. It was definitely a fun game to watch towards the end. I'm just kind of sad that that is the way that ENCE Academy kind of bow out on that map pick, because you know, it was looking pretty dominant for FORZE Reload. I thought that big clutch from Miller was going to really kind of kick ENCE Academy into a gear and kind of step it up a notch. And, you know, it nearly did. Unfortunately, they just couldn't find the entry. If they find the opening on that B rush, maybe it's a different story. Maybe we get an overtime out of it. But, yeah, no, FORZE Reload. Look, we're the better team, you know. We're the better team on map 2. They bounced back. They came back into that second map, and now heading over onto a nuke, it really kind of sets us up nicely, I would say, for an interesting decider. You know, you've got a couple of stars in there that are performing. You know, the IGLs are standing up and like delivering as well. I think Schwartz was having one of his better games. Temmie is performing. Both oppers on both sides, Sweaty and Miller, are having some really good games. And then you've got Spirit, who is just a consistent player time and time again for this FORZE Reload side that is, you know, dropping some big numbers. So everything right now points to fireworks on this map number 3. We're going to send it into a short little break, which you definitely don't want to miss. Nuke, which is going to decide who is going to be the first team advancing into the playoffs. Make sure not to miss it. Welcome back, everybody. We are just about ready to jump into our deciding map here of our winners match in Group C. And it's ENCE Academy starting out on the T side as they lost the knife round to FORZE Reload. They started off this T pistol well. They're going for a wrap. Trying to put pressure on something here. Jumping, making it difficult, but it looked pretty easy there for something as he got us up that double kill to get the advantage in FORZE Reload's favour. A little bit of a traffic jam trying to get out that door. And they will eventually spill out onto the bomb site, landing a couple of dinks with the Glocks. USPs now, though, at long range should be able to really have the advantage, and especially with Spirit now coming through the back line, clearing out everybody with those Julies. Semi has lurked all the way around, and he's trying to catch somebody by surprise as he peeks out from double, gives away his steps, something sticks that defuse, and it's a hat-trick of frags from Spirit, meaning that this pistol will go in FORZE Reload's favour, who have been quite prolific on the pistols, if I say so myself, on the or in this series as a whole. They've only lost one, which was the first pistol of the game to ENCE Academy. Everything else has gone their way. Looking to gather up the conversions if they can. And I will say as well, you know, even though they did actually lose the pistol, they won the second round. They have not dropped the conversion round, and I don't expect this one to be any different, even with the little bit of trickery that is going to be thrown here in this round from ENCE Academy with a couple of outside smokes. Oh, is there a gap? No. They land perfect, they land flush. That AWP round 2 and Sweaty is quite crazy. It's a big investment. As these pistols try and occupy a little bit of space. But it's only the single frag to be collected. A little bit of chaos maybe, but under control right now from FORZE. Obviously, a risky investment going for an AWP early, but they want to get Sweaty with the big green in his hands early on. You can understand why, because he was really the main driving force behind that CT side of overpass. So if you can get him on his favourite weapon, he is hitting shots. It's not really a risky investment. It's just getting him online early is going to be very important. ENCE Academy going to try and maybe force a way out towards this A bomb site. Well, they will just force an opening pick through that smoke. Kuzmi goes down, and that's going to now have to shake up the defense a little bit. ENCE Academy aren't committing though. I thought they might have tried to commit, maybe respecting the util, as outside smokes are going to be thrown a little bit later on in the round. There's nobody here for FORZE Reload to see this information, but it doesn't really matter because they have heard the smokes go down towards outside and they're reacting in towards lobby, which is really good. They're going to clear out all these angles. They're going to go back out towards this A bomb site to make sure that there's not a timing to be caught, and in the nick of time they're going to get two players down the vent. Smoke is going to go down, and it's going to be a little bit awkward though, as that AWP now has to hold the line. This is why you want Sweaty on it early, but it's just a single kill he can muster up, as that is the only frag to be found for FORZE Reload. Something he is going to get nothing in a 1v4, unfortunately. he is going to have to wave this one on. And, oh, even if he takes a peek, click is way too quick for him. .57 in the backline. Sweaty nearly gets away with more than two. Nearly got his hands on an AK there as well as he goes walking through that smoke. And this was meant to be a clean round for ENCE Academy, who once again throw outside smokes, once again try and go down with them. But this time, Sweaty just finds the perfect gap to kind of walk on through. Something has his deagle here in his hand. That's a lovely peek from Blick, though. To be ready and waiting for that one. Player up on silo. Blick really worried about maybe Rickon moving. They're not going to clear him out of this close corner, though. They're not going to realize this. Oh, this is going to be perfect right now. Rickon's going to play for two, and he's going to try and line them up. Knife here, going for the second as well. Rickon. I'm lost for words. I am lost for words. Spirit has collected an AK. This round is as good as done though now. There's no way he gets out onto the bomb site, kills Miller, and gets on the defuse. Time is ticking. Way too long. He's making his way down. Now he has to make a move on. He gives himself away. It might take everybody down with the bomb. Yeah, Miller. Surely will go down with the ship. You lose that AWP. A lot of damage done. But Rickon, man, what are you doing? What are you doing? And like this irks me. Like, yeah, okay, you get the knife kill, you go for the second. You could say he's pretty close to it. Just take the kill, man. Just take the kill with the USP. I have no idea where you're going for the knife there. You could have won that round. If I'm on that FORZE reload team, I'm fuming with him. That's a crazy play from him. That is, that might be one of the worst played rounds I have seen this year. And that's saying something. Because, like, I've seen this FORZE reload team do crazy stuff before. One of the last times I was casting them, they managed to find a double knife kill that was a team kill. So they got blinded by flashbangs and they knifed each other. And somehow still won the round. It was on Mirage. It was, I can't remember what event it was. I don't know if it was CCT. But it was ridiculous. Like, actually just a crazy round. But I have no idea what Rickon is doing there. That, like... That's a criminally bad round. Nearly makes up for it there by finding that kill over towards main, but gets blinded by the flashbang, and he is going to go down and force a reload with 40 seconds. Now we're going to have to try and pivot down towards this B bomb site. Bomb is going to try and make its way down, but Sweaty is going to be holding. And I mean, FORZE reload, they've got a lot of confidence right now, and why not? I mean, they are dominating on an eco round. They're dominating this gun round pretty much. ENCE Academy with absolutely nowhere to go, and FORZE reload now beginning to stretch their legs a little bit on the CT side. As we will see how ENCE Academy are going to be able to react on a gun round. This is just Glocks, so not expecting much. And if I know ENCE Academy, there's going to be a lot of jumping around, waiting around, and just kind of waiting for them to burn out util. It's not so much, like, they're probably discussing something, I would say, but it's the fact that they do it every eco round that they are just trying to burn util. They are just trying to make it expensive. Which, look, it's not a bad play. Like, if you just wait around and let the CTs burn out util, like, it costs money. They're gonna have to rebuy it. So, like, it is smart rather than just going for, you know, something very quick in terms of like a rush out onto a bomb site, try and pop through a smoke early round. If you delay for as long as possible, you'll just make them feel uncomfortable. So, I don't hate it, but unfortunately, as a viewer, as a commentator, definitely as a player, if you're on the side of Forza Reload, it is just a little bit boring. But the guns will be out in the next round. Is there a bomb plant to be gotten here for ENCE Academy with 35 seconds? Bomb on top main? Probably not. As a couple of dinks are going to be landed, and it's just an easy cleanup towards the outside position. Sweaty 9 and 3, and you can see why Forza Reload wanted to get him on the AWP as quickly as they did, because him being online means that they win rounds quite comfortably. Schwartz trying to get aggressive towards outside. He was the only player there, so this is going to force the ramp play to happen, whether they like it or not. Something going to try and pepper down this ramp explosion, and he does a little bit of chunk damage just to one player. Rotates are going to get there over towards Hell. ENCE Academy are going to leave Millert in position, and they're going to double back over towards Lobby, but you've got a player that's close by. You've got a player that is on T-Roof, of all things. Nobody in A right now. But Kuzmi's in a wonderful position to deny this. So AWP, ready and waiting. Kuzmi's going to claim a double kill. He's not going to play his hand too early, too late. Just at the perfect time. And that's clean from Forza Reload, who are really now showing why they are the higher ranked team. They are really showing what we were expecting probably on map 1. But didn't really come into fruition in the second half. But the starts from Forza Reload have been quite solid, I would say. Like, when they've gotten the CT side, you know, they looked quite strong on all maps. D side may be leaving a lot more to be desired, and once again, ENCE Academy on an eco, so we can just relax for a minute before anything happens. Going to try and run through the molly to catch the ramp player by surprise, and it has actually forced something in a little bit of a precarious position. They will eventually get a kill. Swatsy needs to make sure that he does not go down. That is the bomb, though, from Schwartz. There might have been a timing for them to dart down towards that B bomb site and get a plant. Rotations were always going to be quick from Forza Reload, so it is pretty wishful thinking out of that situation. We're trying to gamble off a couple of kills. Don't get them. Don't go their way. And none of the rounds really going their way in these last couple. Let's see, trying to get in towards Secret. Has that AWP once again. And yeah, he's put it to good use. Miller spotted towards top silo. It's an aggressive opening from the Opper, who can now reposition. He can even try and maybe get up the vent if he wants. Instead, Kuzmi's going to go down and take and fill his post. And so that's already rotating over towards the ramp to take that. So very quick, I would say, in the maneuvers, in the rotates, in the cohesion on this team. You can see it's very well drilled on Forza Reload. The fact that, you know, the timings are being called, that, you know, you can leave this open, I'm coming to pick it up, we can swap, we can change, we can move the op around, and still have quite a solid defense. And just a great understanding of each other. That AWP though, or that M4 should I say, from Rickon has been spotted from Schwartz, and now he could be a spanner that he could really throw into the works, especially up in towards heaven. It's just such a dangerous position that the CTs really need to be worried about, but not when you've got something very aggressive. Spirit's going to drop the bomb in towards Hut. Something will go down, and Spirit is just doing it all himself, taking control of the lobby. They know Schwartz is in heaven. They can hear click towards the front side of Hut. Sweatsy is eventually going to go down, but still, little by little, one by one, ENCE Academy fall. 20 seconds, Molly towards front Hut. He has to try and get his hands on the bomb, but it's quite deep. So he has to commit into this position to try and get it, and he's so worried about Spirit's position. Schwartz just goes wandering in and eventually gets dropped. QMISTRY and Spirit don't even have to bother trying to, you know, stress about taking that AWP into the next round, because they have enough money that they can literally just bring the AKs forward and it's not going to hurt them a single bit. This is a really dominant showing right now from FORZE Reload, and a great play from Spirit. Getting in towards the Hut there, getting aggressive, knowing that, you know, the timing isn't there. Something can't hold on to heaven forever. So, you know, you have to get aggressive, and it works out. ENCE Academy need to try and not go down early. They're losing too many opening fights, and they're leaving their teammates with way too much to do. And it's usually Schwartz, and again, it's going to be him. He goes down, and ENCE Academy, you lose all that outside presence. You throw an A-top, like a util, to try and fake it out, but still the rotates are going to be good over towards ramp. Something gets one this time. Sweaty gets dinked up, and he's just going to double back just to make sure that the pistols don't run him down. Don't want the op falling into the wrong hands, but eventually he will get glocked. So AWP and M4 acquired for ENCE Academy. This changes the dynamic of this completely, unless they go down B. QMISTRY's here. He's ready and waiting. And Rickon's going to walk up, which is so clever. If QMISTRY just sits there and baits him, QMISTRY, he's right behind him this time, dropping the bomb. Decided to walk with him. If he baited him out there, that would have been perfect. Would have been a really nice switch. It still works out. And Miller trying to get his hands back on the bomb, but QMISTRY will make sure that he does not even get close to it. 8-2. CT side from FORZE Reloading. It is a little bit underwhelming to see how dominant FORZE Reload have been on this map, considering, you know, we've had craziness and chaos and competitiveness throughout this series, and then in the last map, it's ENCE Academy that are kind of not stepping up to the plate and delivering. You know, Schwartz, who's had a really impressive series, is 2-9, can't get anything going towards outside, cannot even worry the defensive setup at all of the CTs. This time, though, it's better, and it's Millard. His op duels, you know, he's not afraid to take a fight, which is what is just so good about an opper, especially on a T side. You know, he's not afraid to take chances. So many oppers these days are very passive, and Miller was actually solo down secret of all places. Finds that double kill, but ENCE Academy, they're a little bit slow in the reaction here. They don't go out, they're waiting for this door smoke to fade, but by the time it fades, you're going to have players here. Up the vent, Rickon comes, he'll claim 2, and, well, Tammy's going to get out over towards Hut. Is he hearing something on the site? Yes, he is. There's the dink, there's the damage. Rickon now, with that reposition, it's going to worry Tammy for a moment, and Rickon is just going to stay put. That bomb is dropped, and he has got eyes on it. That molly down means that Tammy can't get his hands on it, and Tammy thinking about just how he's going to play this one. Is there going to be a way that he can get his hands back on that bomb and take what is going to be a fair fight? He's going to need to hit the insta headshot, because a single bullet and he's dead. ENCE Academy are really close to a third round here, but are they going to get it over the line? Yes, they will, with a swing like that. Tammy, that is well played. Had to be perfect on the peak, which he was. So that is at least a third round for ENCE Academy on this T side, and it's all thanks to Miller's heroics. That AWP, finding that double kill. That is not the same round. If he doesn't find those openings, if he doesn't find that kill down towards secret, it's not that round. But what I will say is ENCE were way too slow. Couldn't risk running through the smoke over towards door. I understand that. Misses the timing completely. Rickon, I don't know if he's been spotted, but you have had a couple of players over towards secret, which is worrying. Sweatsy, great shot with that AWP and information on the next as well. Sweatsy still has this AWP, even though he's been dinked up. Rickon now looking to strike a couple down, and another dink landed. Damage being done to ENCE Academy as everything comes crumbling down towards outside. And Blick and Semi, how do you recover this one? I've got a simple answer for you, but ENCE fans, I don't think you're going to like it. Because I don't think you do recover it. I don't think Semi and Blick can get this one back. This one is a bridge too far, surely. Unless Temi can find a fair 1v1 here onto Spirit. And if he walks out towards door, goes swinging, oh, the spam down. He eventually does find a kill onto the Opera. He was low HP, but it's caused me definitely to seal it. A 9-3 CT side, in my humble book, should be enough. It really should. And FORZE Reload, this is a really strong showing from them on their CT side. And there's an argument that they could have had more. That's the crazy thing. There's an argument that they could have had more. And they will have thought that they should have had more. They would have thought that they should have won that 2v1. That Temi shouldn't have won that big clutch. That's at least 10 rounds on the CT side. The clicking means that we are nearly ready to go with this second half. We're nearly ready to call this one a day, I would say. As FORZE Reload, they really just step up their chase here. They really need this pistol. This is where, you know, you're kind of looking and seeing how good FORZE Reload have been on the pistols. They've won 4 to 5 in this series. ENCE Academy have not won a pistol since the first round of this series, which seems like forever ago. A little bit of a technical timeout. We do have an issue on one of the sides. I think it's ENCE. Hopefully this issue will be resolved pretty quickly. Has been a pretty long series so far. Had overtime in the first map, 13-9 on the second. This is kind of getting us back up to speed and getting us back on track, of course. I think the next game is meant to kick off in around 15 minutes between Mousquetaires and ARCRED. But that is all depending on how quickly this game goes. So we might be delayed for maybe 5-10 minutes. If ENCE Academy bring this back, we might be delayed even longer. And if this technical pause persists, you never know. Could be even longer than that. But Looks like it is a mouse issue on the side of ENCE Academy, so hopefully it's just a quick switch, chop and change. If you've got a spare one, go get it. If you need to plug it in for a couple of seconds, do that. But yeah, if you're just joining us, Forza Reload are looking to take a step into the playoffs here to go through as the winners of Group C. They take down ENCE Academy. They will do so. ENCE Academy will have one more chance to qualify. Or at least stay in it, qualify. If they are unsuccessful here, if they win this CT pistol though, you never know. Things could unravel very fast. Forza Reload. Flashes are going into this bomb site. Blick is going to be able to stop the first at least. And well, there's going to be a desperate dive down the vent. And oh, you don't jump there. You get your teammate killed. Molly behind as now the rotates are coming down over towards the ramp. Miller is going to be watching the cross like a hawk. And that is a, in all honesty, a pretty poor pistol from Forza Reload by their standards that they've set for themselves. That seemed very rushed. And now they call a tactical timeout. Discuss what went wrong there. You could see the jump. Forza Reload take the pause and they go for the investment. Now this is a tricky one for Forza Reload because you don't really have too many opportunities to win this round. Because you've invested everything, you need to hope that you do, and it's very quick over towards hell right now. You've got a player in towards heaven, so he's going to be holding over towards the ladder. But he's going to let them all run past, and this is such a weird round right now from Forza Reload that panic is going to begin to set in, especially if you're militant towards heaven. A couple of kills being found right now for Forza Reload, making it difficult, and it's such a fast, high-tempo, paced round that Schwartz and Click now have to try and be the saving grace in this one. Now, Schwartz has occupied so much space up onto the bomb site. This should be a freebie, but the second one, not so much. He knows about Kuzmi being here, but Kuzmi's going to try and walk through the smoke. This is perfect right now. It is all down to Click. He's been spotted over towards the hut. He's been dinked up, he's been tagged down, and he's been found out. That's why Forza Reload are so dangerous on these rounds. It's such a well-worked situation. And probably the nicest part about that round was the heaven pinch. I mean, wrapping towards outside, nobody looking over towards heaven. You've got one player coming up the ladder while the other person jumps up. And that really just strikes ENCE Academy down. 10-4. This is going to be 11-4. And, I mean, for ENCE Academy, this is the worst news possible. USP stacked towards this bomb site. Something easy go for him on the head stack. There's a couple more to be gathered up, and yeah, nothing going there for the CTs whatsoever. And this is it. All your eggs in one basket for ENCE Academy. This is really to just keep your series alive. You lose this, you're down and out. You're gone, unfortunately. Gone out of this matchup, you still have another chance. Something has snuck down the vent. He is a danger in this situation. And especially because they have no idea he's here. Something gets 2. Oh, maybe not. Tammy looking at his flank. Schwartz blindsided by the SMG. Oh, and a double walk into Spirit right now. This is huge. If Spirit can pick up these kills. Oh, go swinging with the util. FORZE reload. Just keep your guns up. This is so many instances that I've just seen them go like peaking crazily with util. Maybe their just thought process isn't that there could be another person there. Maybe they're thinking there's a lot of solo pushes, which I don't know. Seems like a misread on the situation. Easy to say. From where I'm sitting, where I'm watching, from what information I have. Betty, right now, trying to fend off what is going to be a retake as his 2 teammates make their way up in towards Heaven. Miller's going to be spotted out. Rickon taking his time. Player spotted over towards Hut. The only unknown entity right now is going to be Temi, making his way up Secret. They know he was down there earlier on in the round, but he could have went over towards Ramp. He could have made his way up the vent. Now they know he's over towards Main, and Kuzmi has made the perfect play, the perfect read. He'll pick that kill, and he's happy enough with that. Temi knows that this one has been and gone. No chances at it. This is a 12-4 lead, and FORZE Reload a map and series point. And not only that, you've got 8 opportunities to close it out. This is going to be the best one up against a solo M4 and everybody else on whatever they can. Demi can drop an M4. He's going to have a single flashbang, maybe a smoke if he wants to go for that instead. Everybody else is going to be just trying to scrape together a buy. He doesn't even buy a smoke. He buys a HE of all things. That was not... I thought it was either going to be a smoke or a flash. Didn't think it was going to be a HE. Maybe something in mind, planned for this one. Outside orientated play from FORZE Reload. Nobody there to defend right now. Nobody down towards the B bomb site, which is very worrying because the bomb is heading there. And eventually, ENCE Academy, I think you need to make a move. You have to either push in towards lobby, which they are actually going to do. They're going to go and clear it together. But the problem is, once you clear it, because FORZE Reload are quite quick down towards Secret, you might actually miss the timing. But I think they should be all good. Players are rotating down now. FORZE Reload, not really too happy with it. They are now a little bit worried that there might be a trap waiting for them. So the bomb is going to go back. And I mean, this is a really good read on the situation as Kuzmi sells the fake down over towards the B bomb site. And nobody comes out off it though. Once nobody comes out, FORZE Reload need to go. Because the CTs know. Player towards default, been spotted. They know about a player in towards lobby. Schwartz is now up in towards the heavens. This could get awkward. This could get messy, but if the kills come cleanly for FORZE Reload, this should be pretty comfortable to get the bomb down. Miller still trying to be the saving grace of this ENCE Academy side. Still trying to find those big impactful kills, but eventually he gets taken down. Now a 2v3 click with the kid in towards heaven. If he goes down, this one is as good as gone. Needs to make sure that kit falls onto the site if he is going to be going for a desperate play on this retake. Rickon's going to be spotted. Click with a big kill, but eventually he is going to be dropped. And now Semi in this 1v1. Sweaty's going to swing wide, and he will get it over the line for FORZE Reload this time. No chance of a comeback for ENCE Academy. And unfortunately, they bow out of this series. A really impressive showing on that third map from FORZE Reload, in all honesty with you. ENCE Academy were just not at the races on their T side and really struggled to get into that game, so they will drop down into the decider game of Group C. As for FORZE Reload, they are now a best of 3 away from qualifying for the main event here at the CCT EU8, and deservedly so. You know, they probably should have closed out Mirage. There's an argument that they could have won all 3 maps in this series. But I think, look, ENCE Academy battled their hearts out on map 1 and to map 2 on an extent. I just think Nuke was just a little bit too far, and Forza Reload really showing why they are, you know, a team not really to be messed with, a team that have had a lot of experience over the last year, over the last season, and you know, have been able to pull off some big results against some big teams. But ENCE Academy did pleasantly surprise me. I thought Miller had a great game. I thought Schwartz's calling was pretty solid in a lot of places, maybe not so much on Nuke, but you know, map 1 and map 2, I think ENCE Academy were set up pretty solidly, and I expect big things from them. I would be shocked to see them bow out of that decider game, but we'll have to wait and see who they are going to play a little bit later on. But we are going to have to send this one into a little bit of a break, because we do have another game coming up. It's going to be the Group D elimination match between the Mousquetaires and ARCRED. It should be coming up very, very shortly, so I don't know how much time we're going to have on the timer, but make sure you guys stick around, because we'll be back with our game number 2, elimination, on the line very soon.
Welcome back, everybody. No rest for the wicked here as we are getting straight back into the action. Coming up, we've got our second game of the day. It's going to be the Mousquetaires taking on ARCRED, which is going to be an intriguing game because it's an elimination game, somewhere that I did not expect a team of ARCRED's caliber to actually be down in, but they're up against a Mousquetaires team that really have kind of struggled to perform as of late. We'll have a quick kind of rundown of the schedule. Of course, we already had one game today, and it was ENCE Academy that fell short to FORZE Reload. No real surprises there. There was maybe going to be a shock upset. ENCE Academy had us believing for a moment on Overpass, but our decider was pretty cut and dry in the fact that FORZE Reload were able to take it very convincingly. So they will advance into the playoffs, and ENCE Academy will have to play that decider game. Mousquetaires ARCRED up next. QMISTRY taking on Square Sausages in another elimination game a little bit later, and then ALGO taking on in a winners match in Group D. So we'll shift our focus to the elimination game, as it can't all be good news for a lot of these teams, and especially for Mousquetaires, who I believe we are going to start with their roster as we look to see who is going to be playing in the server. And one of the big names and big changes in this one is the fact that they are not going to be playing with Sixer. They are going to be playing with Kyojin, which is definitely going to be a troublesome one, I would say, for Mousquetaires, just off the fact that I don't know who's going to be opping in this team. Sixer, the opper, not able to play. You've got Kyojin, a very capable rifler, a very capable player, but is he going to be able to fill the gap and the void that Sixer, the numbers that he was putting up, and just having, an actual opper in the team, not having somebody that, has to now play those roles, how things are going to shape up in that situation, I don't really know. This is a little bit of a weird one. We just got confirmation of this switch, I believe it was like an hour ago, a little under an hour ago. So it seems like Mousquetaires were not maybe expecting
to have to play with Kyojin. We don't know what the situation is with Sixer, but it is a little bit unfortunate that we're not going to see him in the server. These guys have lost to X-Heroic Academy pretty convincingly, I would say. 13-11 on Inferno and 13-6 on Train. If we go back to the CCT 7 close qualifier, they made it into the playoffs. They won their group, topped their group, but lost in the close qualifier to Can. Fell short against them, and we're not best pleased. So are hoping to maybe right their wrongs, but could be on the way out. Especially when we look at the opposite number. When we look at ARCRED, this is a team that was very shocked. I was so surprised to see ARCRED down here, and it is just because, in my mind, ARCRED are a playoff team. And not only in my mind, if you go and you have a look at the results that ARCRED have been getting, they were between 9th and 16th, which is playoffs, where they lost to, I believe, TNL in the CCT 6, and they went 3-2 in the Swiss stage of CCT 7, so are currently in the playoffs and are just waiting to play their game in the playoffs. I think that's even taking place later on today. So yeah, they played Mousquetaires now, and then they play Favbet later on tonight, to see if they can actually stay in that and make a deep run, which would be huge for them. Of course, we can have a look at their roster. I don't think anybody has changed on this team. We've got Roisin, DSSJ, Raijin, Chill, and GetJekka. These guys haven't made a roster move for a couple of months. They brought in Red Zed to replace, I think it was Invisible that was on this team. It might have been maybe it might have been SHG actually. Now that I think about it, when he kind of came in, they had a couple of stands in, but Red Zed is or was in, and we've got GetJekka in this situation. I'm a bit confused, to be honest. Maybe it's Chill, I don't know. But that's who I thought they would be playing with. Maybe Chill is standing in. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, enough about that. This is an ARCRED team that I will actually be expecting, even if they do have a stand-in, to just wipe the floor with Mousquetaires. I don't think Mousquetaires have been that impressive. They've had a couple of wins, but it's been against teams that are way less prestigious than the teams that ARCRED have been battling it out with time and time again. You look at the ARCRED results and the teams that they've been playing, like the teams like 500 beating Amcal just a week ago, beating Eternal Fire, beating Gun 5, playing TNL, Eternal Fire again, Partisan, Eyeballers, Johnny Speeds. The tough games. And then you look at Mousquetaires and who they've kind of played against: X-Heroic Academy, Prestige, Can, Square Sausages, X-Heroic Academy again, AAB, Kono, like just not on the level that maybe ARCRED have been playing up against. So I would be expecting ARCRED to take this, even though they have been in pretty poor form, 0-3 in their last best of threes, haven't picked up a single map. But maybe that's where it is about to change, and we'll have a look towards the veto and see what maps we're going to be facing off against, or rather on. We've got Mirage banned out by Mousquetaires. No surprise there. ARCRED decided to get rid of Nuke. It is Mousquetaires' best map, so already that is putting them on the back foot, because Mousquetaires have not been steady or stable on any of the maps that they play, bar Nuke. Inferno picked in. That was probably the map that Mousquetaires were always going to pick into, because it's a map that ARCRED have been struggling on, but it is a map that both teams play a decent amount. It's kind of a pocket pick for ARCRED. If they need it, they will play it. They've decided to go for the train pick themselves. It's a map that, pretty strugglesome, but they have played a lot of times. It's their second most played map behind Mirage, so that was always going to be the case, and it is a little bit of a punish considering Mousquetaires have only won 1 out of 5, and as I mentioned before, had a disappointing result. X-Heroic Academy lost 13-6 on it. And Dust 2 as a decider, which, looking at this video, like from just the scope of the fact that they're not playing with Sixer, is a big problem. I don't know if Kyojin is going to be picking up that AWP. I don't know if he's going to be, like what way this team is going to work. If they're even going to play with one, they might opt to play without one, especially on the T side. But on the CT side of training does too. I think you need one in that situation. So I don't know. I think maybe that is where we are going to see a couple of gaps begin to show in this video. I think we are just waiting for everybody to join up on the server, but unfortunately we have to send it into a short little bit of a break while everybody does get ready. So we will be back momentarily when we will go live with the opening map. It is going to be Inferno. Make sure not to go anywhere. You don't want to miss this one. It should be very interesting indeed. The game is indeed live. We are underway with this one, as we weren't waiting too long. We've got Kyojin in the server, ready to go. We've got Chill on the other side. I thought it was going to be a red side, but it is going to be Chill. Very capable player, of course. We'll see what they can do now on this CT side, as actually it's going to be Rajin and Roijin both to fall over towards B. That's going to be an absolute tongue twister that I am not looking forward to on that B-bomb site, but however, that is my problem, not theirs. Bomb planted for Mousquetaires as they try to hold on to this, fend off this retake, and they're doing a really good job of it. The Dink's going down, the pistol's getting nothing on the CT side, and that is going to be Mousquetaires kicking things off nicely on Inferno with a pretty standard round. Go banana together, execute into the bomb site, and find a couple of kills. Make sure that the rotates don't get anything at all, and that is putting your best foot forward for the Frenchman. Force by coming back from the CTs. Mousquetaires just making sure that they don't walk into a stack. That is not where that Molotov is supposed to land. They will just go and clear out under back regardless. And they will go back into a execute into a pretty heavily manned bomb site. It's going to be another smoke thrown down. The Mousquetaires is going to try and go through it. They're going to have to. Don't want to be blocked once more, so they'll just try and rush into the site. Getchaka able to find one. That HE collects Tarky on his way in, so a 3 versus 3, and this is going to get a little bit dicey for Mousquetaires. This is not going to be the clean and comfortable round that maybe they were hoping for. This retake is going to happen pretty quickly. Another smoke down in towards CT. A smoke towards Banana. That has actually missed Roijin. lining up a flashbang. Problem is, this isn't going to really blind anybody, and it's going to be seen from a mile away as they try and swing on through. It still doesn't matter because the pistols begin to hit heads, and that is going to work out perfectly for ARCRED. Mousquetaires make their way into the bomb site. They take it, but they run into a little bit of trouble, and then on the retake are not able to fend off those pistols who went very quickly. And even though the flashbang, I didn't think it was going to cause enough distraction, the pistols were just perfect, finding the 2 kills instantly and leaving that in a 1 versus 2, meaning that Mousquetaires will fall short on the second time of asking. You invest everything you have again, though, if you're on the side of Mousquetaires. 3 Galils, a Deagle, and a Tech 9. You still have enough util to go for an execute over towards B, or maybe even a brackets take and a moto smoke. And judging by the amount of pressure that they're putting over towards B right now, it is going to be an A finish. Arky showing himself once more as Mousquetaires begin to walk out towards brackets, and still 3 players heavy towards this A bomb site. Nobody's over-rotated over towards B here. DSSJ needs to be in a position to deal with this. He's caught a glimpse of 1 player over towards long. He's going to get that smoke down, but that's going to provide enough of a gap for the T's to kind of walk through. So that's going to make things a little bit difficult for DSSJ because he's smoked them off, but he's given them a route to get in towards CT. And DSSJ, this is a horrible way to play this right now. He's still able to find 1, but now you've got players that are going to be wrapping in towards library. You've got Chill that goes down for nothing. Ryujin in position over towards Pit is going to be spotted out trying to spray down to himself, but he cannot get it done. And ARCRED just really fumbled the bag there in this round. And when I say ARCRED, I really mean DSSJ. That's a horrible, horrible way to play that. He was trying to smoke them off over towards long. Like, I can understand the idea of it, but the only way that works is if that smoke goes beyond the arch. Like, if you smoke, like, your side of the arch, they can just walk through in towards CT. So unless you're going to spam through it or, you know, like walk in towards library, even at that, like, you need to be so perfect on the kill. I don't know, that just seems like a massive misplay to me for DSSJ. And he didn't look comfortable in that round at all, really. And that's a big let-off. That could have been ARCRED's chance to really kind of just kickstart their Inferno, but instead, you hand the advantage back over to the Mousquetaires, and yes, you've got 3 rifles, but you need to put a stop to them here. Walking towards apartments, punished completely by Kyojin. He takes a lot of damage, but he's done his job and he's continuing to really just force the CTs away here. DSSJ wants to get in, and that Deagle shot was beautiful. Blinded, just absolutely destroys the stand-in for Mousquetaires. But it's going to be ARCRED saving 2 rifles once again. The B players didn't use any of their util. They've all got full util belts. DSSJ can maybe try and find a couple of kills more with the Deagle. That's going to be about all. And as for ARCRED, man, this has not been the perfect start to life at all on Inferno. Like, your money's still not in a position where you can go for this. Like, I'll be very shocked to see them invest in this round. This should just be an eco. Even though you might think that maybe you'd like to see a couple of these rifles, or a rifle purchase behind it. I just don't think that's an option. Now, with that util, they will try and get aggressive down towards Banana. The flashes are going to be perfect, and Ryujin, a double kill means that Mousquetaires are forced away from Banana. It might be forced quickly into an A play. You've seen 2 rifles. You know the 2 M4s are over towards B. But you don't want to walk into a crossfire. You don't want to walk into these pistols. And now you definitely don't want to walk into A, because the rifles are here. They've rotated over, and you've just taken too long. So it's risk versus reward. They decide not to take the risk, but doesn't look like they're going to get rewarded in any way, shape, or form in this round. Kyojin is terrified. He's not been given a peek whatsoever. Maybe caught a glimpse of somebody there towards the back of the bomb site. Eventually, when he takes a peek, he will actually claim 2. That rifle is going to be spotted over towards this A bomb site now, and the bomb fully committed up long here. Jax needs to begin to walk up, and oh, lovely distraction on the jiggle there caused the pistol collects a kill. Drac now left kind of scrambling to get back into this round right now as ARCRED, let's not forget, didn't invest anything. There was 2 saved M4s in this round, and they're looking to make do with this one. Drac, though, with a big find on to get Jekka as he gets moving over towards B now. DSSJ on 39 HP. Drac gonna try and get this bomb down safely. He can do this. DSSJ is so quick up Banana though, but Drac is crossed now over into ruins, and DSSJ is none the wiser. He did not see him. He's no kit either, so this is not going to be a friendly clutch for DSSJ whatsoever. This is a horrible spot to be in right now if you're Drac, and DSSJ, he might just have to get on this bomb and stick it. He's going to tap it. Steps are going to be heard. DSSJ is going to be ready for him, and Drac doesn't go down. That's enough. Just running away right now, just surviving, just buying time, and eventually when DSSJ comes swinging into ruins, he gets clotheslined. But that was such a competitive round for no investment for ARCRED, but that is a round that you should have converted. That is a round that you should have converted. And again, I mean, Mousquetaires are winning rounds, but I am less than convinced by what they have been showing. I think ARCRED have been pretty poor in closing out a couple of situations. This should not be a 4-1 lead right now. So, Mousquetaires, they can count themselves very fortunate. But sometimes you need those rounds to just go your way. That's the difference sometimes in a game. Even when you're not really playing at your best, even when you're playing with a stand-in, when you're able to win the rounds or win maps, when you're not playing to maybe the level that you're expecting. Not bad whatsoever. Racket Stake is going to force ARCRED away for the moment. Mousquetaires not really doing all that much. They're going and taking top banana control. They're not really reacting in towards brackets here, and they're waiting and leaving this very, very late right now to make their way over towards A. They'll begin the long walk, and it's the perfect time because CSSJ has rotated away completely. It's down to this setup on the site. You've got a player in towards Pit with an SMG. You've got Ryujin now trying to lock things down. DSSJ is eventually going to come back and take a look. With 13 seconds left, the bomb is going to be put down, and DSSJ was trying to retreat to save once again. But Mousquetaires are just pulling on the strings, and ARCRED simply cannot handle what the Frenchmen are putting up. This was a very well worked round from them. Late play, risky play, but it works out. I don't mind that. Trying to hang on to this M4 Get Jacket. He loses his teammate. A lot of damage done to these teams, so should be a couple of quick and easy kills, but too many bodies on too many screens at a single time. And Kyojin is going to be able to collect that, make sure nothing is going to be saved on over, and you've got a 5-1 lead all of a sudden. And you've got ARCRED really on the back foot, struggling to kind of get a breath of fresh air in this game. Man, oh man. I mean, it's not been the prettiest game so far from Mousquetaires, but I was not expecting ARCRED to be, you know, this kind of poor. Economically or in the game plan. Oh, that's a nice kill from Ryujin. Get Jacket with one as well, but the trades are good from Jax. That just keeps them afloat here, the Mousquetaires. Still, I love the way that they're playing this a little bit slower. They're not risking going in. They're not just wandering into a bomb site without thinking about the problems. The issue is when you wait around too long, eventually the CTs are going to make their move. And you know Drac is here. Drac's got the bomb. Drac's in big trouble. And he panicked and hit the scroll wheel. This is the round that you're going to win. My goodness. Of all the rounds that you're going to get right, this is the one. Unless Kyojin can really do something special here. He has a smoke that could maybe, just maybe, isolate Chill. But you're praying and hoping that Ryujin doesn't pepper you with bullets. And once he is spotted, once he is known, once he is heard, the SSJ is going to come to be that little bit of a safety net, a little bit of backup. Even going for the spam right there is kind of risky from Ryujin. Another smoke's going to land at his feet. Kyojin realizes that this one has been and gone, and that feels like a big let-off from Mousquetaires. But it seems like something that ARCRED maybe did deserve, because I don't think this was a 5-1 game, and I don't think it's a 5-2 game. ARCRED need to start capitalizing off a couple of the mistakes that Mousquetaires are making. Mousquetaires have very much so capitalized off the mistakes ARCRED have made. But HE does a little bit of damage. 4-man alien right now. And this is going to be a fast play in towards B. Yeah, Ryujin needed to drop that smoke. That's just a good preparation there from him. Realizing the danger that was afoot. Mousquetaires have been like really kind of slow and methodical about a lot of these kind of situations. So they've not really, you know, gone too aggressive. Maybe early round they have, but not like gone all guns blazing into a gun site very early on. It has been this kind of slow pace, this slow tempo. They like to take map control, then execute into the site, but it have a fake going on elsewhere with other pieces of the puzzle that they've gathered earlier on in the round. And this is kind of the same deal. They'll go, they'll show a bit of brackets control. ARCRED hear nothing behind it, so they'll rotate 2 players over. So ARCRED will have players in position to stop this. If DSSJ can get there, and he gets a smoke down too. It's a bad smoke though. Get Jacket, waiting for his chance to strike. DSSJ playing around the smoking zone. It's a big kill. Get Jacket will come through to find one. Ryujin on the back of the bomb site. Kyojin's going to go to try and clear him out. And Ryujin dropping the bomb with 2 with him as well. And Drac trying to just send it in to try and rescue this one. But it's ARCRED's round for certain. Good rotates, good read on the situation. And just a decent setup, even with that missed smoke towards Banana. They still are able to get it done, and it's the SSJ, the star of the show, with that double kill, with that AWP. But let's not underestimate Ryzen and his well-timed util, his double kill towards the back of the bomb site, and all of a sudden this turns from a 5-1 game into at least a 5-4, possibly all evened up. Peeking to the Opera, the SSJ, able to easily collect the first. Ryzen a little bit panicked, trying to make sure that his Opera hasn't fallen. Jack's going to try and find the timing out on towards the balcony. It's not a perfect spray from Chill, but it's still going to be an ARCRED round, just as we expected. Tarky, okay. Nice Deagle shot. Again, damage is good, but probably not in the situation right now. Maybe a little bit further down the line, but it could be a little bit too late for damage now that I think about it. Might come into effect in the last round if Mousquetaires are going to be clean from here on out. But maybe only on 1 or 2 players. Gun round here next, as ARCRED have been handed an opportunity to get back into this game, and they've taken it. Damage done there, the utils, the molly, the molly, the HE. Oh, raging and trying to find more than just the 1 kill, and he's got a second, and he's nearly managed to get out of there. Drac will punish him though. This the SSJ now with a big kill over towards mid. He's actually peeked down as well. He's got some big information right now for ARCRED to go off. If you're on B, if you have util, drop it. Get Jacket always saving that smoke just in case there's a molly that lands on top of him. He's got Ryzen spotting for him anyway. But surely Mousquetaires are going to try and drop a smoke. No, they're just going to wide swing across, and that's just going to be an easy pick for the first, and a little bit messy from Get Jacket, but we'll get it over the line. That's going to be 5-5. All evened up, and Mousquetaires nowhere to go in terms of a gun round, just pistols. What is the play going to be here? Very limited util for the tees. You want to be very cautious. You don't have to use something silly. Can't throw a fake that they usually like to do. This is just going to be a straight up hit towards brackets, maybe. Well-timed smoke. As the SSJ can go peeking in towards mid. Drac knows that he can't be seen, he can't be spotted, because this is usually what is going to happen when you smoke towards boilers. Somebody's going to peek down in towards mid. Timing on the walk across, he gets over towards long. Oh, I don't like the loud rotate away. Once you hear the steps there, you might be able to walk out on a contact. Mousquetaires are going to take no chances, though. Are they trying to wrap? Trying to get towards B? Yeah, they are. That's why Tarky's in position and hasn't moved. He hasn't tried to sell a fake or anything. It's going to be the Mousquetaires trying to see if the back door is unlocked, and right now it is. You still have 1 player left inside the house, and that's going to be Gatcheka. In a good position to maybe deal with this. He needs to spray both of them down, though, but he can just get the 14 seconds on the clock. Bomb is going to be planted just in time, and now it's Tarky's chance to play, but Chill will take that chance away from him. 2 versus 2 right now, as You've got all the time in the world, ARCRED. You were very quick on the rotate. You were very quick up banana. You do not have to rush this. Flash going in, nobody peeking, no smoke for CT, just trying to spot anybody on the side. Kyojin is going to be seen, the swing from CT is going to come in, and Drak trying to get away, and he will get out of harm's way for the moment. Bomb is going to be planted. Roisin now hearing the steps, Drak is going to go for the peek on now. Can he get him out the defuse? He just about can. That would have been extremely close, and Roisin trying to call his bluff there on the peak. Didn't want to get drawn into that dance that Drak is oh so familiar with, and that Drak won against DSSJ, but still it doesn't matter because Drak wins it once again. Mousquetaires have now a 6-5 lead, and that is a big round, and a really nice call at the end of the day to go for that split. Peek down mid here from DSSJ. Oh, he could have had a chance to find that kill there, but Molly and smoke made it difficult. They don't want to give away an opening pick here. And right now, this is a nice position to be in right now. If you're Aijin, you don't really show yourself whatsoever. Trying to get a molly down, burn a couple of players with you. Didn't really have enough ammo left after the first 2 kills. But it's enough to allow the Opera to rotate over as well. DSSJ still just putting up numbers on the op, and ARCRED have Mousquetaires exactly where they want them. They have them boxed in. There's simply nowhere to go in this round. Drak walking through. Oh, Roisin gets that one wrong. You spot a player towards T-Ram, but bomb is down. You have to go back for it. You can't just overlook it. You can't just walk away. And DSSJ will find that final kill. It's a hat-trick of frags from the Opera in this round. And it's a 6-6 scoreline, which is honestly fair, but I think ARCRED will be a little bit annoyed. Simply for the fact that I think there was a couple of rounds in the very beginning that ARCRED should have won. The Mousquetaires, I mean, they'd capitalize off a lot of mistakes, so it was very well worked by them. ARCRED going for a pretty similar pistol to what we've seen from the Mousquetaires. As one player goes jumping in, smoke's going to go down, and you are just going to disrespect that completely. Need everybody on the same page, though, as it was a little bit delayed. There was a little bit of a push of the brakes there for a couple of players, but they will still get through. They will still find a way in. They haven't got the bomb plant down just yet. Kyojin beginning to creep his way forward. Get Jekka, needs a little bit of assistance, and he's going to get it. Rajin wide swinging. Drak big time in the clutch over towards this B bomb site on the T side. What can he do on the CT with no armor and a high-low being played? This is going to be really difficult for him to get past, and Rajin will make sure that he will not get past the first hurdle. So 7-6 T-pistol goes in favor of ARCRED, and now they could maybe kind of put a little bit of daylight between themselves and the Frenchman before the guns come out. But it is an investment here, so this is something that you need to be a little bit cautious of. I wasn't expecting the Mousquetaires to buy into this round. But if we're talking about just Inferno as a map, I suppose it does make sense. You want to have the util. If you're able to put them on the back foot as well, it's huge. You know, you're probably not going to have enough util to kind of take bananas. So, you know, second round force on Inferno does make sense for the CTs. It really does. ARCRED have been very, very patient. Jax has actually gone deep in towards the apartments, and then realizing that maybe this is going to be a B play deal. Duvek will get ahead of the play, though, ahead of the smoke. Kill found, still tagged down low. This is getting awkward right now for ARCRED. That smoke might have went a little bit too deep over towards Coffins. There might have been a glimpse of a player spotted over towards Triple. I'm not quite sure. Jax is very quick up banana as Drac begins to move into position to strike. Still, people appearing through smokes left and right, but it's Jax doing all the damage with this SMG. As now the bomb has been dropped, needs to be reacquired by Roisin, but it's not going to be a perfect situation where he can maybe get a plant then. Jax with that jiggle, that's perfect. You realize he's off it now. There's only a couple more taps he can go for. Now you spot he's off it once again. 6 seconds left on the clock. Jax moves into position to strike him down for the kill, and that is why you go for the force play in that round, as the Mousquetaires get it going their way, they get it good, and ARCRED now it is back to square one. It's back to a desperate investment to try and get back out in the lead. Otherwise, it's going to be all the advantages to the Mousquetaires. Roisin has disconnected, so we will be going from a tactical pause into a technical one. Now, I'm not quite sure how long this is going to take, or if it is something that we need to be really concerned about. It could just be a simple reconnect, we don't know. And indeed it is. We're not waiting around that long, which is always good. I don't think he bought anything up, so I think he can just join back and... I think he can just join back and buy up, and then we're ready to go. And I imagine there's somebody from the French side that has stepped away for a moment, as we are so delayed, or maybe Royson's waiting for ping to go down or something. You just don't know. But we are back underway, so it wasn't too long of a delay. ARCRED, this would be a huge round to win, but I'm not expecting much. I really am not. Oh, what a peak. That's crazy. Big Dig will kill the FAMAS. Dracto will steady that shit and steer them clear of any real danger. It's always when that first kill goes the way of the eco team or the force by team that things begin to really kind of unravel. Back making sure that that does not happen, and he's been a real dominant force in this map so far. You know, you're probably looking at himself and Kyojin, but just Drak, like, I know they're both on similar kills, but Drak's impact in clutches has been huge in that round there. Although it be up against pistols, the fact that he gets 4 kills there, you know, it's huge. Even if he only gets 2, it's perfect. Because if he gets 1 and goes down, ARCRED still have a big chance at that round. What a perfect time to begin to spray through that smoke. Do line them up. It looks so good when we've got the X-ray. We can see, and it's literally, if you could actually communicate it to him and say, Dioduvek, now is the perfect time to fire, that would have been it. Lines them up perfectly. 9-7, no problem at all for the Mousquetaires so far in these last couple of rounds. But this first gun round is going to be a different story. You're hoping, if you're an ARCRED fan, and the way that they have been playing, yeah, I would say that this one should be a different story. And I think they're going to need it to be, because although we've got Train coming up as a map too, although it's not a perfect map for Mousquetaires, ARCRED have had struggles on it of their own. I just do think a CT side start on Train could be massive, but the way that Mousquetaires are playing, Kyojin might bring that kind of breath of fresh air to them also on that CT side. So if you're ARCRED, you want to make sure that this one does go your way. And we've got Jax on an AWP. This is what I was wondering. I was like, who's going to op instead of Sixer? It's Jax that's going to pick it up. He might not even get a chance to use it because all the other rifles are doing the work. Never mind. He will get a chance to use it, but he cannot use it. Not in that round anyway. Still, you don't have the bomb. You've got it now, but you're completely separated. Another smoke in towards CT. You still have Kyojin, who hasn't moved from A. And still, because this bomb hasn't been planted, is he going to move away from A? He might just stay there as a little bit of a safety net. And this aggressiveness right now surely should confirm it. Now you're realizing that you're going to double back here. Bomb is going to be planted. This is probably best case scenario for Rajin out of this one. He's been spotted going over towards short, I believe. He should have been. Taki's going to have a look at it anyway. Rajin, big find. But when he doubles back, surely the banana player is just going to be holding, and it's Drak that is going to be saving that AWP to get that final kill. So, nice job from the Frenchman as they win that gun round. Bomb plant helps things, but it doesn't put your economy in a situation that you can bring out premium rifles, and I don't even think you can buy this one. Rajin's going to go for a hero. This is only going to be the half buy. Jax going for an aggressive peek. Doesn't want to stick around for too long. And I don't blame him. I don't want to be caught out by somebody walking their way up mid. This is an uncomfortable situation right now for the Mousquetaires, and are ARCRED going for a little bit of a wrap? I don't know. The bomb is just positioned deep towards T-ramp. They have to stack over towards this A bomb site right now. Jack's here with this AWP, and it's a wonderful find. He's asking to be flashed in by his teammate. He's having a look around. Tarky going down is such an issue because ARCRED just begin to kind of slow things down a little bit. You've got a player that's rapping. Duvek will come back to have a look, but he's the B player right now. And if Ryzen finds him, this is the B bomb site open, and there it is. That's the kill. ARCRED are back in this one on a force buy, on a hero rifle, and it is that hero. It is Raging to get them cooking, to get them going. Gojin and Drak, is there a way back into this? Gojin doesn't think so. And Drak shouldn't either. And he won't. Gojin's going to try and save this. This AK would be better used, brought forward, because Mousquetaires, they don't have their economies to set up that it can sustain loss after loss after loss. And this is the first step in the road to a comeback, though, for ARCRED. And it comes from a heavy investment from a single player. Everybody else on a half point. ARCRED. Well played. And this is where you are going to see the cracks a little bit in the defense of the Mousquetaires. Because you have Jax that is been deputized with opping duties. He's put himself on op duties. This is where you're going to see the problems. Like, then, okay, yeah, no, Sixer's not here. I can take the reins. I can take the plays. But Jax is just not going to be able to play those positions as cleanly as Sixer would have. It's just not going to happen. And you're kind of seeing with, like, it's kind of jiggles over towards long, that's where the problems begin to arise. And a missed shot like that, it's a difficult one to hit. It was kind of a half jiggle from the tee, but now he's down to half HP and just deploying smokes, trying to get into a position that he can be set up to feel a little bit comfortable and confident. But ARCRED once again are wrapping through CT spawn here. Tarky gets a double kill. That's huge right now as Chill begins to try and force the issue over towards B. If it's on the A bomb site where the bomb is going to be heading, the bomb is just slowing things down over there. You've got Chill that's kind of lurking in the back line. Duvek hasn't moved from ruins right now. And see, the thing is, if Chill was higher HP, he could go searching, but he doesn't want to give up his life for nothing. If he goes down, like, they know the round is over. If he goes down over towards B, it might get the players to rotate over towards that side of the map. But because Duvek hasn't seen anything, the A players don't move. They can't move through CT regardless. And if they push down towards Banana, that's less of a risk, but it's still a risk. So you stay put and you see if they're going to walk into you. And if your Jax walking into you is going to be the perfect position and the perfect opportunity for you to get going with that AWP. You still have Kyojin in a decent spot. Chill is going to go for that wide swing, get that molly down. Kyojin is going to burn to a crisp, realizing he's down. Get Jekka trying to get moving. 8 seconds, needs to try and take down Jax, but there's just not enough time to get the bomb down. You just wait a little bit too long. You delay long enough, and Duvek now realizing that he's won by default. This is 11-8 right now, and Get Jekka saving that AWP is going to have to hope that his teammates can drop something over to him. And it was this kill from Tarky that does all the work. If he finds that second kill there, if he goes down and gets only one out of that situation and not the second, that's a different round, because the two players can then just put pressure over towards B, the bomb can go back over towards Banana, and then Duvek is in all kinds of trouble. Because Tarky finds that double kill, Mousquetaires are able to kind of stabilize the round, and Chill, I think he needs to be more active. I think he needs to go searching for the frag over towards B, or a little bit quicker go over towards A. Drak creeping back, DSSJ should have the advantage here. Never mind, DSSJ is going to be given away. Jax finds Getcheka towards the apartments in ARCRED. This is all coming crumbling down around you. Mousquetaires were on the ropes there in that last round. But now, they might have just bounced up and landed a knockout blow. They're at least going to stun you in this round. You do have a hold and Ryzen just Rajan just walks in. He just tries to get past that smoke. Deoduvek's on the other side of it. That's going to be one of the easiest kills he gets all series long. Flash going in. Deoduvek's still not going to be blinded. Chill is just going to try and send it through the smoke, but it's a clean round at the most perfect of times for the CTs. It means you've got money to fall back on. It means there's no money on that T side for ARCRED, and it might mean we're going to map 2. Nades raining over. Rajan trying to get aggressive to try and find this opener, but it's Deoduvek and Tarky as well to get in on the action. And oh, this one is as good as over. ARCRED, this was your only chance. This was your one chance. You needed to get aggressive up Banana. You needed to find the kills, but you just get punished. And Getcheka, wide swing through the smoke, will get absolutely nothing, just like the rest of them. Mousquetaires, a big performance on Inferno. In all honesty with you, it was a really good showing, especially in that second half. They really began to turn the screw. I think ARCRED really kind of struggled with their performance, with you know, losing some silly rounds in the first half, but on the T side, just couldn't really get to grips with the defense that Mousquetaires were kind of putting up. They had a couple of glimpses, a couple of glimmers of hope, but man, I think Mousquetaires really impressed me. And even with playing with Kyojin, you could see the kind of caliber of player that he is, standing up and really delivering for a team that needed his help, and he bailed them out of a lot of situations. But you know, it wasn't only him. You had Tarky with some really impactful kills, Drac as well stepping up with some big time clutches, Jax on the AWP doing an okay job, you know, in some big moments, hitting the shots that he needed to. Quite clearly see that he's not an opera, but yeah, man, I think Mousquetaires deserve to win that. They take Inferno, and then heading over onto Train, we're going to see if ARCRED can bounce back. But if they play even, you know, if they play even a little bit better than that on Train, or than we've seen on Inferno on Train, I still don't think it's going to be enough. I think Mousquetaires, like, they really have the ball in their court. If there's not a massive step up from ARCRED on this map number 2, I think they could be heading out, which would be one of the shocks of the event, and would be a massive win for the Mousquetaires. We're going to send this one into a break. We're going to see if it is going to be the case, or will there be a decider needed once again. We'll see in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. Jumping into train map 2 of our second game of the day here at the close qualifier, and this is an elimination game. So ARCRED, a team that has made playoffs in the last 2 CCTs, on the brink of elimination to the Frenchmen. Mousquetaires, and looking to start off well on the CT side. It's going to be them. Pistols in hand, but it's only a single kill for Kyogen, and himself and Jax are simply no more. Still, though, you've got Dioduvek up close. You've got Ryzen with a lot of util. That Molly's going to force him into a dangerous position, and eventually Dioduvek's going to run out of ammo. Ryzen dies to his own Molotov. Oh, that's an absolute disaster. And Tarky has been spotted out over towards connector, so there's the information. Now Tarky will begin to move on out. He's crept through connector. He's snuck around towards the back of the bomb site. And Chill has no idea where he's gotten off to. Quick and easy headshot for Tarky to get things going is now ARCRED try and get set up for this post plant. They know about Dioduvek. They don't know where he has quite come from, though. And eventually, Getjeka will spot him out to take him down. Tarky goes in swinging, finds that headshot. 1 versus 1, but there's just too little time, really, for Tarky to get anything going here. Getjeka will just wait for his chance to strike, and, well, he'll hit a jiggle. He'll spot him out. He'll go to try and confirm this kill as Tarky will try and get away. And Getjeka, in the end, will get 3. Everybody falls on the CT side, and ARCRED will get that T-pistol. Investment. Coming in here from Mousquetaires, I say investment. It is just the full-on force by empty the bank accounts into this round. See if you can get the better of ARCRED, who are playing this one very patiently, especially over towards B, expecting the reaction to be to go and take Brown Hall's control. And still being very, very patient at this. They are going to, I assume, go into a B execute after everybody gets here. But this could play into the Mousquetaires' hand. They will maybe go and show a little bit of skin towards Pop. But after that, it will be the peak and the execute in towards B. But trying to get ahead of the play are going to be the Mousquetaires. They're showing a lot of presence over towards this B bomb site right now. Jack still hasn't seen anything over towards A. So they might be calling for a 4-player Dioduvek to rotate back on over towards this B bomb site, but you've got enough util if you're the Mousquetaires to just put it down and kind of force ARCRED to maybe rethink things. But you don't want to be waiting too long. You don't want to be, resting too much here in this situation. You want to wait out the smoke, of course, but you don't want to leave yourself too thin on the clock to actually do anything of sustenance. 20 seconds. And Dioduvek is now here as well. This util is going to rain on in. Molly towards connecting. Kyogen up close. He's going to try and get aggressive. And they're going to go right into this stack. And they're going to get ripped apart. Limb from limb. They will fall. And Ryzen now spotted out. Tagged up. They might even try and kill him after time. But Drac will just take his kill when it is presented. And that is Mousquetaires coming up with a very big force by early on the CT side of train. Only a single kill landed there from ARCRED. And that, honestly, is such a big problem for a struggling team who know that they've now just put themselves on the back foot and have a massive uphill battle now on this T side. Now, that HE is going to help things a little bit, but it's not going to do too much damage. Now, Kyogen smoke down, HE down, and trying to make sure that a lucky deagle shot isn't going to mean the end of him. Well thrown Molotov to force the SSJ back. Elsewhere, there will be a kill found. It's Raging cost him half of his health, but that deagle will at least do a bit of damage. And oh, it's still a big risk for Kyogen swinging like that. He's not lacking confidence much for nothing. Would like to see him get a little bit of assistance though here. Still just taking these fights with these pistols. 2 kills should be enough. Jack's holding from the site. Never mind, DSSJ. That's a crazy shot to hit. A little micro adjustment onto the head there from DSSJ was ridiculous. That kind of minor movement to the head was the real difference maker, and now they'll double back. They will go towards A main. Vision has already found a kill out this way. DSSJ gonna go wide, peeking out and right into Drac, who will claim that double and make sure that that round doesn't get any messier really than necessarily needed. It's a 2-1 lead. Jack's bringing out that AWP. Everybody going to be on pistols for ARCRED, and not the nice kind. Everybody is going to be wielding those Glocks. DSSJ had a pistol. He's chucked it away. He's got it back now though. As these pistols gonna try and pick up a couple of kills if they can. Gonna explode out onto the A-bomb site, but it's just a sea of blue in the kill feed. Exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of French Counter-Strike. Going around. Needs to be a good one from ARCRED. They can find an opening. They might be able to find a way into a round and maybe a way into this first half. That molly going to burn Drac up a little bit. They know he's here, and oh, he's stuck between 2 mollies. He has to smoke one of them. That is just such a weird situation to find yourself in. I think that was a teammate molly. I think that was Dio Duvek that chucked one in front of him. That he just simply had nowhere to go. So a little bit all over the place to begin with in this round. And Tarky going down, honestly, is it's not an ideal situation for certain, but at least he goes 1 for 1. At least he goes 1 for 1 and does a little bit of damage to Raijin as well. Now the molly damage that Drac took, kind of self-inflicted team damage as well. That's going to be a little bit stressful. Jack's going back to look at Pop. It's all about the timing here. If he gets it wrong, Raijin will be able to strike him down. And how about a double? That's the A-bomb site under lock and key, and that's going to be surely 2 rounds for ARCRED. Beautiful peaks from Raijin. The save of the 2 rifles is at least something. Mousquetaires have a decent amount of bank, but you know that's not a great defense to be putting up there. ARCRED are able to take a lot of space, especially over towards that B bomb site. They're ready to take the engagements on their own terms. Jack's going to be dropped over an AWP, as Mousquetaires are hoping that this doesn't transpire into maybe a 3rd and 4th and 5th round for ARCRED. If they want a chance of closing this game out in 2, they're going to need to make sure that the CT side is nearly squeaky clean from now on. I think 9-3 would be enough. Anything less than that, you got problems. Jax with that AWP going to be wayward. He's the only player over towards B right now. Kyojin's been tagged down low over towards Ivy. He has been quite frivolous with the peaks over that part of the map. TSSJ is going to come back to have a look at A main, and he gets one at least, spots out the second as well, so they know that A main was clear. Jax, issue once again, as Kyojin falls. This is where ARCRED begin to kind of pull the strings and really force Mousquetaires to think and consider the next moves that they have. Now, ARCRED are going to have to take a lot of time to go back and get this bomb and make sure that this position is clear, because they don't know where Drac has gotten off. They don't know he's moved over towards Pop. And right now, he's the only player towards this A-bomb site. Mousquetaires are making a little bit of a gamble play. Jacket's making a lot of noise, getting out towards this B-bomb site. You've got Jax now cowering in the corner. Tarky in position to try and help out, and he will do so. Nobody else, and that's the perfect bait. As now, ARCRED will make their way out to Pounce. Need to still get across with the bomb here. That molly can go down. It's going to make this a little bit troublesome. There's the bomb. All of a sudden it's dropped and Tarky snatched it away. It's so perfect. ARCRED can't win the round simply just because of that Molotov. Roisin goes down after time as well. He's got 300 in the bank. And what a way to steal away a round. It was late. It was a good call from ARCRED. Everything went right until Tarky dropped the molly. And Roisin, he gets dropped over Galil for his troubles, but he's no armor. And he throws it back and asks for a deagle, so you're going to be even late getting into this round. Honestly, that was not a round that Mousquetaires were expecting to win. Tarky, big time plays coming out from him. Gets that smoke down. Is he going to try and walk through? He's just going to swing dry. And no, Tarky wasn't ready that time. Now, trying to just hold the line is going to be Drac. Molly's going to land a little bit shallow for connectors. So the CTs can actually get out onto the bomb site. And, well, this is going to get a little bit messy for ARCRED. It's not as clean as maybe they would have hoped after finding the initial 2 kills, because the CTs come swinging out. Kyojin finds a double kill. And even though Roisin gets that deagle to hit the mark, Duvek in this position should be able to strike one down. Knows the deagle is somewhere underneath him, but it's messing on the ladder, and Jax comes through at the perfect moment to strike him down. Oh, it is scrappy counter-strike indeed, but Mousquetaires are just getting the better of ARCRED every single time. And although that looks very punishing on the CT economy, it's way worse on ARCRED, because like, they can't go for a buy here. They just can't. And look, it's not the cleanest, but it's definitely somehow working. Don't ask me how. Well, I know how. You don't molly in towards connector, and the CTs are able to get out. Once they get out onto the site, that gets difficult. That's what it comes down to. They didn't occupy the space. Tarky waiting for Roisin to walk through that smoke, and oh, bell rung. Let's be open. Drac gets one back in his favour at least. Duvek has to rotate now into position. Roisin tries to creep up towards Oil. Oh, he was seen. He was seen. They know that there's a player close. This is huge right now, but the problem is he's close, but now he's going to be expecting this. He didn't hear the step. Getchek is going to be holding. Roisin close by as well. Duvek and Kyojin are going to go in and clear this. Eventually they're going to have to swing wide on now, and Kyojin, oh, it's a whiff from Getchek at the vital moment. He does so much damage there. Look at Chill though. He's tried to lurk through the back door, but Kyojin goes back to have a look. He is having a fantastic series. For a stand-in to step up and have this much impact is crazy. But it's just a player that Kyojin really is. At this level, you would be expecting Kyojin to be performing. "30 seconds, bomb on his back, has to put the whole team there as well. Rajin goes looking, Kyojin goes down. There's the information. Jax does not need to give up his life for free. That scope has been heard. There's the wide swing, and who said he's not an opper? 2 kills from him to seal the last 2 rounds and have a 6-2 lead on the CT side of train. Again, not perfect, but they're getting results, so we can't really argue with them. Kyojin, the real hero there, gifted a second chance at life because Getjacker couldn't wrangle in that spray. Jax with that AWP. It's a nice little bait set up to drop Drac up close, and there's the wide swing. Drac will at least get one for his troubles. Now, Jax doesn't want to overcommit in towards pop, and in fact he has been forced all the way back towards E-box. But it's the Ivy play that's the next concern. And Kyojin doesn't have any util, and his teammates have no flashes for him either, so this is an awkward spot to now play, as he actually just thinks about diving through the smoke. Jill is going to begin to walk. Rajin's going to be holding. They are taking their time. They're looking to see if anybody's on the other side. Molly towards Hell. DSSJ is still going to be holding, spamming. Tarky now has picked up the flank as ARCRED begin to pinch around on Kyojin's position. This is still not a comfortable spot for him. He can move back towards Hell if he wants to, but he wants to stand and fight. Now the chance to move and peek from Tarky as he claims that double. DSSJ needs to get this bomb back. 30 seconds. Getjacket needs to come out of main too and try and help out. Jax is still looking at him, but Getjacket finds that kill. Dioduvek on the site, next one that is cleared out, and they know Tarky was in the back lines. They know exactly where he is coming from. Getjack is low. DSSJ sat on the site. That nade open the smoke just confirms that Tarky is still exactly where you thought he was. Time of the essence right now. Tarky, is he really into this? Yes, he is. Getjack is going to go down, and it's all on DSSJ. He doesn't have a kit, though. Might be one dropped on the site, and DSSJ is just going to cower in the corner, waiting for his chance to move and peek, and DSSJ lines up that headshot. It's going to be a 3rd round for ARCRED. And Mousquetaires is going to go for a tactical timeout. They know that they maybe let that one slip a little bit. The position that they had, Jax needed to hit that up shot. If he drops Getjacket, the SSJ is all alone. Instead, Jax falls. Dioduvek pre-fired on the bomb site. And what was a spectacular CT side and was transpiring into probably one of the best halves that we've seen Mousquetaires play on train now has just turned completely sour, because if they lose this round, ARCRED will level this game up with ease. Trying to force the issue out through A main. Chill is going to be able to find an opening, but it's traded right back. Chill is now out towards Olaf, which is a small little bit of a concern. Tarky making his way through pop as well, and Chill doing the damage. Tarky is here though. Nice double. Drac low HP, but Chill has the nade out. Drac is going to be able to get one for nothing. DSSJ, it's all eyes on him. AWP in his hand, knows about Tarky, knows surely Dioduvek is going to be close by as well. But DSSJ has slipped the net completely. He's walked all the way hellside with the bomb. And they're not going to catch him. That's the problem here. They're not going to catch him. He can walk all the way over towards B if he wants to. But he's going to go searching over towards this A bomb site. Now, Mousquetaires, what do they want to do here? Bomb is going to be planted. Did you realize what site it is? You know it's A. The SSJ has moved in towards connector at least. I see nobody rotate over towards B here. Bomb is planted, and it's planted back site. No kit in play. Need to get a move on right now. This op surely is going to be spotted in just a moment. Bomb's going to be capped. The SSJ is going to try and walk, and Tarky is going to cover his teammate to perfection. Mousquetaires will win that round. They stop and make sure that they stem that bleeding. Make sure that it was not going to be ARCRED's chance to really just kind of spiral their way back into this game and snowball back into what would be a respectable T-half. Instead, you've got a 7-3 scoreline, and if ARCRED are unsuccessful here, you've got Mousquetaires 8-3 up and possibly for 9-3. You're going to go back and try something here. Over towards B. You've got Jax close by. And not the first time he's missed that shot. It's very difficult to hit. And Tarky can only find one. The SSJ now has his hands on this AWP. Drac closing in on the bomb planter. Spotted out by the Opera. But Drac still doing the damage right now. Out of ammo. Needs some assistance to get here. But all the rotates are being cut apart. Bar Dio Duvek on 14 HP. Ryzen just needs a couple of bullets to connect to the chest, and ARCRED will indeed get a fort. And we know Jax isn't an opper, but he has to stop taking that peek because he hasn't hit that shot once. He hasn't hit that shot once towards the bottom of the ramp. On like 3 times of asking, he's gone for that play. And it's fine, it's all well and good if he's there solo, but when you've got a second player in that bait setup as a little bit of insurance, you know, if you don't hit that first shot, your insurance is going to be dead. And it's even lucky that Tarky comes away with 1 kill there. Still could be a 7-5 half, which all things considered could be perfect for ARCRED. This slow T side though is something that actually might work against them, because they love playing these slow rounds and then heading over towards B. You've got 3 players here with SMGs. Tarky bait out by the jiggle. They're just going to be holding. They're waiting for you to move into them right now. But when you go swinging for a trade, Jax and Dio Duvek are able to perform. So this now becomes a worrisome round for ARCRED. Kyojin solo with a deagle. Over towards A. Now he's got a bit of assistance as Dio Duvek moves in, but he's going to be spotted over towards E-box right now. Kyojin strikes one down, and a second. That deagle singing towards that A-bomb site. And you thought that maybe Mousquetaires were going to be down and out. ARCRED play this one so slow that it leaves 0 room for error, and the error has been made trying to walk out A. You walk right into the deagle. Now the steps are being heard, the steps are being made, and Dio Duvek will take his opportunity when it is given to him. Kyojin with a huge round there from the Mousquetaires. And that's an 8-4. Oh, they lined up. Didn't quite see it the first time round, but they lined up, and that's where all the damage was done. Kyojin, oh, what a perfect time to peak. And I want to say, if they win the pistol, they should be comfortably taking this. You know, they win the pistol, they win the conversions, and you would assume that they should take this map and the series. Well, we're going to have to wait and see. Gonna have to wait and see. As the clicker timer counting down, as the second half is going to be starting in any moment. a pretty lackluster performance from ARCRED on this map on the T side, but CT side, I'm expecting them to come to life. But you know, we were talking about it in the pregame. I said I was talking about it in the pregame. The fact that, you know, they have actually ran into a lot of troubles on this map recently. It used to be a good map for them. Lost the last time out 7 days ago to Sparta. Before that, they had 2 games. They beat Eternal Fire. They beat Gun 5. Lost to TNL. Beat Eternal Fire. Then before that, they had 4 losses in a row. So you're only winning 3 out of 9 games. 3 out of your last 9 games. That's not a perfect record, is it? And a tactical timeout from ARCRED. Ooh. Now that's something that you don't see every day. Is second half pistol, tactical timeout. Used to be a play that Sinners used to go for. They always used to call a tactical timeout before the second pistol. Like, I think when they had, who was it coaching? His name escapes me. It wasn't Beeful. Tom Keys. Tom Keys, that's it. Yeah, Tom Keys used to love calling that little tactical timeout. And you know what? Gave them a pretty good success rate, so who am I to say anything more about it? But we're underway. Mousquetaires T pistol. Smoke Molly. 2 smokes, in fact, and a couple of flashes as well. It's going to be an A execute, it would seem. You've got Ryzen trying to get ahead of the play here, blinded by the flashbang, and Jax will absolutely destroy him. Now, Mousquetaires trying to spill out onto the site, and it's Jax with a double. Gonna try and get this bomb down. You've got a couple of players over towards Hell. You've got 1 player behind it. Stop sign smoke. And DSSJ. Oh, he can't connect on a shot, can he? This is looking terrifying right now. As a prospect, you might be losing this, but Jax plays a little bit close to the sun, and Getjeka rips Deoduvek's head off. Oh, Getjeka is absolutely taking no prisoners right now. They've a kit in the smoke too, trying to line up this headshot. He's low HP. Drac will just confirm that kill, and Tarky will get 1. But Getjeka's on the bomb, and you have to get him off it. You're spamming in the wrong place, trying to knife him off it, but he gets that defuse. Drac. Oh my goodness. He was so close to finding that kill. And again, for the second time today, you're going to see the power of a kit and a smoke in a retake pistol. How about them for shots, though? Getjeka. Oh my goodness. Get absolutely destroyed. Let's see, you've got still quite a hefty investment on the T side here. And although it's a good pistol round, we've seen ARCRED just fall asleep in these conversions. Although this is just against the force by, you know, it is still a tough round to win. We have seen these go horribly wrong for ARCRED in the past. Is this going to be another one? Not really too much going on. But it is going to be an A execute. You've got 4 players here, ARCRED. You need to hope that you can hold it. That Utah's going to rain over. Ryzen can get a molly down over towards Pop. If he wants to, and he will. He's going to try it anyway. And this is going to delay the hit a little bit. The SSJ are going to be forced back. You can't run through it. And all of a sudden, all the flashes have been used. All of a sudden, you've got a clear line of sight. And this begins to be a problem, especially when the kills don't go your way initially. You try and force your way out, and you just get absolutely ran over. Well-timed Molotov from Ryzen. And that is the only difference between that being, you know, an ARCRED round and a successful round for Mousquetaires. Because if Mousquetaires are able to go with them flashbangs, that round is completely different. You've got DSSJ that is blind. You've got Ryzen that, yes, is close towards E-Box. So it's unlikely that he will get blind unless the flashes actually do go quite deep. I don't think they were the deep E-Box ones. That was just the difference right there. And all of a sudden, ARCRED have a clear path back into this game. You win this round comfortably, rack up a couple of kills. You got 7 on the board. And all of a sudden, you should have 8 too, so... Yes, that's shit. Big couple of kills here, making sure that these pistols don't cause too much of a headache, and they haven't struck the head of anybody just yet. Drac might be able to change that dynamic. Duvek will be the one to actually do it. Drac, can he get one of his own? If he can, this is maybe a round that gets a little bit more interesting. But instead, it is Duvek now to do all the dirty work, all the hard work himself. A couple of jiggles. Again, damage is good for Duvek if he can find it, but you don't want to go down after time either. So you want to try and peek out and find one more. Was probably about the height of it, but it doesn't happen. So now we have a look. 8-7. Guns come out for Mousquetaires. Can this change their favor and fortune on this T side? Good util being put down to deny an early push from Get Jacket, and he has no other option but to respect it. Mousquetaires might go fast into a lower play here. They're going to jump down and all land on top of each other's heads. It's so awkward there, but you still managed to get out. Now again, you need to try and occupy this space. You need to try and get close towards connector to make sure they can't get out. This smoke allows you to get past, but Drac in this position is so strong. You get this bomb down, and all of a sudden, begin to shave time off the clock. Jax is lurking through connector. He's going to call that that's all clear, and you've got a player in the smoke as well. So if Drac goes down, you've got Jax as like a safety net, a little bit of security. Drac will actually fall, trying to line them up here. Tarky will collect that kill, and now Jax trying to find his timing to come on through. Kyojin was the last one standing, and he cannot fend them off. As that retake pulled off in the nick of time for ARCRED. There was chances though for Mousquetaires. I don't hate the call. I'm not a big fan of the post plan. Damage from util. Get Jacker wants to punish any early aggression over towards B, and it's actually Jax that gets punished early towards A main. I think you might be forced into a B play here if you're the Mousquetaires. You got Tarky out upper. You got Raijin just turning to have a look at pop. There's timings to be got here over towards A right now, and Tarky, he begins to move in to maybe have a chance to strike. The SSJ is going to be ready for him though, and now Mousquetaires, you need to make your move. You need to go out. You need to just try and get out onto this bomb site. And you haven't been spotted just yet, Raijin. There's the peak, and Raijin spotted. Has to get that smoke down to try and save himself a little bit. Duvek can get nothing as the connector presence now is known. Chill is going to strike 2 down by himself. And this is 9-8 ARCRED. Good rotates over and good rotates back. Important element on train. The SSJ. Oh, gets that one a bit wrong. That's an op. If you want to risk going into the smoke to try and get it. You've got a couple of players that can just pump HGs into it. The Duvek will get his hands on it, but he's the first man to fall. He doesn't even take it out. Chill. Gets Tree taken down, trying to tap away the life of Tarky if he can, but it's not going to be a connection onto the pistol. What started so promisingly for Mousquetaires now just falls apart. You find the kill on the op, turn around and throw it to one of the teammates. If you're not going to use it, throw it to somebody else. You need to be using that weapon. Like, there it is. Just it falls. He goes in first with it. Tech 9 in his hand. Oh man, I don't like it. I don't like it whatsoever. Mousquetaires become their own worst enemy. That's now 6 in a row for ARCRED, by the way. Not a single round on the T side from Mousquetaires. And I knew that they had their struggles on this map. Everybody does struggle on the T side, but this is looking very much so worse for wear. Roijin, oh no, wrong time to take out your util. The SSJ goes down for nothing. Again, he's going to be the opening pick. Roijin on this back of the bomb site has this smoke for cover for the moment, but needs to be careful. If spam comes through, he could be a dead man, but still in this position could be a big threat. Tarky needed to neutralize him quickly. Bomb planted. Chill still finds one, and oh, are you still going to go for this? This is where you get drawn into it. You've got enough money. I mean, you might as well. Any damage you can get onto the T's is going to be good, even if you lose the round. So there's no downside right now for ARCRED for going for this. And Roijin has already found Tarky, but Jackson Kyojin looking to hang on, and they will. Mousquetaires, a sign of life. Finally a T round. And you've got ARCRED, not on the back foot, but now a little bit more respecting of their opponents. Oh, DSSJ, he's been the opening pick 2 rounds in a row. Was not going to make it a hat-trick at times. And 2 kills to the good, ARCRED. Jax falling over towards A main. That's not the first time we've seen that either, that Jax goes down solo. When the rest of his teammates are over towards B, he's the A main defaulter, but he goes too aggressive. And now, like, you've got Mousquetaires that are, like, they're moving back and forth. They don't know which way to go. They don't really know what to do. They don't know how to get into this round because you've lost all this map control. And, like, ARCRED have pushed, like, Chill has pushed all the way through Ivy. He's pushed all the way through Ivy, and he's positioned to make sure nobody comes that way. So, ARCRED should have a rough idea that it's either going, like, it can only be A or B. I know that, yeah, that sounds crazy when I say it like that, but you know, there's only a handful of places that they can go, and eventually Chill's going to make a move. He's going to see if anybody is there. Mousquetaires are saving. That's how badly this round went. That it was a kill over towards B. The op was positioned there. Jax goes down, and once Jax goes down, this round was done. You lose all that presence, you lose all that map control, and they decide, you know what? Let's call it a day.
Counter-terrorists win.
Running out of chances. Mousquetaires, you want to get this one done in 2, you're going to have to buck up your ideas. Op going towards upper. Is he going to be smoked off? He is. DSSJ still going to come through it though. Tarky never expecting it. A sneaky peek. Royshin's going to swing through that Molotov and gets one as well. They're going for that crunch in towards the upper halls. They want to get this one done and dusted over the line as quickly as possible. Kyojin not expecting another player to be there. And it's Mousquetaires just constantly fighting on the back foot. The timing peaks left and right that are causing them so many problems. And Jack's now spotted. You know where he is. You don't have to really force anything here if you're ARCRED. You've done enough, and it's an aggressive peak from DSSJ to kick things off. But just a really well-worked round to take that control. And Jax and Drax split up here to try and find something. Again, Chill has got free space over towards Ivy that they have no idea about. That's why Chill has done that once again. Big find from Jax though. DSSJ, he was the opera. He's down. Does Jax read into the flank being this quickly though? He sees nothing over towards A. Does he turn around? Answer, no. And Chill, just that kill will do. That's it. Just finding that kill, staying alive, shooting a bullet every now and then. Drax just can't get into the round. And Chill has won this round by default, by his positioning. And now, where do you go from here, Mousquetaires? This is a tough one to swallow, because Mousquetaires were 8-4 up. At one stage, they were cruising on that CT side. Have picked up a single round on the T side. That is a pretty poor standard. And a lot of these rounds live and die with an opening pick. So, I don't know. If you're Mousquetaires, just try and death ball somewhere. Just literally 5-man CS. Just go and try and force your way in, because this kind of default system that you're playing isn't working. Somebody's dying early every time. There we go, trying to get Dioduvek out towards A, and yeah, that's worked. He's got Raging at least. He's still swinging onto the site to do a little bit more damage, but just getting out of harm's way is going to be huge for the CTs. You still have 2 players on the site. You two will rain on top of you, but at least you're positioned nicely, and you've got a decent setup. You've got nice crossfires with your teammates that still move into position to find kills. Jax trying to walk on Roisin. Still need to get him out of this spot. Still need to get him out of this situation. The opera going down is going to be huge, but Drac now has to do this alone, and they know exactly where he's off to. A smoke towards back red to make sure that you keep control of the bomb. Roisin playing a nasty little head glitch over the bomb site, and that's going to be that. 13-9 as Mousquetaires just try and force their way out over towards A. They find a couple of kills, but in the end, it was just nothing that they could do, and you could see that like their T side needs work. You know, the way that they're kind of going for things. I understand they're playing with a stand-in, but still, like, you've got Jax that quite clearly wasn't comfortable being that A main defaulter. Really struggled to try and hold his own there for ARCRED. Some really impressive plays and calls, and even the peaks that DSSJ was going for towards the end of the half were real difference makers and sets up a really nice decider. We do have a Dust 2 coming up very shortly. We are going to send us into a little bit of a break, but we will have that decider on your screens, and we'll see who is going home. Will it be ARCRED or will it be the Mousquetaires? Well, we'll find out soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are nearly ready to go, and we are ready to go with our decider map of this game. All games so far today, I've gone all 3 maps. Let's see who is going to be the team eliminated at this stage of the competition. Mousquetaires bowed out last time in the close qualifier, but did at least make it to the playoffs, and ARCRED made it to the playoffs of the actual main event of CCT 6 and 7 currently are in the playoffs. Have a game against FabBet later on today, but Mousquetaires really putting it up to them right now. And ARCRED are hoping now that they can change their fate to at least be in a good mood going into that game later on. Drac, though, he's going to change that mood with a couple of USP headshots as now Dioduvek takes cover. He was dinked up, trying to bait the T's into a fight where his long player can get involved. As this bomb is going to be planted. Now, can they stop it? Or can they at least just retake it quite quickly? And before ARCRED can even get set up, had absolutely no control over that A bomb site whatsoever. The only control that they did have was on the site itself. Nobody over towards short. Nobody over towards long. No backup plan. If they didn't win those duels, that round was going to be a Mousquetaires 1, and indeed it is. So they will take that CT pistol. And Dust 2 already off to a promising start for the Frenchman. ARCRED dangerous on these rounds, to say the least. Especially if the SSJ goes wandering through this mid-smoke. He's walked through on a nice little timing. Find nobody here. The Dioduvek drops in towards CT. This is not really the weapon you'd want. Taking that long-range duel. It's okay for now. You at least know about it. Flash goes in. Nobody peeks. Smoke is going to go down as well to make it difficult, but it's over towards A. You need to be worried because Ryzen, moving up at that scout, finds the headshot onto Jax. And ARCRED still playing this one very, very patiently. Still playing this one very slow indeed. Only go. 2 players over towards mid. Nobody over towards this A bomb site, so there is an open avenue up if ARCRED try and take it. Drac with that kill as he tries to begin to move back into position, but this is now a spot where Mousquetaires will not feel comfortable, but it's the same round as the pistol with a bit of a twist, because this time you've got short control if you're a T. Well, you think you have short control, but Dioduvek is going to be here, and now all the pressure on the side players, and once again they find themselves trapped on the bomb site, fighting for their lives, and they will not be able to survive, will not be able to fend off that retake. You do get a bomb plant, that's going to be a boost to your economy, yes, but you are hoping for more when you get up onto the site like that. However, Mousquetaires, they play it safe, and they are safe and sound with 2 rounds on the board. Again, we're going to see an investment, but this time it's only a slight one, a little bit of a half investment here. Still, this is probably as dangerous as the last round. Ryzen trying to have lightning strike twice in terms of an opening pick with that scout.
This time, off the mark, and Duvek will be able to punish. That scout is going to be reacquired as ARCRED now will try and just flush out the CTs on the bomb site. This crossfire is going to be deadly. You run right into it, and you don't even do a lick of damage to any CT there. So, clean sweep in that round for the Frenchman. ARCRED have the guns up though now. This needs to be a different story. Than what we've seen so far. And DSSJ already off to a much better start to proceedings. Gojin down on the cross through the mid doors. Not even wallbang, just hit. Boosted player is going to be Tarky. Can't see anything just yet. Chill is on the other side of that smoke. Oh, there's a hedge spotted. Yeah, he caught a glimpse of him. Knows about him. And Jax now moves into position over towards short. Sees Ryzen in that close corner. You've got Duvek there to assist as well. And the boosted player Tarky doing his job when necessary. But this B bomb site has fallen apart in the meantime. Ryzen dropping Drac means that there is a pathway to be taken over towards B through tunnels or through mid, whichever way you want. ARCRED will get onto a bomb site and they will be able to get a bomb plant. AWP wants to get aggressive. DSSJ wants to try and get this advantage in his team's favor, and that's exactly what he does. A big kill, doesn't see anything else, so turns his attention over towards the tunnels, and DSSJ surely gonna put the final touches on this round. But Duvek, he's got 3 kills already in this round. He's 7-1. He is not the man you want to be facing in a 1v1 in this situation. Roisin in towards the window. Duvek knows it. He dives onto the bomb, but Roisin just takes his time and takes his head clean off his shoulders. ARCRED finally have their first. Aggressive out long, and Roisin able to take one with him. That molly burns him down though. That HE does a lot of damage to Chill in that smoke. This is going to get a little bit awkward. Chill actually goes behind him, but the flash is blinding Chill for a moment. Allowed Drac to adjust. It still didn't matter though, because the player that he was initially trying to kill in towards the pit just dove onto his teammate. And Duvek unfortunately couldn't find the kill. Neither could Drac. All of a sudden, you've got long control in a 3v2 for ARCRED. A minute on the clock. You can slow things down if you want to. That's exactly what they're going to try and do. And this is an uncomfortable spot to be in for Mousquetaires, because you've given up all of that B bomb site control. Yes, you know that there was heavy presence over towards long side, but as time ticks on, because ARCRED are playing this slow, they could have rotated back. They could be going up short. So this is actually a good maneuver here from Mousquetaires, that they are going to move into position, that they put 2 players now on short. You've got Jax now posted up and he's holding the right angle. DSSJ is going to walk in and, oh, Jax is ready. Good kill. Now, try and use the smoke to get across. You've got a HE for the bomb planter. Not going to be able to take Ryzen down though. That's the problem. The HE, well timed. No, doesn't do any damage at all. Ryzen tries to dive onto the site to try and get this plant down, and he will be able to get the plant, but will he be able to pick up the round because of it? Now, both players are split up. You've got a player in CT. You've got this M4 that's going to be spamming. You've got a little bit of panic in the Mousquetaires camp, but Jax once again finding that necessary big time kill in the clutch. He found a couple of them on train, and that is just as important. It's a 4-1 lead. It's again the money thrown into question for ARCRED. And the problem with ARCRED has been, there's been so much situations where it seems like they've got next to nothing in terms of their economy. And again, this is going to be the exact same case. It's going to be Deagles. It's going to be one AK. But a hero AK in the hands of Raging is not to be underestimated. Mousquetaires felt the wrath of it on train. Let's not forget about that one. ARCRED will begin to make their way up short. Walked off for the moment. And this is, it's going to be a dry swing. You've no util if you're on the tees. You've got a player coming over towards long for maybe a late pinch. He'll activate later on. But this Deagle needs to do some damage, or at least the AK needs to come in with a nice trade. Jack's on this wide angle, and it's a very fast swing from the pistol, which makes things awkward. But Mousquetaires don't mind this. They don't mind giving this up. We've seen it time and time again, that they just will give up that A bomb site and then retake it after. It's been a comfortable retake for them time and time again. Bombs planted though, so ARCRED get what they came for. It's just this long player that you need to be concerned about for the moment. Raijin trying to keep them off, and with taps like that, it's going to be no problem. The SSJ eventually moves into strike, and now Drac, it's all eyes on you. The SSJ hasn't even moved an inch, hasn't even moved a muscle, and Drac will move into position to try and take down Raijin, but it is just too little too late. And that is, honestly, a very well-worked round. Like, a crazy, crazy round. And that's the first time we've actually seen that go against them, which is the most ridiculous thing, because Mousquetaires have quite comfortably given up that A bomb site time and time again and have not been punished on the retake. Does the SSJ see a head there? Maybe it was just because we have the X-ray. But after such a promising start from the Mousquetaires, now all of a sudden it begs the question, where has all their economy gone? And it's because the rounds have just not been clean at all. Couple of players on the other side of those mid doors. This could get a little bit tricky for ARCRED, especially if the flashes come through, and especially if the kills keep coming. Kyojin with a double. These 5-7s begin to hit the mark, but oh, chill, that double kill is crazy to keep you in the round. But Jax, not on the AWP this time, he's on the scout. He wants to get it done here, and it's 35 HP on chill. And he is just going to do exactly that for the moment. Jax, oh, is he going to walk into him? Jax, it's about the timing here. USP in hand, and he can't get it done. At the final hurdle, he will fall. ARCRED. That was nearly an opportunity wasted for them. But they strike Mousquetaires down. Mousquetaires cannot invest. So this is going to be a little bit of a calmer round for ARCRED. At least they've got that. And easy pickings over towards long means that we've got a 4v4, or we've got 4-4 scoreline. Probably. Deagle find the mark. I mean, he did some ridiculous things with a 5-7 in the last round.
Bomb has been planted.
But all of a sudden, this half looks like somewhat of a success for ARCRED. Which is crazy. The kind of two sides of it. The fact that they've been able to bring it back. Drax just being annoying right now. Trying to get a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. Well, 4-4, and this is a little bit more different from ARCRED. They switch it up completely. DSSJ, how is he still alive? How is he still standing? Jax on the op eventually will put him down through the door of all things, and that's a pretty solid hold for what was honestly a tricky call from ARCRED. It's something that they haven't done. Very rapidly will make their way out of tunnels. But it was a quick rotation, and it's actually Jax's AWP that makes the big difference. He found the first kill, finds the tag through the doors. Tarky goes down, so this one does begin to maybe spiral out of control for the moment. So we will just hold our breath on this one. They give up the bomb completely here. They're going to leave Jax kind of posted, just throwing an eye at the bomb. "30 seconds. Seeing if anybody's going to give anything to him, but he's looking in the wrong places, unfortunately, for Chill. That a good performance, especially when we look back at map 2, but 20 seconds left. This is just asking way too much of him. Surely Jax misses the chance, and Duvek has to finish the job. Oh, alright, that was a little bit too close for comfort, but I mean, a nice hold. If DSSJ gets away there, Jax doesn't find that kill, you know, it's a different round, and good trade from Duvek. So, again, Mousquetaires are just about doing enough. Oh, they were going for a short boost there. That's a really well-timed Molotov there. Did not like the pressure that was being put on mid. Didn't like something about that. I think it was maybe because they messed up the boost a little bit. We're on the right position, fall back, drop the molly, make sure you can get away safely. Well-timed flash though in towards mid as they go for the pick elsewhere, and they are going to get it. Then though, DSSJ gonna try and force something, and he always seems to do that. He always seems to just force a way through the defense. Like, you look towards DSSJ to get you back into a round. He's not afraid to go for these aggressive peaks with the op, which is what I love. You know, it's not letting the rifles go in. So sometimes he will just take points. Sometimes he will take the risk. "40 seconds, ARCRED. Sending the bomb out long is a bit of a risk, especially because Jax can hear it every step of the way. It really needs to come into effect where Rajin needs to actually activate a little bit earlier than necessary, because if he doesn't, if he's found out early, then all of a sudden you can turn your attention over towards long, and that's exactly what Jax is going to do. This AWP in hand, he's going to try and get ahead of the play. A risky no-scope to go for, but if it connects, we're singing his praise, aren't we? 15 seconds to try and get this bomb down. Oh, get Jack planting in an awkward little spot here. Tarky can actually walk around that smoke, but Chill's on the other side of it, ready to receive him, as Kyojin and Jax need to try and roll back the years to get this one done and dusted and a 6th round. But instead, this game is going to be all evened up once again. 5-5. Jax hanging on, clutching on to this AWP, and he might even be chased down for it. ARCRED, this kind of slow style is actually working out for them. And even with Raging going down, I thought that was going to be the kill. But it was these ones. Especially from Chill. Big kill onto the short player. Big kill onto the player that was close by in the smoke. And Chill has been such a danger, man. Oh, Jack's going in towards the lower tunnels. He's going to go back and have a look, though. Spots Chill on the jump spot. You've got 3 USPs. You've got flashes raining in. You've got a Mac 10 in your face. But still, you've got some kills coming your way. And you still have Jax here with this AWP ready to try and peek on through, to try and strike a couple of players down. But you've missed your opportunity. Have you? Or have you just set up Duvek for success? Oh, he's fluffed it a little bit. And he will not get another chance at that one. DSSJ will make sure of it. So it's going to be 6 rounds now for ARCRED. Great attempt. Jack's on that AWP. You can maybe complain about, you know, the last kill that he didn't find over towards the tunnels. But he got them in a position that it really did look winnable. It looked doable. And ARCRED gonna go back to the well here. This time it's gonna be Raging with an AWP. Oh, and he tries to drop Kyojin. Raging just tries to force it over the line here, but this might go against you. The molly's gonna land on Drac. He needs to get that smoke down. This time there's no assistance from the AWP. Jax is nowhere near. Never mind. There is assistance. Through the door from CT spawn, Jax gets that kill. Crazy shot to hit. And it saves Drac for the moment, but he does eventually go down. And this is still a very difficult retake. Especially when you've got no kit, a smoke, and a molly. That is it. And you've just been re-smoked towards the door. This is near impossible for Mousquetaires to get back into. And there's another smoke where that came from. But you're just going to try and hold the point. You do have 2 ops, so I mean... Oh, 2 ops on a post plan. These need to be perfect. The DSSJ is not, but the second time the no-scope hits perfectly right between the chest and strikes them down. Jax, the hero of the last couple of rounds, this time cannot save them. A 7-5 scoreline, it reads at the end of the half. We're underway. Oh, never mind. Mousquetaires is going to call a tactical timeout. First act all map long. So that kind of goes to show how competitive it was in the first half, that both teams didn't feel like it was necessary to bring out attack because they maybe just lost 1 round. That was it. They were able to get it back in the next. They still felt confident. And I think you need to be confident in this one. I think you really need to be confident in this matchup. Like, just don't be afraid to take risks. 7-5, you know, it's anybody's game. Pistol especially. You don't want to be eliminated. As for Mousquetaires, they were really, you know, disheartened that they didn't actually manage to qualify for the main event last time when they lost out to Can in the close qualifier, the CCT 7. ARCRED, I think this would be... Honestly, this would be one of the most crazy results if they don't go through. If ARCRED lose this game, I think, you know, there's going to be a lot of eyebrows raised because this is a team that has consistently made playoffs the last 2 times in the main event, and they can't get through a closed qualifier. Well, if the SSJ has anything to say about it. That will not be the case. Now go looking Jack's P250. As the smokes and the util will rain in. But you still have just these USPs long range that are just hitting the heads. It is looking nice and clean right now for ARCRED, as Dio Duvek is the only man that remains. They're not even going to get close to a bomb plant, it would seem. Unless he collects this kill, then you've got a big chance. But he's stuck over towards Goose. He's 20 HP, and DSSJ will land that finishing blow. Smoke and a kit reacquired. That is going to be something that you don't have to invest into in the next round. And every little helps in this situation, especially when you know that the Mousquetaires have not been a stranger to a force buy in the second round, even if they don't get a bomb plant. But this will not be one of them times. This will be Glocks, a couple of P250s, if I'm not mistaken. And, oh, DSSJ was missing that timing completely. Not going to cost them too much. I mean, 2 kills is still pretty good. But that's it. Let's see. Right, we've got the guns up here for Mousquetaires. First going around. Oh, this is where we need to see some of the heavy hitters on the side of it. The Frenchman to really bring the heat with these rifles. Cannot let DSSJ play his own game. That's a miss smoke, is it? Kinda works out. You can still nade it open though, and Jax is going to be the first casualty. You got Chill in an aggressive position over towards short. Kyojin just coming through swinging, and Kyojin gets both of them. That's crazy. And speaking about somebody needs to bring the heat, how about that? Kyojin, that's crazy that he gets both of them. Haki holding towards top mid, but he's going to be dealt with at least. And a 3 versus 3 in this situation, honestly, this is doable right now. But DSSJ is solo towards short. He's been re-smoked as well. So this is where things are going to get a little bit awkward. You got Roisin with a smoke and a molly. You need to get a move on. He does have a kid as well, but this is where you need to eventually go, and DSSJ needs to find this kill. This is the all-important frag in the round. Get Jekka will fall. Drak now just fading away into the smoke right now, as Roisin's going to have to try and get on this defuse, and well, DSSJ going to try and overlook him, but nothing he can do about that. Spamming through the smoke, DSSJ gets that final kill on the retreat. He will save that AWP for the next round, but the Opper could not save his teammate from going down, defusing the bomb. Well played from Drak to move into that position where he couldn't be spammed. It was an easy lineup, and that was anything but an easy round, but it is a round nevertheless, and that seems to be where the Mousquetaires strike the best, where they seem to do their finest work is on those kind of scrappy, messy rounds. Still, a bike coming back here for ARCRED. You've got one player on a deagle. That's going to be Rasian. Everybody else is rifles. And it's a fast play out over towards long that Mousquetaires will begin to take. Are they just going to go guns blazing, though? Up long and try and find their success. Looks like they might try and do, but you're going right into the jaws of the Upper. DSSJ trying to be just very quick with the shots there, but now needs to be cautious because the space is being ran down by this Mac 10. The Molly's going to come in. The SSJ, fire at his feet, goes aggressive. That's going to cost him his life. Chill, swinging onto the site, and Drak, eventually, when he gets his vision back, is going to be able to pick up a freebie. Roisin not able to transfer onto the second player there, as this bomb is going to be planted. A lot of damage done, but remember, there's still a deagle in the round, and Roisin's deagle has hit ahead. Drak has been taken down, and now this deagle needs to really do it all. M4 is going to be collected. High, low, peak is going to be what seals it. And this is now back to the drawing board for the CT side because the Mousquetaires have won 2 extremely important rounds. This means that they can actually step back into things And what, dude, it was looking really bleak. It was looking like ARCRED were just not going to get anything. Or ARCRED were going to get it all, excuse me. Mousquetaires weren't going to get anything. All of a sudden, the Frenchman could be back on level terms. There's the foot. That's going to be surely Deoduvek's kill. You need to be cautious about the tunnel's presence right now. Kyojin burning up one. That's the SSJ with his Zeus. We've seen a couple bought, but none of them actually hitting the mark. So that's at least a nice cherry on top of what has been a very, very competitive game. Couple of kills, and oh yeah, that's going to be recycled. That is, never mind, it's been thrown away. I mean, Royshin, he doesn't want to give this AK up without a fight. Why would you? Doesn't have any armor. Not a bother to him. Still hitting heads. Still going to be 9-8. So there's only so much that he can do.
Terrorists win.
And eventually he will go down. So no AK save for him. He can still buy a rifle. A couple of kills are going to be, yeah, an extra bit of cash in the back pocket for the CTs. But an AK could have been just priceless for that CT side. Mousquetaires have done all the hard work to kind of get back into this half. Is it going to be unraveled by that off pick to really just steer ARCRED in the right direction? The SSJ, it just seems to be him, doesn't it? Every single time this guy steps up of just a huge opening pick, a huge multi-kill in a round. And he just seems to be everywhere. And Kyojin is going to find that out the hard way, it would seem. Molly going in, flashes coming in, and the SSJ forced back, but that is a huge nade to land on top of you. Half health gone instantly. Kyojin didn't even see anybody. He heard a couple of people, but seeing nothing at all. Oh, that was nearly very quick on the flick. And in the meantime, Rajan, I don't know if he could see over that smoke, or maybe he just spammed on through. Maybe he just played a guessing game there, gets spammed back, but it still doesn't matter because 35 seconds and Mousquetaires are down to just 3. And you have to try and make your way out of the tunnels right now. You can wait out the smoke maybe for like a couple seconds longer, but eventually you're going to need to go. Molly going towards back plat, and it doesn't land flush, so Getjeka can just peek behind it. He's in a really good position to stop absolutely everything and more, and he will do exactly that. 10-8. Mousquetaires get close to leveling things up, but ARCRED will strike them down, all thanks to a missed Molotov and some aggressive stances taken by the mid player and their AWPer. And this is a crazy buy to go for. Dax with the AWP, a single Galil, the rest on pistols. Mousquetaires are only getting 1900. I don't like this. I really am not a fan of this buy at all. Especially because Jax has just been peppered by Rajan and finish off by a HE. That's the up-down. Karki needs to go and recycle that. Oh, Rajan's coming back for more. Oh, he was thinking about it. That spam. Oh, painful. Jack's going to walk through, and oh, the SSJ was holding. Rajan at least able to get the refrag. And now Mousquetaires are going to try and just step up the pace, step on the gas, and try and get out towards this bomb site. Flash off the long player if you can, so you can cross safely and get this bomb down, which you will be able to do. Bomb down seems like a necessity, but you've invested everything in this round. So this feels like you need to win it. I don't think the bomb plant is going to be enough. This is where Kyojin, Dioduvek, and Tarky just need to do it all. Molly over towards short. Kyojin up on top of the box here, trying to get a nice angle to play around with as this retake is about to happen, and the CTs go searching. Dioduvek is going to fall that up, begins to connect on a couple of bullets, and the Tech-9 making it difficult as well. Still on the site. Kyojin is going to fall and trying to get on this defuse in time. Chill has the kit, just about gets on. And it was close, a little bit too close for comfort, but ARCRED will get it done. And now, this is why I didn't like it. Yes, you get a bomb plant. Yes, you get up there. Yes, you make it close. But if you don't win it, all of a sudden, it's 11-8. Your economy has been completely mismanaged. You can't buy into this round. So are you playing for overtime? Was that always going to be the case? That's where I have questions. Maybe it was just a complete slip-up, and honestly, I think that is more true. Yeah, you invest, you go again. I hate it. I really do. I think that was a terrible call in that last round. I think that, like, I could understand it if you had a couple more rifles. You had Jacks on an op. And you had 3 pistols behind a Galil, I think. If I'm not mistaken. I think that was the buy. And now you've got 2 MAC-10s, 2 Tech-9s, and a Deagle. Full util, yeah. We've no rifles. On dust. Your chances are going to be slim. Smoke towards the mid doors. Raijin is going to have to back away. DSSJ will not be successful nading up in the smoke this time around. Molly towards tunnels. Just a standard default here for the Mousquetaires. Trying to just force ARCRED out of aggressive setups, aggressive stances. You need to get Chill out of pit though if you're going over towards long, and Track is going to fall for free. And even though Chill has no support over towards long, when the players eventually make their way out, Chill has the rifle. Kyojin trade was so necessary there. Smoke is going to go down, and Dioduvek and Jax have to come through this. Raijin needs to be ready, and he's not. Gets simply overwhelmed, and oh, is this the round? Is this the round that Mousquetaires are after? Kyojin's going to cross safely with the bomb. You've got 2 players retaking over towards long, and you've got DSSJ making his way slowly up short. Jax is going to go back to throw an eye at it. Steps are going to be heard here. Jax is realizing he's in big trouble, but at least takes one down with him. And now Dioduvek and Kyojin need to get this one over the line, and with that kill, they might as well just have done it. DSSJ dropping the smoke, going aggressive with that AWP, and Kyojin down through the box. But where is Dioduvek off to? The jump spot surely will spot him out. No, Dioduvek is hidden away, but DSSJ still catches a glimpse, going for that jumping no scope. He's going for the highlight reel, and why not? Already hit an impressive shot, but Dioduvek says not this time. Absolutely necessary that Dioduvek stays alive. And crazy that DSSJ made that one look doable. Oh, Jesus, what a shot. Kyojin, that is crazy. Oh, we are being treated in this game, I can tell you. That for nothing. And look at that from Jax. Already off the mark with that AWP. They forced, they invested everything. They risked it all in these last couple of rounds. And that was the round that it paid off. But, job not done. The job is not done. Still need to make sure that you don't fall. The SSJ with this AWP missing a couple too many chances for my liking. Raijin and Raijin both down towards tunnels. Sprayed down by Dioduvek, who is really taking control of this game for his side. 11-10. Overtime looming. Elimination on the line. Oh, this game's going to be all evened up. Even Steven, this is going to go the distance. You've got no money. You can't invest in this. The USPs begin to move up towards top mid to try and put pressure on Jax here, but he's passing every test that's being put to him with flying colours. I mean, there's a lot of off shots for not a lot of kills. But eventually, that little bit of a scrappy fight towards the end will be reaching its natural conclusion with a Tech 9 bullet to the chin. Last attack for the Mousquetaires. This is where you have to really just look at yourself and kind of realize, all right, we've got ourselves to this position. Yeah, it's been a hard comeback. You know, we were 9-5 down, brought it back to 9-8, lost a round to get level, 11-9. Our money was completely snookered, and we just rolled the dice at it. And it's paid off, but this is the most difficult round that you're going to play. Because now it feels doable. And this is a round where DSSJ thrives. Oh, and that's just such a disaster. Not like this, Mousquetaires. Oh. The molly, the FAMAS, the team kill. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, that's an absolute howler to have at this moment. And now, it's just about trying to rectify the mistake. Just try and get yourself into this round any way you can. But putting it simple, this is 12-11 ARCRED. Any damage is going to be good though. Take as many with you as you can. Mousquetaires are going to have all the money in the world. Any bit. Any just kill that you can find is fine. Make their util funky in the next round, even if you can't put them on lesser weaponry. 35 seconds, Mousquetaires. Getting a move on up short. DSSJ dumping all his util happily over towards short. Molly coming in here from Jax. Region's going to be forced out into a fight, and Jax will find that kill. 20 seconds though is not a lot of time. There's only an upper on the site though, and he's over towards the ramp, and DSSJ has not been perfect in these last couple of rounds. He's missed a lot of opportunities, which gives Mousquetaires there. Jax in towards mid. Dozing out on the site. The jiggle peek. There's the info. You see a player over towards CT, but where's Chill gotten off to over towards long? You spot him out. You're looking for this fight. Joseph will find one, and the second, and the third. The flying Frenchman getting it done for the Mousquetaires. They looked down and out. It looked like they were gonna be bowing out of this event. And all of a sudden, Kyojin just pulls off a magic round like that. No money in the bank accounts for ARCRED. And Mousquetaires, could they just spoil the ARCRED party? A playoff team by nature. CCT 6 placed 9th and 16th are playing Favbet later on today in their first round of the playoffs of CCT 7. And now bowing out 0-2. This is unheard of. 3 SMGs, a scout on DSSJ, and Chill with the only rifle in the round. FAMAS. What has happened here? DSSJ just goes wandering up mid and nobody looking at him. It's only a scout though. If this was an M4, this is a dangerous position. Surely the SSJ can't find a single kill on this one. Oh, but he can. The headshot is clean. That's the bomb dropped. And now panic stations right now. But knife out, that's a freebie. And every life lost is going to cost ARCRED way more than it's going to cost the Mousquetaires. Because they still have the AKs, they still have the rifles, there's still only SMGs in play. 45 seconds though, and you're smoked off once again. Decision time right now for Mousquetaires. Do you go back, or do you push forward on the risk of the CTs being there? In 30 seconds, it's down to this. It's down to the long play. Making your way up slowly. Very cautiously, gaps in the smoke, Chill peering over the top of it, and Chill will be able to claim one. Kyojin on this site, trying to replicate his success, but it's Drak to really do it. Roisin now trapped in towards CT, and they'll get the bomb down. They'll nade him off. They'll try and make sure that he can't force Kyojin off this bomb, and Roisin trying to save the day, but he cannot, as Drak and Kyojin come to the Mousquetaires' rescue and eliminate ARCRED. A crazy finish to this game. And the Mousquetaires, they will stay alive for yet another day here in the closed qualifier, in this deciding game, in an elimination game to advance to a deciding game. And man, ARCRED, they can only blame themselves in all honesty. They had themselves in winnable positions, but couldn't get it done and couldn't get it over the line. And just an incredible performance from the Frenchmen to band together towards the end of a close engagement. But Dust 2 is theirs, and they stay in the event. And as for ARCRED, moving forward to that playoff game that they have later, man, that's tough. That's a tough loss to take. Moving forward, you're going to have to, in the next couple of hours, get that out of your mind, and then, go into that one knowing that you're not playing your best today. Oh, that is definitely a tough scene to see for ARCRED. But man, Mousquetaires played incredibly. Kyojin standing in and just topping it off with that second last round. Just really good to see these guys performing once again to the level that we know that they can. And congratulations to them. I can't wait to see them in the next game, in their decider game. But speaking of the next game, we are a little bit behind schedule, so I'm going to send this one into a break. We've got Square Sausages taking on Chemistry coming up next. Make sure not to go anywhere, because CCT action in this closed qualifier. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right, we're back with some more EU close qualifier number 8 here in CCT. We've got a couple of interesting teams coming at you, and it should be curious to see what the results will be. We're going to check out the schedule first to talk about those previous matches. I think we had 2-3 mappers. Yeah, we did. FORZE Reload taking care of ENCE Academy. And then Mousquetaires getting the win over ARCRED. So ARCRED out, and I think ENCE Academy at 1-1. I believe they were that was the 1-0 match over there, and then FORZE Reload advanced to the play-in match where they have a chance to qualify for the Swiss stage. But ARCRED, it was tough for them. I mean, they had that loss yesterday, which didn't look good, and then today they did push it to 3 maps, and it was very back and forth. But the Mousquetaires took care of business, and they're the ones to stay alive. So yeah, a lot of question marks on the ARCRED side, especially considering this is a team that was invited to the Swiss stage of CCT number 7. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that squad, and if they can maybe make the playoffs in CC number 7, that would be a nice recovery for them. But either way, let's jump into these 2 matches that we're going to have. We have QMISTRY, Square Sausages first, and then ALGO and THE up afterwards. That ALGO THE match is going to be interesting because you have that Heroic Academy and ALGO core that have combined together and actually looked pretty good last time. And THE, more of an unknown that just took care of their competition. I believe they were the ones to absolutely take care of ARCRED. So yeah, we'll see how that one goes. But let's start with QMISTRY up against Square Sausages, and we'll talk about this QMISTRY roster. I mean, overall, it's been a squad that's been together for, I believe, at least 3 months with the current iteration of it. I know Virtuoso was added a little while back to replace Shock, but yeah, I mean, that's the only change they've had in recent memory. And you're looking at this squad that has been pretty effective, I would say, overall at the tier 3 level. They've had their wins, Wildcard Academy a little while back in July. And then recently they did have a win against Leo and Imperial Valkyries. But I say that, and of course we have to keep in mind that lately things haven't been that great. ENCE Academy, a loss there in their opening match right here, right? In CCT, close qualifier number 8. And then they had a loss against 1 win prior to that. That was to make the Swiss stage in CCT series number 7. So that's unfortunate for them. They got really close, but then were stopped right at the finish line. So I feel like this is a team that, because of the success they had in the previous CCT, and here, despite that loss to ENCE Academy, I feel like they can still come through and probably get past this match, and I'm going to explain why. We'll talk about this squad first. I want to talk about the players. Zydu and Virtuoso, very, very good as of late. Over the last 31 maps, they are the top rated players, 1.14 and 1.07 rating. If you look over at Virtuoso, he's doing the work with, in terms of multi-kills, he's going to be, I think, leading that category for the team. 16.1% of his rounds have multi-kills, which is very, very good. And right behind him is Zydu at 15.9% in multi-kills, but he is the opper. He's the one that you're going to be watching to make the bigger plays, I would say, especially, considering they have a map pool that I think leans a little bit into the op-heavy maps. I say that, but, Dust 2, obviously, that's a map that teams like to pick against them, but they are playing it a lot. An Ancient, maybe not as much, but it's important for that mid control and I would even say B control in some ways, depending on how you play the map. But anyway, I'd say that QMISTRY are a team that is trying to build up together. They've been this squad, like I said, for a few months, so I feel like they've got a chance to keep moving forward. And now let's switch to Square Sausages. So this is a team in turmoil at the moment. They're trying to find new pieces. I don't know what's going on with the roster. They had a few forfeits because they couldn't get the roster put together. Finally, they're able to play. You've got Dutchy, Moz, and WFN that are returning. So those 3 players from what was the Sin 8 roster, 8 Sins roster, that's the squad that they used to be known as, and now, of course, known as the Square Sausages, no longer part of that organization. And you have 2 of the better players in Cherion and Wolfie no longer part of this team. At least for this match. I don't know if it's permanent, but it feels like it might be, because why wouldn't they be playing otherwise? You're looking at a rating of for Wolfie at 1.00, maybe not lighting any fires, but on a teams that had been struggling, it's pretty good. And then Cherion at 1.03. over the last 3 months. Also quite good multi-kill percentage of 17.1% and firepower rating of 72. And again, this is on teams that are struggling. So to be above a rating of 1 and be able to contribute in that way when you're not finding wins is important to keep in mind, as now you have Swaggy coming in, who has subbed before twice for this Square Sausages roster, but results haven't necessarily been there. I think all of his ratings below 0.7, which is a concern. Then Jen is walking into the roster as well, Jeremy Wen, and he hasn't played, as far as I know, over a very long period of time. Like, yeah, he has no stats over the last 6 months, and if you look over the last 12 months, he has played 6 maps. Decent. I mean, this is back in March. I think he had a really good rating when he was playing up against Belfast Storm. Ended up with a 1.5 rating, I think, overall. And then on 2 of the maps, on Ancient and Dust 2, had a 1.97 and a 1.98 rating, respectively. So, I mean, there is that element. Maybe Jen can come through and contribute, but I just feel like this squad has not played together much at all. And this is a chance for QMISTRY, a unit that has been trying to grind it out and get into these CCTs and get through to the Swiss stages so close previously, where you have a bit of a disparity between, squads. And I feel like that would give QMISTRY the edge. Let's check out the map pool and see what we got here in the vetoes. And we will have Ancient picked by QMISTRY. Absolutely no surprise there, as I was mentioning to you guys. This is a team that loves to play that map. And then Inferno picked by Square Sausages. I'm just looking at their ASINs results, in maps that they've picked into. And yeah, they picked into Inferno 50% of the time. Nuke was their other pick, but they decided not to go for that. In fact, banning that map, which will leave us with Train as a decider. And, Train's kind of been so-so for both squads, so maybe if we get there, we'll have more of a 50-50. But right now, looking purely at Inferno, let's go back to that one. 0-3 for Sins. 8 Sins since they last played it, and now, of course, known as Square Sausages. I think they have an Inferno under their belts. Yeah, a couple. So they went 1-1, which the results have improved, notably, but I think with different players, right? Against the NIP Impact, they actually won 16-12 in overtime and lost to the Mousquetaires 11-13, but still a good performance on that map. But again, Wolfie was there, Sharion was there, and they were Sharion at least was the top fragger at 24 and 14 with a 1.39 rating, but you're missing your top piece. You're missing your best piece now on the Square Sausages. So it's hard to say where we're going to end up. Let's see the head-to-head. And which players we're going to be highlighting, but I imagine it would be Virtuoso on the side of QMISTRY and WFN. And this is what I was talking about. Like, you've lost both of your players that are above a rating of 1, and your next highest player is 0.98. So, I mean, nothing against WFN. Obviously, the team's been struggling, and numbers aren't always going to be there. But you have to look purely from a statistical perspective and say, this is not good for this squad. Maybe, like I said, asterisk, because Jen, who hasn't played in a while, last time he played CS2 was in March, maybe he can come through and do something here, but it's looking a little dire. And I don't like to paint pictures like this in the opening moments of pregame, but I just gotta be straight up with you guys. Like, it's not the best situation for the Square Sausages right now. All right, anyway, all that being said, we are going to get into the server soon, I believe. I'm just double checking on that to see if we have any information as to if the players are all ready and joined up. Okay, so we're still waiting for a little bit, trying to get everything sorted, but I imagine in a couple of minutes we'll be jumping into the action. Either way, just to talk a little bit more about these squads, QMISTRY, because I've been talking a lot about the Square Sausages, but for QMISTRY, we already mentioned, this is a team that was on the cusp of making it to the Swiss stage in series number 7, unable to do so. And prior to that, they were kind of racking up a few interesting wins. I just want to talk about the proving grounds they were competing in. And they had 3 series in a row that went their way against Anonymous, 2-1, Novak 2-1, and Wildcard Academy 2-0. Their loss went to Paravision, who are a team that just, you expect so much from Paravision, and they continue to be kind of middling around the tier 2 landscape. But I just with Jame on that roster, you do hope that they'll be able to find their rhythm. But that being said, they did beat QMISTRY in that match, and it was 1-2. Only one map picked up for QMISTRY. That was Ancient, 13-9. But we're here on Ancient. QMISTRY love to be here. And Square Sausages do too. So we'll see which of these two teams can come out on top. All right. Right into the action. WFN and Kais trading frags. Do we have another sub in here? Anyway, Kais gets the TK, but then finds two more. Dutchy and Swaggy are gone. And it's down to only Jen trying to get the retake going here. Jen? What can you do? Not much. Kais gets the 4K on the round, and that will do it. I just, obviously that's not a sub. Kais is playing for QMISTRY. My wires got crossed. And yeah, he's doing a great job for his squad. Not necessarily the one that's usually popping off. And he's like, I don't even care if you're there, Mazzy. Don't care. Shooting, killing. He's locked in. TK or not. Needs to get those frags. Needs to make sure he deals with everyone on the Square Sausages. And actually ended up getting an ace there if you include the frag that he had in the TK. We'll have a technical timeout immediately. Square Sausages calling for that. But yeah. We'll see if this continues to trend well for QMISTRY. Did say that 8sins like to play her. I mean, they're not shying away from a map of Ancient. It usually gets picked against them, but 1-1 over their last two engagements on it. And I'm just checking if they played it as the Square Sausages. Yes, they did. Lost that one to the Mousquetaires 10-13. So every single time Square Sausages or 8sins, whatever you want to call them, were playing on Ancient, it's been close. So that's the positive sign. The one that you have to keep in mind, though, is that they're playing with two subs today. And two subs that have not played much CS over the last 3 months. All right. Well, just going for the eco here. Virtuoso's like, all right, I'll farm a couple of frags. And then he gets felled by Dutchy's USP, but that won't last long in terms of the positive notes for Square Sausages. QMISTRY will get the easy 2-0 in the anti-eco. Now the guns come out for Square Sausages. I do like the name, though. I have to say that. I love the Square Sausages name. It's very fun. So, positive point to the Sausages. And also, I want to clarify. I'm not saying that they can't win here. It's certainly possible. It's just that whenever you're playing with one sub, it's already difficult. But two coming in on a roster that had been together for quite some time, 8sins, and they had some decent results, or were at least competitive with that 8sins roster. It's difficult. It's difficult under the best of circumstances. Still have tech timeouts coming on through here. QMISTRY having some issues, I imagine. Looks like they're being resolved very quickly. And we'll be jumping back into the action. Big util dump for QMISTRY into mid. Noise being made, and Massey gets the peek onto Jen. A quick 5v4. Kais moves in towards Jag and does get one. The trade is good as well, and QMISTRY taking care of business here. Moz and WFN still standing. A little bit of damage for WFN, but that's all he finds. Then Moz falls by the wayside as well. QMISTRY make it look easy on that round. 3-0 in their favor, and eco coming through from the Square Sausages, although you expect a half investment here because they've got the loss bonus, and of course, you know, that next round, you're going to have $3,400 into your account, which means you can even go below the 2K mark if you want to in some instances. But they decide to go pretty conservatively. It's fine. It's CT side. You want to keep the money healthy. Oh my goodness. Moz gets Kais. standing in that Molotov for way too long. He really wanted to take some fights. It should be okay. As I say that, Swaggy finds a second on towards Mossy. Virtuoso. AK up, bomb gonna get planted. Two very soft targets to deal with. There's the first. Moz picks up the AK. Oh, knees are spotted. Going through that smoke, they have to be aware of the fact he's in Jag. Yeah. You see Zaidu, excuse me, going to take care of that. And that will be QMISTRY getting a 4th round victory. I mean, that is just... maybe Kites was flashed. I didn't necessarily see that, but he was standing in that Molotov for a very long time. Technical timeout call. WFN is no longer on the server, so we have to wait for him to return. But yeah, so far going to expectations, I would say. Although we will have a gun round here to see if the square sausages can recover a little bit better than they did in the previous gun round. I feel like an op should come out now. Although I'm wondering if they'll stick to having WFN on the op. I imagine so. I mean, given the money situation for him, I wasn't sure if maybe Jen or Swaggy would want to pick it up, but they're not typically oppers, at least not to my knowledge. But when things are going wrong, sometimes you're like, let's try something different. That being said, as I was trying to get to, looking at the money situation, absolutely WFN is going to be opping because he's got 6.2K and he's making sure that his economy stays healthy. All right, I'm just checking to see if we have any information on what happened here to WFN, if there's an issue with his internet or if it's a power failure. Maybe just a computer crash or a game crash, but I feel like if it's a game crash, you would already be back. Where are you, WFN? Please return to the server. All right. Well, I don't have any information, folks, and I feel like this may take a little bit longer, so we're going to throw it to a break, but when we come back and when WFN returns, we will have more Ancient for you. Aha! I knew that was the key. Throw it to break, and he'll return. Here's WFN, and we're back into the action on Ancient. Molotov going to get tossed immediately by Virtuoso, trying to prevent anyone from going down lane in towards mid. That'll allow you to gain a decent amount of control on the T side. Also into Cubby. Yeah, methodically clearing things out. Off for WFN! He connects with a shot, and then a flashbang comes in, but he's able to fade away. Good muscle memory there. Throws a flash of his own. Finally, a man advantage for the square sausages to work with. I've given up mid-control, and Zaidu wants to find this trade. He wants to try and get it, and he will! WFN scopes out at the worst possible time, and Zaidu will punish him for it. Even numbers, QMISTRY. Being given a lot of space to work with here. And there's the duel won by Kais against Dutchy. Space towards B. They're expecting rotations, I imagine. Yeah, Moz is walking into a very bad situation. Fugar takes care of him. Jen does manage to get the trade, but A site is vulnerable, and QMISTRY are going to occupy the space that is afforded to them. Masi moving in for the bomb plant. We'll get that down to dirt, Fugor. Freebie from Big Box. Jen not clearing that. Swaggy, last one standing, 1v3. You'd imagine he might want to go for the save, given the economic situation. No? I guess not. Hoping to do some damage on the periphery. Eats a nade. Wow. What a toss. Does get that frag, so good job by Swaggy. Likely going to be traded here as he's trying to retreat. And he will be. Masi rotated all the way over to take care of business there with the MAC-10N. Gets himself a free upgrade to the A1S. 5-0 for QMISTRY, but positive signs for Square Sausages. Did get that opener from WFN, even though the timing is just so poor there. If WFN stays scoped in, a much better chance at winning. Not saying he would have, but maybe a opportunity to fire off. There at the end, Swaggy only gets that consolation prize before he himself hits the dirt. Square Sausages half-buy will feature a decent amount of weaponry. 3 MP9s, an MP7, and the 5.7. All players have body armor, but they're stacked up on the wrong site. QMISTRY decide to go fast in towards A. So a flank will materialize, but I mean, they're going to be aware of everything at this stage because no one is present on the A site. So no surprises for the Square Sausages in this round. Fugor, nice flick on towards Moz. Gonna smoke things off afterwards. At this stage, if you're Square Sausages, you are on the half buy, so you can maybe take a little bit more of a risk because then full buy is coming in the next one. Don't necessarily want to stick around with these SMGs, or I should say keep the SMGs up. But with WFN fading away, maybe that is the plan. We'll see. Swaggy tries to go in, do damage. Dutchy does the same. This is just trying to get economic damage done, and it's not too bad, honestly. Kais gets 2 on the tail end. Virtuoso dies to the bomb. So yeah, I mean, if the objective is to do damage there on the side of Square Sausages, mission accomplished. At least forcing 3 more buy-ups on the QMISTRY side. And now, despite running away with the MP9, WFN's going to upgrade to the AWP anyway. Molotov going to get tossed. Lots of utility utilized into Jag. And Jen does get the spam through the smoke there onto Virtuoso. That is from Red Room. I think it might have been as the smoke was fading. Either way, another opener for the Square Sausages that they'll hope to build off of. Oh, what a tap from Kais. The second? No. Swaggy will ensure the trade comes through, so that keeps them at advantage in favor of the Square Sausages. Oh, the spam through the panel almost collects a return frag for Mossy. If only he knew how close he was, although they will still get that return frag. Zaidu on to WFN with the op, wins that duel again. The A site is exceptionally vulnerable. QMISTRY hunting it down. Information at least been gained by Moz. He hears all these footsteps from A main. Can call for the reinforcements. I'm surprised they're not going sooner with how many footsteps are heard, but no, finally we'll try to activate. Maybe the thought is we're not going to go for the retake. We're saving the guns. And that appears to be the case. Yeah, they're just trying to guard the bomb site on the periphery, prevent QMISTRY from walking out, and even then, Jen gets spotted by Zaidu. So, we'll be 7-0. Square Sausages should be able to hang on to these guns. And they will. So at least the op brought over into this round, into the next round, and the A1S, but not many rounds to speak of for Square Sausages. In fact, 0 still on the board. Yeah, as I do, just waiting and holding that angle. WFN had very little chance. At least with those saved guns, those Square Sausages can muster a full buy together. QMISTRY might try to accelerate here. We'll see. Virtuoso gets the first one onto Jen. Turns away from the flashbangs and does cost him his life, but Masi on the other side going into B will find a frag, and now they continue their approach in that direction. Dutchy tosses some util out. Flashbang as well. Molotov lands at his feet, but the smoke is enough to push back QMISTRY for the time being. Let's smoke into cave. And 2 frags instantaneously. Kais and Fugger find 2 more, and Dutchy is the last one standing. Push down rep, so it's a surprising position, but even then, Kais is still going to get it. 2K for him. He's up to 13 now, absolutely controlling the flow of play on the server. The Square Sausages are still looking to crack the scoreboard. I think they're forcing up here. I can't really blame them for maybe being a little frustrated. Although that could just be a hero. No, it's not. Wouldn't necessarily make sense to have a hero. Well, I mean, you can have a hero rifle on CT side, but it's usually on the T side that you opt for that because it's easier to get buy-ups. A little cheaper. Anyway, QMISTRY's like, let's just full send it. Let's just go B. This is what I thought they would do previously, but now they're going to get into that site. WFN gets the first. Maybe this was a bad idea. Shots missed by Zaidu. He's at 1 HP. Lucky to be alive. Now Kai's going to get to work again. Another multi-kill round for him. Virtuoso finds WFN. And what looked promising for a moment for the Square Sausages quickly slips and slides down to the ground here on Ancient. Maz and Dutchy just going to save the A1Ss. QMISTRY, despite those HP bars, I mean, it got really dicey on that full-on execute towards B. They do have 4 surviving. Will they survive the bomb? Yes, they got far enough away. They're good. Good to go. And that's always the risk of just going for the straight take and trying to bully the opposing team towards B, is that, yes, you can take a lot of damage and lose a lot of bodies. They're just lucky that it was more of the take a lot of damage than losing the bodies. Nine to nothing for QMISTRY. Nades, incendiaries tossed out. Square Sausages going for some aggressive mid-control, but Kais has already worked his way. Oh, gets caught with util in his hands, and the trades are good for Square Sausages. All right. In the right spot is Moz, but he can't find Virtuoso. Down to a 3v3. But the good news for Square Sausages is that Kais is gone. They managed to frag him. And now you have to deal with Virtuoso, Massey, and Fugor, who haven't been too shabby either, right? It's just because Kais has been in the right spot to find those frags, and you see it right there. Virtuoso with a fantastic peek into mid. Fades off a little bit. And WFN could catch him. He does. He's waiting to see if there's more here, but he's the last one standing. WFN eventually. He'll need to go for this. There we go. He didn't want to give away his spot, but he was hoping that they were heading in towards the A site. They were not. So WFN now full-on rotating towards that B site. I feel like, given it's 9-0, it's a 1v2. It's winnable enough that you kind of need to go for this. Throws the nade out. Fugor should take some damage. He does, but there's a nade in return, so that damage is equalized. And eventually, yeah, he went for it. He tried. Couldn't get that frag, and is now just going to fade away and hope to save his gun. But no, they're on the hunt. QMISTRY like sharks smelling blood in the water, are looking to get a tasty meal, but that meal has teeth itself, and WFN will at least survive out of this round and grab the op off the ground. So something to bring into the next. But QMISTRY still find the win 10-0 in their favor. And you saw there, Square Sausage's man advantage to work with. He felt for a moment that they might be able to do it, but I think maybe just getting a little ahead of themselves, going for pushes. Usually when you get those man advantage, especially when things are not going great on CT side, you want to fall back to the sites and just keep site control, not necessarily go for aggression, which, I mean, is the temptation too, right? Because you're struggling, so you're like, let's try to get something going, get some momentum, but it's oftentimes not the greatest decision, and QMISTRY are ready to punish. Virtuoso finds WFN in the opening moments here, trying to get at a donut. Panel spam. Doesn't connect on anything, but Zaidu's waiting with the op. Sees the shadow, gets the first. Chambers another bullet, throws the nade out. Oh, almost hits that second shot. It looked like he was on, just moving a little bit too much, I guess. And then Jen will spray him down with the A1S. Thing is, it's still a man advantage for QMISTRY, and now that they've made so much noise towards the B site, they're heading back to A. Mouse could strike. Moz could get one. He does. Fugor gone, and he fades off into the distance. So they can't get that trade. They will gain the space into the A site, but this is the best chance the Square Sausages have had at victory. They lose Moz, though. Jen does get the trade onto Mossy. Still a chance here for the Square Sausages, and they have the kit. Talked about Jen in the past, has been an impactful player. Maybe trying to shake off the rust now. Get back to his A game. Virtuoso waiting at big box. They have to clear him. They do get the trade. Jen in a 1v1. Kais the last one standing. Jen sticking the defusal. Is that the right choice? It is not. Kais executes him with one well-placed shot from the AK. And QMISTRY will have 11 rounds. Looking for the perfect 12-0 half. Don't see it often. But the way QMISTRY have played so far, certainly earned it. At least the opportunity at it. Oh boy. That's tough. Alright, smoke goes into the incendiary, so that'll allow Kais to keep moving forward. Swaggy has to push ahead because of that Molotov, and he is absolutely demolished by bullets and utility. Very little chance at coming out of that successfully. But that's a good boost. WFN over the top of the smoke, catches Virtuoso. Not one you'll expect. Great flashbang on Jen, though. He pulls out the util and won't be able to swing around with his gun in time. Another flash is tossed. I think maybe he's just still recovering from the first one. And it will be a 4v3 for QMISTRY, but HP's low, and oh my goodness, this utility is just too good. QMISTRY do lose a couple back. Kais and Mossy gone, but there goes Moz towards mid, leaving only Juchi standing with 12 HP, trying to prevent QMISTRY from that 12-0 lead into the second half. Molotov sails in. Still haven't planted the bomb here on the QMISTRY side. Now we'll commit to it. Dutchy goes for the spam, doesn't connect for any damage. What can you do, Dutchy? Desperation. Pulls out the flashbang, tosses it forward, looking for space in towards Cave, but doesn't get it. Fugor the last, and QMISTRY have the perfect 12-0 half. That is just a gut punch for the Square Sausages. Now they need to win out in the second half just to push overtime. Given the way things have gone, that is not going to be an easy task, or even one that feels realistic. But you never know with Counter-Strike. That's the beauty of it. I mean, we were expecting QMISTRY to have a significant advantage against the Square Sausages, given the situation and the two subs that were coming through, but I didn't think it was going to be 12-0 in the first half. All right, well, pistol round and it's over. Not often that we say that as casters, but that is the case. Wasting no time getting into it. Here we go. QMISTRY not opting for any dualies? Really? This is slightly unusual and against the meta. They're sticking to the USPs, charging down mid. Jen gets a trade. Zaidu doing the work. They've got all the information as to where the square sausages want to go. It looked like a collapse towards mid, but they cut it off before it could activate. Now they've got lane control. WFN trying to come up with the bomb. 3 players in this position. Moz gets one. Okay. Maybe they can prevent being 13-0'd. Okay, another for Moz. Zaidu firing away and gets 2 back. Oh no! Zaidu looking for the last as well. Will fall 1v1. Moz. Everything on his shoulders right now to prevent the 13-0. Massey's got the beat on him, but no! Moz wins the day, and the Square Sausages will at least get 1 round before all is said and done here. No 13-0 for you today, QMISTRY, says Square Sausages. There will be a force by in this next one. Zaidu looked like he was going to do it. He's just spinning around there, hoping beyond all hopes that he can reload, but couldn't get the reload off. All right. Signs of life from the Square Sausages. But as mentioned, here comes that force by. Oh my god, Massey, are you kidding me? You gotta be joking me. Charging down mid with a Mag 7 and getting 2? Great flashbang from Zaidu to support it, but still, that's not the gun you expect to be going for those fights. Maybe the MP9 or an SMG, but the Mag 7? All right. He had a lot of confidence in his teammates' flashing ability, and I guess he didn't misplace that confidence. 4v3 for QMISTRY, and Dutchie's down to half health. Zaidu waiting in cubby. They don't have the Molotov to clear this out, so if they decide to go into Donut, they have to clear this corner, because if they don't, they're dead to rights. Massey trying to get another one with the Swag 7. Eats the nade to hold the spot. Flashbang out, and they do clear that corner. That's very good. Cubby's gone, and so is Zaidu. 3v3, Square Sausages try to move in. Jen holding the line. Kais is gone. We were waiting at Tree to punish, and they were expecting to be there, but they still couldn't win that fight. Finally get the trade, and it's all up to Massey now. A bit of a tough situation. The Mag 7 certainly effective in the opening moments, but now at a range it's going to be difficult. Massey tossing the Molotov out. Looking for fights into A main. Won't get it. Jen the last. And the Square Sausages do manage to convert a second round despite the way that one started, which was this. Very, very difficult to recover, but they managed to do it. Being very diligent about their clears, patient, and waiting and staring at the right locations, honestly. That's all it's about. Holding the right angles. So second round secured. Should be a third here. Half buy in, or I should say light buy for QMISTRY. Because Massey's saved over, or gone into the Mag 7. I guess he really wants to use that repeatedly. Anyway, WFN catches Kais. And I mean, at least for the Square Sausages, they're doing a good job of capitalizing on what is aggression from QMISTRY. Because I feel like QMISTRY are just trying to speed run, and Square Sausages is like, okay, well, we're not going to struggle that much. You guys can't just try to bully us to this extent. So it's good to get that answer on their side. Molotov sails through. A site trying to be taken, and Moz will get the important one. Dutchie onto Zaidu, and this one is over. Square Sausages should be finding themselves a third. Massey with the Swag 7. Probably just going to save it, I imagine, if he wants to continue using it. But fact of the matter is, getting a frag is $600. Yeah, so he gets another $600 in his bank account, and you see it. He was just trying to farm the money because he had that opportunity. $69.50 available for him. He'll drop the op for his teammate. That's Zaidu. And this is the real test for the square sausages. Sure, you can get pistol, you can convert off that, but can you win a gun round up against this QMISTRY squad that has really dominated once the rifles have been out? That WFN Zaidu matchup has mostly gone the way of Zaidu. Here come the square sausages, trying to go fast. I'm not sure if this is the answer. Fugar finds one immediately on Moz, who was just trying to work his way in towards Jag. Op is waiting for that smoke to fade, but they're losing bodies left, right, and center. Kais catching Dutchy. WFN down to 47. And Jen still staring at a smoke. Finally, the smoke fades away, but they throw another one for the double doors because they want that control. WFN realizing it is trying to activate, but he's going to lose his teammate. Yep, there goes Jen. And there goes WFN as well. Swaggy, last one standing, a 1v5 required. To double up on his scoreline and more. Can he do it, Swaggy? Hoping that QMISTRY is going to give him something, but why would they? The flank is materializing. A fight is taken, and Kais will win it. 13-3 for QMISTRY at the very least. On the side of square sausages, they salvaged some dignity by not going down 13-0, but that was an absolute beatdown. It wasn't close. You had, sure, the pistol round picked up and then the conversions afterwards, which was good, you know. At least they were able to punish the attempted bullying on the QMISTRY side. But at the end of it, they couldn't win a gun round. And that was, I mean, under any circumstances, you're not going to win a game of Counter-Strike if you can't win a gun round. It's as simple as that. I feel like I'm stating the obvious, but yeah. That was difficult. And I just, there's not much to say, right? It was as to the expectations of the situation that the square sausages find themselves in. So now we go on to that second map of play, right? And this will be the pick of the square sausages going on to Inferno. They've had some success there lately. Overall, it's looked decent on Inferno, even in past engagements as when they were known as 8 Sins. So there's something there, but at the same time, it's not a map that QMISTRY are unfamiliar with. Sometimes they even pick into it. 2-2 over the last 3 months. And that is the map where they had that win against Wildcard Academy and Novak. But recent results have actually been a little poorer, right? It's a 2-game losing streak technically on QMISTRY. Paravision, a 6-13 loss, and 1 win and 8-13 loss. But those are pretty good tier 2 teams, right? Or tier 3, almost tier 2. I would say tier 2 in the case of Paravision, though. Anyway, yeah. It's still going to be tough for square sausages, folks. There's no way around this one. We'll see if they can recover on map number 2 after this break. All right, we're back into it here. Heading on to Inferno. QMISTRY looking to 2-0 this one. And the Square Sausages, well, they want to recover from what was a 13-3 disaster on map number 1. QMISTRY playing on CT side here. And Square Sausages T side, since this is the Sausages' map pick. Maz going to get the opener onto Kais. Sausages did win the pistol round in that second half, so maybe they can build up on that confidence and find themselves an opening round here. Even after finding that first one, they decide to stall out a little bit. Maybe they're hoping for more aggression to come through on the side of QMISTRY. Smoke thrown for Moto. Flashbang for Lane. Zaidu doesn't get blinded by it at all, though. And he just falls back towards the site. There is another one that's more effective, but that's the last piece of utility for the Square Sausages. Now it's just going to come down to the fights, and Moz has slipped through into CT. He gets an important one in Virtuoso, but the dolly strike from Mossy brings it back to even numbers at a 3v3. Square Sausages lose the bomb as well. That's the biggest problem. Fugor finds Jen trying to recover it. WFN and Dutchie looking to come from the B site, but Dutchie's gone. It's all up to WFN, who finds the first, the second as well. WFN for the 1v3 clutch, and he gets it. The hero for the Sausages. He'll allow his team to stay alive in terms of their hopes of being up at all here, because they do get a lead. 1-0 in favor of the Square Sausages. All right, maybe a bit of overdramatic there, but still, Square Sausages are able to get a decent buy-up off of that. 2 AKs and 3 MAC-10s, and QMISTRY are not going to back down from the fight. Force buy again on the cards. So Square Sausages actually winning both of their T-side pistols so far. Kais does get the trade. WFN's waiting, and he punishes Kais as soon as he turns that corner after his aggressive push down mid. Back and forth we continue to go, though. The 5-7 strikes true for Virtuoso. Then he upgrades to an AK and falls back towards the A site. That is a bit of a problem for the Square Sausages, because they've got 3 players standing, yes, and that man advantage, but WFN and Swaggy only have 38 HP combined. Meaning this AK could have a field day if Virtuoso plays it correctly, which, ooh, gets caught. Now they know where he is. Util's available, but not any util that can do damage. They can just flash him out or smoke him off. Zaidu, not really in a position to support. They've chosen to each stick to a bomb site. There's Virtuoso with the first. Backs off into pit, tries to get the second, won't be able to do it. He goes for the higher HP player, does a lot of damage to them. But now it's just up to Zaidu. Zaidu not trying to reroute to get a rifle, and, well, that ends up being the difference in the duel. Dutchie wins the day, and the Square Sausages are up 2-0. Got interesting at the very least. If Virtuoso picks the target to the right instead of the one to the left, it's down to a 1v1. Assuming he dies afterwards, he could even just spray for the last, but still. Assuming that he gets traded after getting 2, then it still would have been a 1v1 with the Deagle in Zaidu's hands. Maybe more winnable, but a difficult spot. Will be an eco this time, of course, for QMISTRY. Zaidu trying to be cheeky with the Zeus. Shot fired by Virtuoso. Great flashbang. Oh, that's trouble for WFN. He loses his life, but luckily for them, Jen is right there to take care of both Fugor and Virtuoso. Kais, Zaidu, and Mossy still standing for QMISTRY as Zaidu pulls out the Zeus. Says, come and get me. I'm waiting. He gets the frag with the Zeus, picks up the AK, almost finds the follow-up. But Zaidu, he's got the bragging rights. Zeus frag secured. Kais in a 1v3. Full minute left on the clock. Absolutely not required for Square Sausages. They've already got site control. Bomb's going to get planted here. The round timer irrelevant, and even more irrelevant, the bomb plant, because Jen gets that last on towards Kais. 4K for Jen. Talked about it in the previous map. This is a player that has been very potent in the past. So if he can channel some of that, maybe shake off the rust, Square Sausages will have a chance of getting back into this one. But I still have to mention, Square Sausages have not won a gun-on-gun round yet. The 3 rounds they found in the previous map of Ancient were off of the exact same scenario. Pistol round 1, converting 2 more. So can they finally break that streak and get a gun round? That is the true test. Well, that's a beautiful nade. Swaggy and Jen both get almost full damage from that nade. And then the flick onto Swaggy from Zaidu. Just a micro flick, but still a flick nonetheless. 5v4 in favor of QMISTRY. Spam through the smoke, and Masi's going to have to get the heck out of there unless he wants to give even numbers away. Great flashbang thrown by the Square Sausages as they're trying to gain the space in towards the site. In fact, that might have been a QMISTRY flash, just caught the teammate. Maybe the timing a bit off. Either way, Square Sausages are biding their time. Trying to pick the correct approach. Utility's gone for QMISTRY. All they have is a flashbang left, unless there's something that was dropped over near church, but I think they've used everything at Banana. 37 seconds left now. Square Sausages have committed to B. Have a lurk waiting towards the A site, but that implies they actually make their way towards B for a rotation to be required. Smoke toss, so they have a path maybe towards B. Oh, they lost their lurk. WFN gets the frag on the Zaidu, but Kai strikes back for 1 before WFN takes care of him as well. 13 HP for WFN, trying to plant the bomb here and will be successful. Okay, goes down, loses his life, but he gets the bomb planted at the very last possible moment. That'll give them an extra $600 in the accounts, meaning a buy-up is, oh, I mean, it was already guaranteed, but it'd be a lot more comfortable. Problem is, still no gun round victory, and 3 players left alive for the side of QMISTRY will help bolster their economy. Zaidu, as mentioned, has been very solid for his team, but the one at the top is Kais. He was absolutely on fire on T side of Ancient. Alright, QMISTRY. Tanking flashbangs here is Masi. And then throws the nade and it connects again for a nice amount of damage. Square Sausages are really fighting tooth and nail to try and gain this banana control, but all of their utility is being thrown in vain. QMISTRY still occupying top banana. Smoke gonna get tossed to delay the Square Sausages even more. They were so content on continuing to fight there that, like I mentioned, utility was drained. And then the opening duel goes the way of Zaidu. Still a minute left for the Square Sausages. They are playing a very tepid form of Counter-Strike. Really, you can tell the confidence isn't necessarily there. Wanted that first assault to be successful so badly because they don't want to deal with a mid-round situation where they're down in the numbers, and there's the spot for Kais. Nade's going to get tossed. Ooh, that doesn't go deep enough at all. Hits the front of the box instead of going over it. Square Sausages do manage to swarm towards the site. This is problematic potentially for QMISTRY, and there you go. Virtuoso lost. Kais watching and waiting with Mossy still supporting. Will get a couple, but 2 on back means the Square Sausages have a path in, and WFN catches Mossy over in U-Box. Okay, Square Sausages making an argument to take this round now. Zaidu. Goes into church, and he loses his teammate. Fugor gone and doesn't do much damage either. So I do expecting a bit of aggression here. It's the good... Ooh, misses the shot, though. It was the right read, but won't get it done. Square sausages. All right. Isolate the round victory that was found on the side of QMISTRY. They've got a 4-1 lead. This is a much better look. Finally getting a gun round as well. And doing all that without finding the opener in the round is actually pretty impressive. Timeout going to be called here. Technical in nature. Let's see if we have any information. QMISTRY called for a technical timeout this time. Looks like they might be having some issues on their side, so we'll wait and see what, in fact, is the problem. Still see everyone on the server. I'm hearing typing, so I feel like this is going to be resolved very quickly. Yeah, they're already buying up, so this will get underway in just a few moments. Looking at the scoreboard there, WFN having a much better time here on Inferno, which is kind of a surprise, right? Because usually oppers are not happy about starting T side of Inferno. Because that means that under a lot of circumstances with many teams, they don't run the op T side. They just go with the rifles. So if you're an opper that's good with rifles, it's fine. But in this case, that won't really matter because WFN is on the AWP. Shaking his head around. Perhaps trying to get his team pumped up and ready. And we go in. Tech timeout over. 3? Excuse me, QMISTRY? Sorry? 3 Mag 7s in the round? I mean, sometimes you see 1. But 3? I'm very curious to see how this one pans out. 2 of them on the B site. It's a good spot for it. Swaggy does go down. There's another one. They're making it work. Okay. Mossy with 2. Square sausages shaking in their boots, wondering, what do we do to get past this? Thought they could have had that first one, to be honest, but the spray goes wide. And that second swing from Mossy is the one that does the job. There's no way they expect another Mag 7 on the other side either. Perhaps QMISTRY tapping into the new meta in advance. In eco rounds. 3 Mag 7s on CT side. Why not? You get frags, you get tons of money. Maybe even a chance at a round. I like that they've adjusted to the other side. Because maybe the square sausages are going to try and clear to the left, which will allow QMISTRY to get the jump. There's that smoke tossed. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Are we going to get more Mag 7 frags? Okay, no. They checked the boost. They're like, okay, something's weird. There goes Kais. And Fugor actually connects with the 5-7 side. Do another Mag 7 frag. Does indeed come to fruition. And then finds the last 4 shotgun frags in the round. And QMISTRY take it. That actually worked really well. Better than I expected it to. You had the high-low setup to greet them towards the B site. And that works out beautifully because all the focus is put on the high player. And then Mossy lower takes care of business. Fugor comes in on a flank, deals with WFN and doesn't expect it. And Zaidu absolutely clotheslines one to finish the round. I mean, not only do they get that round, and I mentioned it before, but you get tons of money. I mean, that's $600, actually $900. I think I said 600 before, but I believe it's 900 per shotgun frag. So that is a ton gain. $3,600 added to the bank account, so now your economy is fully healthy. Yeah, I believe the only shot... Okay, Kais is going to get one onto WFN. trading on back. I was going to say the only shotgun that is $600 that I was thinking of was the XM1014, or the auto shotty. Jen manages to get one back onto Mossy, so man advantage game for the Square Sausages, and they have a path in through CT if they want to go B, which would be the right choice. Only one player there, that's Kais. I say right choice, but Kais was very scary to deal with on Ancient, so we'll see. There's the pincer, and Kais strikes immediately onto Swaggy. Throws the incendiary from Nana. This is a very intelligent play because he realizes, okay, they're probably going to try and go for a pincer attack because of the way things went down here. And now it gives his teammates a chance to come in on a flank. Kais might be dead. He is. But now his two teammates are so much closer to the bomb site here. And will probably be a post-plant retake. There it is. Virtuoso. Fugor's making a little bit of noise here. Jumps up, spotted up by Dutchy, and Fugor gets one. Second, Fugor 1v1, but what a flick from Dutchy. The Square Sausages stave off potential disaster and will still take the round. 5-2. They've isolated both of the round victories that QMISTRY have accumulated here. And you're looking at the QMISTRY side. Actually worse on CT than they are on T side, interestingly enough. CT side, 43.8% of their round wins come there, and then T round win percentage is 50%. Kais, oh my goodness, what a ripper of a shot onto Jen. Can't recover the gun, but happy to give his team a 5v4. This has been a bit of a worrying trend for Square Sausages. They're losing the opening duels more often than not, even though they're coming out and recovering from the rounds. They need a little bit more consistency, I would say, in those opening duels if they want to find success overall in this map. Because I feel like eventually QMISTRY are going to start converting off these 5v4s. What? WFN running up there like that with no information? I'm not even sure I understand that. Maz peeking around with the MAC-10. He's in trouble. They're all in trouble. My God. A clean sweep for QMISTRY in a round that was, you know, forced up, I think. They didn't have everything they could possibly want. And now they get an op off the ground. Double op setup, which can work on Inferno CT side. One for Banana and one for mid. Third round picked up again with pistols being the key pieces. I don't think that was a force buy. I think that was just an eco. Okay. Just when we thought things were looking better for the Square Sausages, it goes completely awry. Look at that utility damage as well. No bullets connecting. That is all utility. Bringing the Square Sausages down to 21, 23, and 52 HP respectively for Moz, Jen, and WFN. Now QMISTRY just gonna wait. Saying, okay, we probably did a lot of damage to them. Let's see what else, how we can finish this one off. Just waiting with the bullets. And our scopes locked in. Kai's the one with the op on the B site. Zaidu's over at A. Or was. Now they're going to have both ops looking in the direction of B. And quickly Zaidu redirects himself to the A site, saying, oh, okay. Don't think they're going to go towards B now. And he wants to support the A hold. Incendiary tossed. Great pacing on the util, by the way, for QMISTRY. They've still got a decent amount of slowdown util, a couple of nades, incendiary as well. Virtuoso, taking care of business, needs support from Mossy. He'll get exactly that. That is a very scary setup, and the Square Sausages walk right into it. Another clean round for QMISTRY, and this one's even better. No damage taken. A unicorn round for QMISTRY, as they will get a fourth on the board, and Square Sausages run out of funding. They will be on... Oh? I was going to say an eco. Jen's got the Tech 9. Is he just a raid boss? Yeah, just a raid boss for Square Sausages. Everyone else going for the eco. This could just be a quick attempt on Banana. That's a blinded shot hit by Kais. So unfortunate, and it's the raid boss gone. They pick up the Tech 9, but no armor behind it anymore. Not going to get tossed by QMISTRY. Incendiary as well, and yeah, that flushes a couple of players out, and they fall by the wayside. Moz and Dutchy, last two standing, still towards top banana. They're going to give it the old college try, but Dutchy doesn't even get a chance to do that. Mortar strike onto Dutchy, and the bullets take care of the rest on the last. Virtuoso with the 2K, Kais as well, and QMISTRY are back into this. Tied up at 5. It was a 5-2 lead for the Square Sausages, and they had effectively isolated both of QMISTRY's round victories. But then they lose to the eco, and that's when things start to tumble out of their favor. Now, because they went for that raid boss buy-up in the previous one, Jen has to settle for the MAC-10, but everyone else onto rifles. Only one Galil and 3 AKs. Oh, Jen's in trouble, and he loses WFN as well. Lucky that that smoke was tossed. A nade will do a ton of damage to Jen. They also lose another piece. This double op setup is absolutely tearing through them. Jen and Dutchy, with still 1:23 on the clock, are the only ones left. Things starting to look more like they did on Ancient, and that's not a good thing for the Square Sausages. What is good is that they have 5 rounds already on their T side, and it's not 10-0, obviously. Thing is here, this is just, I think it's a 40-second save. Just because of how quickly things went down in the opening moments, they don't really have any path back forward. And looking at the economic situation, you're going to the last round, you lose these AKs, you've got pretty much nada to work with. So, Dutchy and Jen, happy to keep what they've got. And we will have QMISTRY in the lead for the first time on Inferno, 6-5. It's a 4-0 run for QMISTRY. 4 rounds in a row. Jen gets something, but that's not what he wanted. He wanted the AK. The frags don't really matter. That trade benefiting QMISTRY. And they will easily buy up for this last round. On the other side, not easy at all. They're trying to do some creative accounting, making sure everyone has the best possible weaponry. But WFM's going to have to settle for a pistol here. 2 Galils, an AK, a Deagle, and a MAC-10. The Square Sausages can't take a lead into the second half, but they can tie us up at 6. Zaidu misses the shot. It wasn't an easy one. Trying to thread the needle there. There goes the nades as well, but Square Sausages managing to evade the utility damage, but they won't evade the second op. Kais, although he does get taken down to 10 HP, connects on that. Zaidu doing the work. I mean, this double op has done all the heavy lifting over the last 3 rounds. There it is again. Kais through the half wall this time. Finds Dutchy. WFN and Swaggy are the last 2 standing. But in this case, they cannot save. They have to go for it. Because it's the last round. Just such good control from QMISTRY. Square Sausages continue to try to aggress down Banana, and that is just a fool's errand. QMISTRY have got that on lock. That's the danger of the double op setup. Because if you don't have the utility to disrupt it, or an instant shot, perhaps from an AK to the head, it can really start to freewheel on you. Here comes Swaggy. Op shot misses. Nice little jiggle peek, but unfortunately for him, Virtuoso's waiting on the other side and says, bye-bye, Swaggy. WFN, 1v5. 20 seconds left. Has to give it a go. The chicken already gave away his position. He's dead. All right. Zaidu will find the last, and QMISTRY win the last round of the half. 7-5 is the lead they take into this second half. A far cry from their 12-0 on Ancient. But I think they're going to be happy with it. Not forgetting this was 5-2 at one point, and they just won 5 in a row. And to close out the second half and have all the momentum for sure. Thing is, pistol rounds have not really been great for them, aside from the first one that they played on their T side of Ancient. They have lost 2 in a row, and Square Sausages looking pretty convincing in the process and taking those pistols. Alrighty, we gear up, getting ready for the second half of play. Things were pretty cut and dry for QMISTRY over the last 3, given how quickly they were ending rounds. Now is where things may get interesting once more. Looking at the scoreboard, Masi leading the charge for QMISTRY. 13 frags on the board from Zaidu right behind him, 12 and 6, and Kais tied with that 12 frag mark. I mean, those have been the 3 players that have honestly looked the most impressive, Kais in particular, throughout this series. So no real surprises there. Did mention that Jen is a player that Square Sausages will likely be looking towards. Well, let's see what happens in this pistol first. As Zaidu takes a shot to the shoulder down to 86. Not too fussed about it. 4 pieces of util for QMISTRY. The lurk is Fugor around alt mid. Zaidu, oh, a triple P coming through from Square Sausages, and they don't get a single frag off it. In fact, they're the ones to lose a body. Then Dutchy gone as well. That was on the other side. That was towards A. This is so bad for Square Sausages. Jen needs a multi, and it doesn't come to fruition. Fugor trades him out after only 1, and it is a 4v2 for QMISTRY post-plant situation. Moz and WFN do not have any util left. They just have to win some fights here with these USPs and potentially walk through smokes because they don't have a kit. There is a Molotov left for Kais as well, and that could seal the round entirely, just throwing that onto the bomb. And I mean, even at this stage, I think in a few seconds, that Molotov down will end this one. Not sure they'll even need it. And I guess they don't. Maz just looking for some extra money and won't find that either. Kais gets the last, and QMISTRY find their T-pistol for a second straight map. Honestly, that's just really good maneuvering around the map. Square Sausages, although they did have some players in the right spots, could not connect on the amount of frags required. Jen, in that situation, obviously it's tough. You're already down a man. You're trying to recover from that. You lose another one while the duel's happening, and you only get 1. So QMISTRY walk into an A site with that 2-man edge. And they never let go of their stranglehold there in pistol round. So Square Sausages will go for the force buy. Fugor's taking care of Jen. Flashes are fantastic. Swaggy just desperately spamming, hoping to connect on something. But QMISTRY, they're playing the mind games. Don't actually push beyond the flash. What? Long-range headshot from the MP5. WFN gone. That's just so clean. Surprised me. Swaggy will get 1 on Masi, traded out immediately. Now the pistols are starting to activate. Thing is, still a man advantage for QMISTRY, sorry. Dutchy. Oh, how are they overlooking that? I thought they knew he was sandbags. Okay. Well, he's traded out. Now Moz catches Fugor looking the wrong way. They have to go and recover that bomb. I believe... No, I don't think he's seen him. Kais did not see him. He didn't have the angle just yet. So he's going to go back to the B site, which is what Moz is hoping for. Moz still having a Molotov and a flashbang is actually pretty good with 30 seconds left. Kais does get past the angle before he gets there. It doesn't matter anyway. Kais will win the duel. Moz is gone. Fantastic effort from Moz in what was the force buy, right? With just the 5.7 in his hands. Gets the first of the 5.7, picks up the Galil, finds the second, and almost clutches out. Had the exact read he needed. That's just the surprising one to me. They don't clear sandbags. I guess because of how much presence was already there, they didn't expect the third, but either way. QMISTRY win the round by hook or by crook, and Square Sausages will not be able to buy up much into this one. Just some upgraded pistols, a little bit of armor. QMISTRY looking to push their round win streak to 8. Oh no, Dutchy. Yeah, absolutely devastated by that artillery strike. Then Zaidu will not forget about checking sandbags this time. Cleans out Swaggy with some MAC-10 bullets and a 4v3 in favor of QMISTRY. Square Sausages scrambling. Trying to get back into this B site. This is just the eco for them. So I expect they're going to try something. Could argue that saving the armor will be an important piece for that next round. But I feel like they just want to try and hunt. There's an arm spotted. Mossy knows, but so do they. That Mossy's up close. And Zaidu strikes from the other side. Blind signs Bows. And great flashbang at the very least, but it was a team flash. Didn't matter. Fugor and Zaidu take care of business. QMISTRY find the easy one on the anti-eco. They are up to double digits, 10-5 in their favor. 3 more rounds for QMISTRY, and this one is done. Still haven't seen a gun round victory for Square Sausages on their CT side. Maybe this round right here can change that. Got all the pieces they want. Trying to keep banana control, which they didn't really get consistently on their T side. This is absolutely fearless from Mossy. Charging forward with the MAC-10. Swaggy completely blinded. QMISTRY has the opportunity to punish him. He's stepping in the Molotov, doesn't even know it, down to 36 HP, and then finish off by Kais, who just flicks around and gets the second on WFN. Not even sure if he had to flick. That might have just been a lineup. Anyway, 5v3 for QMISTRY. Mossy gets spotted out on the jump, but that's information gained. There's the smoke that's tossed a little late, but they don't pay the price for it. Lucky, for that matter. In the meantime, Virtuoso catches off WFN. So it will be a 5v2 Square Sausages. It's in your best interest not to fight here. Need these rifles. Dutchy at 16 HP has no opportunity to stay close to that bomb site. And Jen, realizing the situation, he's kind of trapped into church for now. Eventually will need to fade away. But he wants to make sure that the odds of a crosshair staring at him are low as he retreats. And yeah, there you go. Will make his way out. Dutchy has to be careful not to step too far towards this A site. Here's the AK bullet, so he'll stay in cover. And the 2 rifles are saved over. But the problem is, at least for Square Sausages, QMISTRY have an 11th. And are still flawless on their T side. 9 rounds in a row for QMISTRY. Molotov getting tossed for top mid. Mossy charging up. Swaggy, oh my goodness, has to stare down at an absolute war zone. Down banana. Eventually says, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore. I'd like to fall back to the bomb site. Virtuoso gets the first, traded out, but Fugor's waiting right there to flank out WFN, who has no opportunity to respond. Great setup from QMISTRY moving in towards that A site, and now they're hoping for rotations to come through. Players down banana. That flashbang gets tossed. And caught on the jump is Swaggy. Zaidu with the AWP collects another. Kais wants to get in on the action more. He does die, but the trade is right there, instantaneous from Zaidu. And Jen, standing in that Molotov for an ill-advised amount of time, goes down to 28 HP. 3v1. And just, now dead. I was going to say 5 HP, but didn't even have a chance to get the words out before he fell down to dirt. QMISTRY. 12th round secured. They have 7 opportunities to close this series out 2-0 and knock the Square Sausages out of contention in CCT EU number 8. As I do, having a field day here with the AWP. 20 frags, Kais with 18. I'd still, if QMISTRY win, give the MVP to Kais. Just because of how effective he was under key circumstances so many times on Ancient. Boost up over the smoke. Spot is there. Who has to be careful as I do. Nade sails through. Airburst Molotov will not help the matters for Square Sausages, as QMISTRY off of that immediately readjust their attack. They refocus themselves onto A. Moz at risk. Spam through the smoke. They know he's somewhere here, but doesn't take any damage. They've got the crossfire. Oh, Moz almost loses it. He does lose it. I thought he managed to recollect himself and get that frag, but it's actually himself that falls, and 2 afterwards means that QMISTRY have a 5v2. Swaggy and Dutchy, last 2 standing. And it will be Dutchy at least collecting 1 to give his team a bit of hope. But this is the A bomb site on Inferno. You need Util to retake it. And in a 2v5, it feels like a requirement. They still get 2 frags. Swaggy charges out, but he won't get anything. It's all up to Dutchy, and time has ticked off this bomb. No kit, no chance, but credit to Dutchy, at least giving it an incredible effort for 3 frags. But this one is over. QMISTRY winning 13-3 on Ancient and 13-5 here on Inferno. Take care of business very handily. I'd say the expected result, right? We looked at QMISTRY coming into this one, a team that's stuck together over the last 3 months. The core's been together for 5 months, so they've been really trying to make this work, and you see them. They were threatening in the previous CCT to get to the Swiss stage, lost to 1 win, but now they're 1 more step closer to getting to that play-in qualifier for the Swiss stage again, but they still need to win 1 more series. That being said, on the other end, Square Sausages are out, and I mean, there's a lot of question marks going on in that squad right now. Who are going to be the starting 5? What roster will move forward? What pieces will be kept, and who will be put aside? I don't know. It's just there's so much that needs to be determined on that squad, and also the results weren't there before, so you have to wonder like what they need to do to get themselves into some of these matches, and no gun rounds on CT side is a very glaring concern. Anyway, look, I wish the best for them. Obviously, I hope it works out for a squad that represents the United Kingdom. I think the UK needs some good squads to come through, and I hope the Square Sausages end up being one. But for now, they will see themselves out of CCT Series number 8. That will conclude this series, of course, and we still got 1 more coming at you. It's going to be THE up against, oh my goodness, it's slipping my mind right now, because they had a name change, but I believe it starts ALGO. There we go. We got it. Thank you. My production had me covered there. ALGO are going to be facing off against them. That's ex-Jano that I was thinking of combining with the ALGO squad. So it's actually a very interesting team they put together there, but we're not going to talk about that now. For now, we're going to take a break. It's going to be an extended one, about 1 hour and 10 minutes before we're back. But when we come back, we'll have the final series here of the day.